Okay. Welcome in everyone. Good to see you guys. I know it's a little bit early, right? This isn't what we normally do, but it's good to see you guys. We got Roden, we got Shinji, we got Nail Masterly. How is everyone doing? Hopefully everyone's doing good. But today, obviously, we're still gonna be playing Pokemon Unite. So don't get it twisted. We'll still be playing Pokemon Unite. Just probably it's gonna be kind of sparingly in between the matches. I actually just got done watching this match right before while I was setting everything up, and it was actually a really good match. Michael Zhang actually played really well. He just had a good team against what the other player was using. But in between matches, what I'll be doing is we'll be jumping on Pokemon Unite. If you guys want to join up and you guys want to play it, then we will do that. And then after, I'll try to kind of check in, see if they're doing the matches, and we'll just kind of watch along, have fun, talk, and do all that stuff. So yeah, we're watching an actual tournament. This is the first live event tournament for champions, and I did a poll because I was like, I didn't know if people wanted to like maybe see me react to this, and a lot of people said yes. So I was like, okay, we can do that. I don't mind doing that. So we're gonna have a way longer stream. So make sure you guys also get your snacks, get all that good stuff, because we're gonna be here for a while. So they're just talking about that. So actually, we'll just jump on Unite right now. So if you guys are already on Unite and you guys want to play, we'll jump on Unite. Also, welcome in Shad. I'll just move it over to Johto Festival. I did see that Skeletor just being added in, and I think that's really cool. I actually cannot wait for that. I think that's gonna make me like really excited to play, because I like Skeletor. It's such a cool Pokemon. But we'll be doing this, and then like in the middle of it, I'll obviously jump over to the tournament once the matches are going, because I don't think you guys want to really listen to the casters talk and yap. I don't think you guys want that. I can't play, but I'll be watching. Hey, no worries. Yeah, we'll be live for a while. We're gonna be streaming for quite a bit. So we'll do first match. I'll let everyone like kind of get settled in, because I know it's a little bit early. But we'll play some Unite, and then afterwards I'll check in with the matches, and we'll watch the tournament as well. And I didn't want to start it like when the tournament fully started in, because it was like literally 3 hours ago when it started. I was like, I'm not doing that. I want to get a little bit of sleep. Plus I need to work on things. I'm joining, no problem, chat. Also good to see you, Ping. Good to see you, Karai. Good to see you guys. Hopefully you guys are having a great day. Are you buying the Urshifu Battle Pass? No, I will not be buying the Urshifu Battle Pass. Usually when it comes to games, like especially like free-to-play games, I usually don't really buy skins or anything. I just get like whatever's free. I don't know, I'm kind of cheap like that. I don't really care to buy all that stuff. I just play and just have fun. If there's something that like I really want, then I'll probably do it. But usually there's nothing like that. Like honestly, like even with Fortnite, when I was playing it, BG actually gave me a skin because the only skin I had was Rey from Star Wars, and he was like, dude, we gotta get you a different skin because that's bad. Mind if I join? Yeah, you can join. Everyone can join. I don't know if we'll be able to do like a lot of custom matches, but we'll try to like have fun and just play and have fun. So we're trying to get a full lobby going. We'll play one good match, and then we'll check in. Let's go. I'm top 3,000 in the world. Let's go, Ping. Wait, are you talking about Unite, or are you talking about Champions? Because that's really good. Like 3K in a row, like it's hard. Like hell, just being even like in the top 100K is already like really good. Okay, we got a full lobby here. We got a full lobby. We're gonna start this up. We're gonna jump on in. Unite, yeah, that's really impressive. That's really impressive. I actually was playing a little bit of Champions earlier. And I did have to rank up a little bit. I think I'm around the top 7K right now. I'm actually gonna see if I can get to champions here. but I think I'm in like around like the top 7K, so I'm also gonna try to keep ranking up. It's really difficult, but I think the team's working out. Hey, welcome in, Dish. Good to see ya. All right, let's see if we can get in a match. All right, what's everyone been doing today? I know it's pretty early, so like there's really not much. Most people are probably just waking up, but like what have you guys been up to? It's bots. Yeah, we're probably going to be getting a lot of bots. I do apologize. Oh wait, hold up. Did we want a full Zoom roll team? Everyone had a Zoom roll for a second. After this, can I join? We'll try to make sure we get everyone in. I don't know when the next match is gonna start. I don't want to miss matches, because again, this is both a watch party and the game. But if you've already are playing right now, I'm gonna get a whole new lobby, so that anyone that hasn't played that wants to, you guys can jump in for that match. So don't worry, we'll get to everyone. We're gonna make sure to get to everyone, but it depends. I've been playing WarioWare. What's that? Okay. Been a little bit since we played some Unite. Yeah, they're telling me to go up top, and I don't care. I'm going down bottom. We're going down bottom. We're gonna head down bottom. We're gonna get some stuff done. Am I lagging? Better not be lagging. It's the first game of the day. Can't be lagging. Bro has never played WarioWare. I'm crying. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. To be honest, I'm not like heavy into Mario. Like I play like the original Mario Brothers on the Nintendo 64 and whatnot. But like besides that and like Mario Kart, I don't really play Mario games. I don't know. I was always just more of a Sonic guy. And even then, like, I didn't even play those games that much. It just wasn't my style. To be fair, I did also grow up a lot on the PlayStation. And so I also played a lot of PlayStation games. So that's also why. I'm gonna go level 11. You guys got that handle. Okay. It's like Mario Party, but with super short mini games, and you have to get a high score. Okay. Sounds fun. See, I don't know if this is the time where I'm like, yeah, I haven't even played Mario Party. I've just seen people play it. Like, when I say I don't play Mario games, I truly mean it. I don't play Mario games. I'm very inept. Jupiter, can you get out of here? Okay. It has Wario's best fit? Ooh. He has a drip? Okay. Nice. Almost died, but we're okay. Nice. Looking good, chat. Can we play Pokemon Champions? We'll probably dabble a little bit. I know for the most part we're gonna be playing Unite. Just because, you know, it's Unite Sunday. We gotta play Unite. It's tradition. But we might play a little bit because we are literally watching Champions. It's just that I know those matches can sometimes go very long. So for that reason, it probably won't be much. But we'll see. If a lot of people ask for it, we might do it. The only thing I will say is that just try to make sure that you guys are ready. Because if you guys want to get in a match, then you got to make sure that, you know, that you're on the game and whatnot. Because, again, this is still a watch party. But we're just also having some fun while we watch some games. But it's also good to see you, Jonathan. Hopefully you're having a great day. Get that, Duncan. There we go. Espeon Fine 2 Squishy though can be obliterated by Speedster. I don't know. It's been pretty good. I haven't actually had too much trouble, but there are definitely some Pokemon that are really good, like Zoroark and whatnot. Hey, welcome in, Jennifer. Welcome, welcome. Windows regional start. It's actually going on right now. We're just like in between matches, so we're in between matches. We're gonna be playing matches on like Unite and possibly even Champions. And then when the matches actually start, we'll be reacting to it. So don't worry. I'll try to make sure we're not missing too much of the matches because you know I know that would suck. But currently I'm listening to it and I'm pretty sure they're still like in between all that stuff. So we're not there just yet. Oh, actually, I spoke way too soon. They're actually about to start one of the matches. So yeah, once this match is done, we'll jump right in. But I actually don't know if Wolfie's actually still in the tournament. I don't know if he made day 2. Which is sad, because I did actually want to see like him play. And it's also weird because like usually on Sunday, that's like the finals for the tournament. That's why I was like, oh, well, we could do it, you know, on Sunday just because like I think it would be cool to see the champions and whatnot. But I don't know if it is. We'll have to see. Bro went undefeated with Mega Steelix. Oh, really? I didn't have to see his team. It was like what? Mega Steelix, Sneasler, Sinistcha. He had a T-Tar in there to like add the bulkiness and whatnot. And I just died to Fonz. Rotom Wash and something else, right? I think I'm missing one, but. Yeah, I didn't see his team, but I didn't know if he was actually still in the tournament. T-Tar the teeny. We'll just wait. Oh, it's funny. We were literally just talking about him. Just talking about Wolfie, and now they're talking about how, like, if he does win this will be his like 11th regional win, which is insane because he's already, like, you know, he has the most regionals out of anyone, but like he also has he's in like double digits and he's the only one, which is just literally insane. I'm using Fear in Pokemon Champions. Okay, can't wait to see it. Should be fun. Somehow a Blissey slipped by us. I don't know how we missed one of the biggest Pokemon in the game right now, but somehow we missed them, and I just got hit with an egg. But okay, there we go. GG's, great way to start off. Marco Silva is still my GOAT. Is he actually playing as well? I've not seen his team. All right, hold on, chat. We're gonna back out. Let's go over to the broadcast because I think they're about to get started here. Boom. There we go. Okay. Turn this up. Okay. Let me know if I need to change the volume or not, but you should be good. Should be a-okay, but I can turn it up if I need to. Okay. It's Champions. This is the first ever Champions live event, like actual like in-person event. So I was also very curious to see like how this was gonna like play out, because you know obviously we're playing a lot of Champions, and I have not been keeping up to date with anything in Scarvy. It's quiet. Okay, hold on, I can turn it up.
Open team sheet best of 3 practice, and you know,
okay, how is that?
Does, right? I think traditionally ranked battles,
I don't want to make it too loud.
You can do in the game, but like maybe not the most efficient way to prepare for a tournament.
That should be a bit better.
Really like validates the practice time that a lot of people have been spending on the ranked battles and Pokemon.
Okay, how is that, champ?
Maybe it's a little new era where playing in the ranked game is a little bit more important and more valuable as tournament prep than it's been in the past.
What I'm really interested about here, after Christopher's win earlier, he had talked about
so
the work that he had put into Champions with his brother Kevin and how Kevin had helped him, right? And we've gotten to see in the grassroots tournament that both of them have been very successful, which I think is just one of those things that is so interesting again and so cool heading into this new era of Pokemon.
That should be good.
Had that proven level of success, still being able to continue that forward. And when you see like this brother duo, even in different age divisions, accomplish that, I don't know, you can't help but kind of root for them, right?
For sure, definitely a fun story.
Yeah, you definitely, it's not the first time we've seen this, right? Of, you know, 2 family members competing alongside each other, making each other be
Is
better
this
and
guy
better
related
over
to
time.
Kevin
Like,
Hahn?
that's
I actually
sort
don't
of
even know who that
sibling
is.
rivalry of it
Better
all.
now?
And
Okay, cool.
Kevin and Chris. Kevin is still in
No
the younger age
worries.
division. Chris has aged up.
Yeah, you
And they're
guys just
both
let me know if I need to
dominating their
adjust
respective
anything
age
else.
divisions. I think they're probably both happy
But we
to
should
not be in
be-
the same age
should
division
be
anymore.
good
so now
for
they can
now.
both be champions.
Hey, yeah, you don't have to compete for a title if you could just go get your own,
Get your
right?
own.
I think he's done a heck of a job with that transition to the Masters division too.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, we see a lot of really strong seniors stumble a little bit usually in their first year or two in Masters. They get used to playing this competition. I think in his case, he played so many unofficial events against Masters division trainers. He was really ready to jump in, but like he was really impressive from his first event. Where remember I watched him. I can't remember what regional championship it was. But I was just kind of stunned. Like this guy does not look like he's playing in his first Masters division regional championship. He's just so smart. He's always so prepared, which I wish I was as prepared when I was competing as he was, where he's never one of those players who looks like he's taking his first reps with the team.
Yeah, and we talked about this.
Yeah, I was also about to say I didn't know if any of these guys actually like competed. I know one of the
really shows
not
in
the
his play
analysts,
style.
but one
It
of
shows,
the
you know, when you
casters
mentioned how he had to be a couple of steps ahead.
did compete a
when
little
you are
bit.
having to explain how all of this works to someone who is, you know, in a
The
younger
Pokemon
age
Company should
division than
hire
you are,
Spraggles
you
full
have
time
to
as a caster
deeply,
for everything.
intimately
He's
know
goated
how
at it.
all works.
He
And
is really,
I
really
really
good.
think that a
I
lot
also
of
I do
Chris's,
like
effectiveness
I think
as a
she's the
coach
friend of
has
Wolfie's,
really paid dividends for him
the
here in
female
Masters
caster that
division
is
as he
usually
aged
in
up
the
into this,
VGC
division, so that he
area
does
of
not fall
casting.
into some of
She's
those
also
traps
really, really
as
good.
Some of the other younger players who age up. Who just
Kevin
sort
is
of
like
keep
the
playing same way
Wolfie
they
of
played in the
seniors division. He wins
Although now
everything.
players who are being
Really?
coached by
Okay.
Chris in the senior division are just going to take that forward when they age up.
Oh, it just gets, the skill level just
Gets
gets
an
higher and
Ouroboros.
higher, especially to see. Man, this is a really feels old moment, and I can't imagine how they'll feel. All right, next player to look at when we're looking at our top cut, someone else who we got to see earlier talk about Michael Zhang, especially too. He had talked about the amount of preparation.
Yeah,
that he does
I'm not
going
much of a
into
singles
every
player
single
either.
Event, right? And
Michael
kind of
Zhang.
feeling
So this was
not as
the guy I
prepared with
watched right
this
before I started
team,
streaming.
Considering it's only been
His
about
team
a
is
week,
actually
but
like
really spoke to
really,
how
really
well
good.
this team was faring into the current meta, how much it's really provided.
And he
we
does have
got
a
clear
regional win, I
showcase of
think.
that earlier on.
Yeah, I love the team construction. It plays in a style that I love to see where you get a really stable tailwind. You can't stop my tailwind. Once I have the tailwind, you can't stop my damage from just KOing all of your Pokemon. Unlike talking about Christopher's plays.
Hey,
when you
welcome
guess
in,
you want from
Monkey.
ahead, there was almost nothing in that match for Michael where he was having to guess where targets were. He was just doing the thing that you cannot stop until I've won this game.
Yeah, and I'm really happy that Michael is seeing success here in Indianapolis and in Champions. He had such an incredible
Chris
burst onto
Hahn's
the
team is
scene
so
in
meta
2024
abusive.
at that
Literally the
Sacramento
top 5
Regional
mons.
Championship.
I
One
mean,
of the
most people do
unique
have them.
teams we have seen
Honestly,
win a
I
regional
was kind of
championship.
surprised when I saw
Had a
Michael
great
Zhang's team. He
2024
only has
season,
Garchomp.
kind of a mediocre
Like, he doesn't
2025
have, like,
season
any of the
with
others.
The World's Invite
But, like,
last
he's
year.
doing really, really
So
well.
I'm really excited to see him make another top cut here. He's one of the most dynamic players.
But
that
yeah,
we
you're
have, and
gonna.
someone that I'm really
I
excited to
think
see
it's
keep innovating and
almost.
keep
I think
building on
there's
this.
And his
only
name is
one team I
Tyranitar
heard of
Enthusiast
that
at
didn't have
2024 World
any of like the
Regional
top used
Championship
mons.
also featured Tyranitar.
Yeah, psychic
So-
Tyranitar.
Yeah. What stranger Tyranitar?
You're gonna see it, like, see some of those guys on a lot of people's
teams.
teams.
Yeah, I mean, I always kind of root for the players who are kind of the creative team builders, right? Like we always want more innovation in the game. There's always so many different ways you can put Pokemon together, and
What's the
he
agile point of
tries, right?
evolving a
Some trainers are
Rattata?
a little more interested
I mean,
in solving the puzzle. Others just kind of interested.
to be
in
fair,
making
you
one
don't
the
really need to.
And yeah, he's a great thinker of the game. You know, I
What
wanna see
priority
players
moves
like
can
that.
Aaron learn? I don't
And I
think
mean,
he can.
you had talked about the World's Invite stuff, right? And he had spoken to like the amount of points. Like he's at a kind of dangerous threshold.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
he really needed points here. He's gotten points, but that's going to be really instrumental too when you look at can he win his top 16 match? Can he win the top 8, top 4? Like there is a lot more on the line than a couple of these other players who we featured that already have those World's Invite slots.
Also, is there a way to
Right.
see
From
the
number he gave, top 16 is not
like
enough
the
to lock in that
actual
invite. So
bracket?
Maybe not all of our players in top 16.
Or is that not
motivated for
even-
points. I know
not
we have
even
players who
there yet?
started the tournament like Wolf still
Like,
wanting
are
some
we not
points.
even, like,
We're pretty
in the
safely
bracket?
locked up
And we're
now,
still,
but
like,
yeah, Michael's
trying to
still
get
gonna be
to
very
top cut.
motivated to finish up those next couple wins.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if he's going to be in New Orleans for the North American
will
International
be.
Championships. Okay, so that at least helps him in if he
It's not the
drops in top
last chance.
16. It's not the last chance. He still has NAIC, but boy, you really want to not have to be worrying about that, stressing about that at an international championships. We're going to have so many high-level players from across the world coming into New Orleans for that tournament.
Yeah, only
I
Aggron.
wouldn't risk my Worlds
I think
invite on
eventually they'll add
NAIC.
in like the pre-evolutions, but they're mainly focusing on the fully evolved Pokemon right now.
Here, winning a couple more times here, maybe let him win one fewer time or one less time in New Orleans, and still make it to the World Championships. We don't know exactly how many championship points he's going to need, so at this point, all the championship points are good. Better to have them in the hand and not need them later. But yeah, I mean, each round is going to be really important for him. So yeah, more motivated, but also maybe a little more stressed.
Yeah, and I mean, there's always just get the win, get the direct invitation to the World Championships, and
yeah, I actually
no
also
stress
don't
in
know how many
NAIC,
championship
right?
points
and you go there with a
you
medal and
need.
another regional champion title. So good. Next player that we
for
wanted to talk
Worlds.
about before we get started,
Which we will
with
also be
our
doing a
top
watch
cut
party
here
for. I will
is
be doing a
Alex
watch
Underhill.
party
Again, we've talked a lot
for the
about
World
a lot of
Tournament.
these players that have had proven success within past iterations of the
Alex
game. Right?
Underhill.
Always can show up and just be
Okay, Dragonite, Frostlass, Basculegion, Garchomp, Kingambit, and Sneasler. A lot of Frostlass players.
popping up.
Yeah, if I counted correctly, I think there's going to be 4 Frostlass in the top 16. A 25% rate is kind of crazy. Like almost catching up to Charizard when we get to the top 16 phase of this tournament. And all of them get paired a little bit differently. This one paired with Mega Tyranitar, this one paired with
But yeah, there's like what?
Dragonite.
That's 4 of the top 5 most used
Very
Pokemon.
safe spread, special damage, along with some weather disruption, and maybe it was a little bit underappreciated by a lot of players coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I'm really excited by all of these Frostlass teams that have made it into the top cut. Like you mentioned, they're all very different from each
But
other.
yeah, we've
and I
been
think
seeing a
that's
lot of
the
Mega
indicative
Frostlass
of
right
a
now.
Really strong, a really strong Pokemon. And I know that a lot of these players were also testing Frostlass together with each other. And I love when people come together around, I think this is a strong Pokemon, and then disagree on how best to support it, and each bring their own variants and own versions of that team.
Part of it, I think, is there's so few ice types. We have
This
Garchomp
year,
at
it's only a certain
60%
amount of people
usage
with
in
points
phase 2,
determining
and if
who
you
gets
look
invited.
through the
Yeah, I
regulation
know,
MA
like,
legal
you had to
Pokemon,
reach a
like,
certain
Ninetales doesn't do
threshold
that much damage without these Garchomps are
to
getting this, not getting a KO.
get to
And so
Worlds
the
and get
Frostlass
invited
just
in.
gives you a really safe
But
way to
I just didn't
checkmate
know like
any
how
Garchomp
much,
on the other
because I
side. They
remember
have no speed
Michael
control,
Zeng was talking
and
about
you're
he
attacking, it's going down,
needed more
and
points
putting
to
you way
at
ahead.
the
I think
qualifying.
maybe comparing his team a
Also,
little bit
Shad,
to
you also
Michael's
have
as well,
pizza.
where
I literally
Michael's
just
is a really
finished up
like
the last of
matchup-based
my
team where
pizza.
it's probably just facing some opponents who kind
You
of
only
have
have
no chance
3
against him.
slices
This
left.
to me is like a really interesting way to optimize.
So
your
I have no
power.
more pizza. I'm
I
probably
think one
gonna
of the things a
order
lot of us
food
notice about this
during the
format
stream.
is that for the non-mega evolving Pokemon, it's very physically oriented, right? Almost all of the best Pokemon that don't mega evolve are physical. So probably the 4 best non-mega evolving Pokemon, all of which are highly physically oriented, and then 2 different special-based mega evolving Pokemon to kind of clean up some matchups. Pick the appropriate one for the matchup and guarantee that he has a special threat, so you don't get run over so much by those like Corviknights and whatever.
I mean, last but not least, on the players that we were like, we really need to talk about them a little bit more before we get to Top Cut, has another version of this team. When we talk about those different variations of the team, we have to talk about Colin's team. This is something that we got to see broadcasted. Evan's eyes lighting up because,
I love
again,
this team.
Another Frostlass
one of the
team.
main
Dude, how many
differences of this
Frostlass
team
teams
in
are people using
comparison,
right now?
Basculegion, which is one of the highest usage Pokemon, was
Also,
notably taken
we
off
see
to put
Palafin.
Palafin on instead, something that suits his playstyle a little bit more, which
That
I love it when
absolute
trainers are
heathen.
willing to
It's a really good
put
mod,
that
but
effort
I
into a
hate
Pokemon
going
that
up
maybe
against
it
it.
isn't the meta Pokemon out there, but they believe in it. They're willing to put in that time and the work, and the proof's in the pudding.
Yeah, and it's not just the Basculegion swapped out for the Palafin, it's also coaching on Sneasler, and that really opens up this team.
Too many?
Because it allows you to give boosts.
Still
and
no
buffs
Gallade.
to
I don't
the
think
Garchomp,
we're
the
gonna
Kingambit,
see
and the
many
Palafin.
Gallades, if
Like-
any at all.
Like we've been talking about all
I just
weekend.
don't think we will.
All of the major threats, except for the Mega Pokemon, are physically offensive. So being
But are
able
you
to have
hopping
a
back on
Sneasler
Unite?
threatening fake out,
We honestly
forces
might do
double
it
protects
here
to
because I
prevent the
thought they
fake
were gonna
out,
start the
meaning you
matches,
can
but they're
give
just
a
yapping.
coaching buff to either the Palafin,
They're
either the
literally
Kingambit,
just yapping.
either the Garchomp. We saw how powerful those buffs were when we had Colin on stream yesterday. I think this is just such a smart adaptation, and Palafin is kind of criminally slept on right now. It's so strong into especially the top.
Okay. Yeah,
char-
while they continue to yap, we're gonna jump on over. When an actual match is started, we'll jump back in. But we did get to see some of the teams and hear about a little bit of Top Cut and whatnot. We'll try to get people in. Let's try to get people in that have not played. So Nova, I know you have played Nova. So I want to try to let other people jump in. So Jonathan, if you're still there, you want to jump in. Teapot, try to get you in. Hold on, we're trying to get other people in. Okay, cancel. We'll get cancel in. Teapot, did I see you on? I did. I'm gonna shoot you an invite. Jonathan, are you on? I don't see Jonathan on. Okay. Bring you guys in. Do we want Johto Festival still, or do we want just the regular map? Okay. Well, we'll just start it out. We'll do regular. We've done enough of the Johto Festival. We kind of need a special Intimidate to slow down the huge amount of special attackers. Special attackers only have to worry about Blissey and Assault Vest. Physical attackers have to deal with so much. Yeah, it is true. I do hope that's something they implement in Generation 10. But to be fair to special attackers, like, most of the top used Pokemon are more physical based. The only thing I will say is that when it comes to Megas, I feel like the Megas are generally special based. Okay, Karai just left. Does someone want Karai's spot? I only had one pepperoni slice. Yeah, I literally ate the last 3 pepperoni slices. Okay, we'll just start it up. But yeah, like, I think when it comes to Megas, we have a lot of really big special attackers, not a lot of physical attackers. So, obviously that will change when like Mega Marwell, Swampert, Blaziken, and all of those guys come in. We'll have a lot more, but I think it's really just the special attackers when it comes to the actual Megas. Yeah, I did see that, Monkey. I'm actually super excited for that. I'm being Umbreon for Halloween. You already have like an outfit picked out? I'm probably just not even gonna do Halloween. I have not done Halloween in so long. But if I did, I do actually, because I know my older brother's birthday is coming up, and we're going to be going to another anime convention, and I'm actually going to be wearing my Trafalgar Law cosplay from One Piece. And when I go there, I'm going to try to get his sword and just go purchase it, because that's the only thing I'm missing. I have everything else basically. No, but I'm getting one. That's cool. We'll use Glaceon, because why not? Hey, welcome in, Solid Cupid. How are you doing today? Alright, that's one water bottle down. Bot warning. Yeah, we're probably gonna get a lot of bots, like unless we go to ranked, but I know for a fact I'm not ranked up. And I'm mainly just playing for fun. Like, I would do a custom game, but like, since I'm not, like, we're not playing much, it would kind of suck to like get a bunch of people in, and then like we're just sitting there half the time and just not doing anything. It's weak. No. Just try to level up a little bit. Get to Glaceon. There we go. Okay. Got rid of the duck. Boom. Okay. I was about to say, why is Regidrago coming towards me like that? We have a man in our base. He needs to die. Needs to die. Also just lagging a little bit. But we're good. Okay. We're looking good. Alright, chat. Question of the day: how excited are you guys for Skeledirge and Unite? Who is going to be manning him or using him a lot? Or better yet, do you guys think it's actually going to be good? Chat, we're not going to focus on that. It's okay, Karai. Don't worry about it. Go spend time with your family. And hey, don't worry. We'll be streaming for a couple of hours, so there's a good chance that you can probably make it back, and the stream will still not be done. So don't you worry about it. Me, I'm definitely maining him. After, can we do tournament? Again, I don't know if we can, just because for most of the stream we're just gonna be watching, you know, the broadcast. So for most of the stream we're not going to really be playing Unite, so it wouldn't really make too much sense to go to tournament when for the most part we're just going to be sitting there. and I don't know like how many people are actually gonna want to like tune in, because I know a lot of people just want to play Unite. So for that reason, I don't know if we will do that. But if we can get a full squad going, we could just go to ranked if people don't want to play against bots, because I do understand that that's boring. So we could do that, but we would need a full lobby for that. Okay, let's go up top. Oh, never mind. Okay, Cancel is telling me to come down here. I'm listening. I don't want to be yelled at. Age Gamers, thank you. Greatly appreciate that. Let me go back and heal. I'm being tossed around by a mammoth swine. That is not okay. Can I join? What? We just did a match. I was trying to see if you were still here. We'll see. Again, I don't know if the matches are going on right now. So if they're not, then we can maybe fit in one more match. But like I said before, you guys got to be ready, because like when we go in, we're doing a match, and then more than likely like the next match starts. So we won't be playing for long. Hey, welcome in, Holly. Just seeing two Groudon on this map is hilarious. Okay. Nice. There is a Cram over there. And a Blissey. Yes, we'll be doing more Unite, don't worry. It's just that we're also going to be watching the tournament. So we're doing a bit of both. go. Okay. Okay. Let's back out real quick. And then let me see if they're starting. Right now an ad's going on. Not like an actual like ad on the stream, but just they're just looking at the Gen 9 Pokemon. Is it about to start? Okay, yeah, it looks like they're about to start right back up. Okay, so if you guys do want to play, make sure you guys are in the lobby and ready to go. But it looks like we are
in top
raring
5.
to go.
And there are 16 people looking to make it all the way to the finals.
Okay, I'm also kind of in the way. Hold on.
Champion of a Pokemon Champions.
All right, so here's our top cut.
Nathaniel Sittler is our top seed. He made it through the
Got Michael
two phases of
Zane.
Swiss, 11
Got
and
Christopher
1.
Hahn in
Notably
there.
the only player to take
I
the win
might
off
be
of
covering up
Quick
Wolf-
and his Mega
Wolfie
Steelix
at the
team
bottom.
So far in the tournament. You can see Wolf down there as our second seed at the bottom of the bracket.
Okay,
There's
yeah,
some
he is
incredible
at the bottom.
players, though,
Okay.
that are all hoping
I was
to
like,
be
where's
able
Wolfie?
to get some of those
So he's
championship
at the very,
points,
very
but
bottom.
even better, call themselves the first champion in Pokemon Champions.
All right, chat
It's
predictions.
gonna be a really exciting time.
Who's
and I
gonna
cannot
bring
wait
this
to
one
see
home?
Which of these amazing 16 trainers come out on top? For our very first match of the Top Cut bracket, we will be focusing in on Nathaniel Sittler
Okay.
versus Nick Navarre.
Nathaniel
And now,
versus Nick.
It's been so interesting to see everybody kind of come back into the fold for a Mega Evolution kind of era.
Okay.
As far as I'm aware, though, Nathaniel actually started playing back in like the 2020s.
We got two
So
Mega
you do
Floette
have,
teams
of
right
course,
now.
that second place at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, getting second only to
Those teams are
the
actually like
late Zhe
pretty
Zhang.
similar.
But in
Weirdly enough.
2023 also had a top 8, and of course is now going to be heading into the Champions era with a top 16 here.
Yeah, it's certainly a great result for your first regional back in
I got
Pokemon
Nick.
Champions, but
I
looking
feel
to
like
make it
Nick's
even
team
further,
is a
hopefully
little
he
bit better,
makes his way all the way
but
forward. Maybe matches his finalist
I don't know.
appearance. I'm sure he wants to go.
'cause I'm
maybe
looking-
a little bit further, become that champion.
I
but
feel
Nick
like
Navarre is in his
Destination
way. A
probably
two-time
has
regional
Trick Room
champion, has some top cuts
for
at
speed
international
control.
championships,
Maybe
and of
the
course top
Gyarados-
32
does
at the World
Gyarados
Championships.
get
Someone who
Tailwind?
has
I actually don't
experience
know.
in these late stages of
I never
tournaments
see anyone
and
use
at
it,
the big pressure
but-
moments of a top cut.
Okay, no,
This
it doesn't
team,
even
though,
have
is
it.
so fascinating. One of the
and it doesn't
few
even have
Gyarados players in
Trick Room.
our
Okay,
phase
so
two.
what is your
I guess
speed
a chance
control?
to show us another Pokemon that is going to be going for things like Dragon Dance to get those attack and speed boosts, and then try to go all out with something like Waterfall and Lash Out.
Also, another Pokemon that can reasonably come to a battle, but
Yeah,
not
he
Mega
doesn't have
Evolve.
really any-
Of course, that Mega Gyarados
any
gives a
bit
lot
of
stats
speed
because of
control.
that
So
dark
honestly,
typing
I
instead
feel
of
like Nick
flying.
might have
But if you
this.
don't Mega Evolve,
Because
you maintain
having
that
speed control is
intimidating ability,
really,
which can be
really
very useful
important.
for helping set up that
Obviously,
Floette.
Nathaniel must have like
Floette
a
is
really good
definitely going
strategy to
be
get
the
around it, but
key, I think, to a lot of this. You do have to worry about an opposing Mega Floette, but you have a lot of Pokemon that will be able to take at least neutral damage from this Pokemon. A Calm Mind boost, maybe you're able to get that with something like the Fake Out support from the Incineroar Sneasler, or a Rage Powder from the Sinistcha.
And then, yeah, it's also
All great
a Mega
ways to ensure
Gyarados.
that Floette can also get that engine up and running.
Sinistcha also notably doesn't have Trick Room. It's got Magic-Gotcha, Life Dew, and Rage Powder alongside Protect. So that speed control option isn't there. There's really no speed control at all on Nathaniel's team other
Yeah,
than
no
that
speed
Dragon
control, and
Dance, which you can
that's
kinda
scary.
consider. You're altering the speed of your one Pokemon, just not really helping out the rest.
Yeah, but I think overall this team is pretty speedy, especially if you got
Yeah.
you've gotten the Unburden boost on the Sneasler, you have that Focus Sash that has activated, then you're able to go for some really cool things, ensuring the Sneasler's faster than something like the Garchomp. Go for coaching. That's been a really unique
Okay, it looks like they're about to
adaptation
get
as well. I
started.
think that's been a little bit
Yeah, let's look at Nick's team. I'm covering it up. I do apologize. But I'm pretty sure the Sneaslers are pretty much the same.
Trying to match that. Nick Sneasler does not have coaching. It does have the Focus Sash as well, though.
It just doesn't have coaching.
We are not getting the Unburdened speed boost from this Sneasler. We are instead relying on the Tailwind from that Talonflame for some speed control. Of course, a couple setup Pokemon here for Nick as well. We have the Calm Mind Floette, we have the Swords Dance Kingambit, and the bulk up Palafin. So another Palafin making its way into top 16 here.
I will say, though, that Kingambit means you're going to have to be a little bit cautious about the 2 Intimidate Pokemon.
I have a feeling Nick might have this. I'm going to put my money on Nick.
And when you have that black,
but that could also be me jinxing him. So Nick, if you do end up losing this battle, it's not my fault.
That might start to get a little bit spooky. You don't have to worry about the Swords Dance anymore.
This is a cool look at some of these Pokemon from Nick. Again, 3 setup Pokemon on the same team isn't too common, especially considering there's actually no redirection on this team either. You do have 2 Fake Outs, which help out a lot. You've got the Intimidate on Incineroar alongside Parting Shot. You also have Will-O-Wisp on Talonflame that can help you, allow yourself to set up in front of some physical attackers.
Yeah, he also has that sharp beat.
There's nothing stopping
make sure it does a little bit more damage, because Talonflame doesn't do a lot of damage.
There are a couple of ways
it's
that
really
Nick
not
can
strong.
Try to put a damper in that. You do have
But,
the Incineroar and Sneasler of your own, both with
Sharp Beak, it should be able to help it out.
How
How is everyone? I'm doing good.
Wings.
I'm super excited for this tournament.
Boosted dual wing beats if that Talonflame is going to be at full HP, and so you can also try to get around some of those, like the Sneasler, for example. It's got Focus Sash. Dual wing beat should be able to take it down in 2 hits.
Okay, here we go.
It's on the same turn at least.
But
we'll count
let's go into our first top cut match here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, top 16.
Okay, starting out with Ensign and Floette. And Ensign and Floette. Great minds think alike.
As we see the mirror of the Floettes and the Incineroars staring each other down.
Notably, the Incineroar for Nathaniel.
Now, this is actually a really big moment, because depending on which Incineroar is faster, will determine, with Fake Out, what's going to happen.
His Incineroar's Fake Out will go first on this first turn.
That means you can realistically stop the opposing Incineroar if you wanted to, or try to stop the opposing Floette. But if you take out the Incineroar, then you're guaranteeing a Calm Mind on both sides.
Yeah.
The
Floette speed interaction might be a little bit more important than the Incineroars. Of course, the faster Fake Out can be useful, or the slower pivot can be useful. But once you get set up, once those Calm Minds are going, the faster attack from Floette will often be the one that comes out on top.
There's also another option here. You could go for Parting Shot, or if you are Nathaniel's Incineroar, you could go for Taunt.
Yeah.
So you could try to taunt Nick's Floette, as we do see that is going to be
there
the
a
first one
speed
to
tie,
Mega Evolve,
or
as Nathaniel
is his
goes
faster?
second. So again, we got to kind of pay attention to how these Floettes are interacting with each other. But there's a Calm Mind on the table to stop this Floette from going for more taunt. Taunt, Calm Mind. You get the drift. Fake Out first anyway. So what did I mean?
Okay, Nathaniel gets it off first.
Another
Calm Mind.
Coming out here from Nick's Floette first. So that's 2 times this Floette has moved before Nathaniel's, building up some evidence that Nick's might be a little bit faster. And we just see, we saw Nick's Incineroar flinch before the 2 Floettes, so it's pretty
They're just going to be doing the exact same thing.
Plus Calm Mind.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And now they're staring each other down again. It's like, well, you both have boosts. So now, now what do these Incineroar do?
Yeah, of course, the 2 Incineroar, the call out of Taunt is really great there. If Nathaniel's Incineroar truly is faster than Nick's, you can even taunt the Incineroar to prevent a Parting Shot, which could be really useful.
It's just going to be offense, as it's going to be the Floette to move first
Ooh,
from
almost
Nathaniel
takes down
this
the
time around.
Sneasler.
Looks like they are going to be speed tied, as Nick's Floette goes for another Calm Mind. If the taunt comes out now, it feels like it's too little too late, as you've already given over 2 boosts. The taunt instead goes over to the Incineroar, so it's going to be a
to try to
Sneasler
stop Parting
that falls for
Shot?
that taunt, meaning that this Sneasler on the next turn cannot go for Protect.
I don't think you necessarily want to protect anyway on this turn. Close Comment and Dire Claw are both very tempting here. Get some big damage into either of Nathaniel's Pokemon. Of course, Fake Out, always very useful as well, making sure that, for example, the Floette can't get another Dazzling Gleam off, can't go for another Calm Mind. Create some room for your own Floette to either get another set up Calm Mind here, or start dishing out some damage. Both of these Floette are carrying Draining Kiss, so this damage that Nick's Floette took from that Dazzling Gleam will very likely just be healed right off by a Draining Kiss later on.
Yeah, I think too, when you know that this Incineroar can't protect, but the Floette can, I feel like
Oh,
it's always
close
a mistake
combat.
to try to go for that damage into the Incineroar, and that's exactly
Gets
what we
rid
see.
of it.
Close combat will one-hit
And
knock
if he
out
wins the
Incineroar,
speed tie,
and
he
will,
can get a little bit more
kind of
damage
have to
off
force
on the
out another
Floette.
Pokemon here, as now we'll see what these Floettes do. It's going to be the Dazzling Gleam first, single target at +2 from that Calm Mind into the opposing Floette. As the Dazzling Gleam fires back, and that's actually just a crit onto the opposing Floette. A double KO.
no!
Huge break for Nathaniel there. His
Nick, it's
flow
not
was
my
going
fault,
a
I
little bit
promise.
low after that Dazzling Gleam, and that would have been a
Holy
great opening for Nick
shit.
to try and bring something in to get that speed advantage on his Floette, to maybe start building up another Calm Mind or two. But unfortunately, that critical hit breaks through the special defense boost, and now Nathaniel has traded his Incineroar for just the Floette and the Sneasler.
I mean, that's a trade you take any day of the week here.
Absolutely.
And
Okay,
Nick
what's
has
his
no
final one?
choice except to
Talonflame.
bring back out that Incineroar, and it's going to be a reveal of the Talonflame
Yeah.
with the final Pokemon. Now,
This is-
the Intimidate
this is
nice
looking
because
really
you
rough.
are going to land an attack drop onto
Really
the
rough.
Garchomp, but now what? How does this Talonflame or this Incineroar break through the Garchomp with attacks?
It's going to be really tough. Garchomp will resist the Flare Blitz from the Incineroar. You do have the dual Wing Beat and the Throat Chop on the Incineroar, both good options for getting a little bit of damage into Garchomp. And of course, the Talonflame's Will-O-Wisp might be able to
feel like
slow
you
down
had to
this
fake out the
too.
Garchomp, right?
But if you're targeting Garchomp with these attacks, you're still leaving this Floette open. It's not the most healthy, but it is still relatively healthy, and especially if you
Hey,
can
fake out Garchomp, just try to go for, like,
it might
maybe
become
Flare
difficult to
Blitz?
take down on its own. Not to mention, Nathaniel still has the 4th Pokemon.
That's the
Really,
hard part.
Talonflame
is-
outspeeds
well,
both.
You kind of imagine that maybe it's not going to be the Gyarados because you did Mega Evolve. Oh, but it's just going to be the dual Wing Beat into the Garchomp. I was going to say, no
Really?
fake out actually coming out from this Incineroar. So maybe it is going to be the Throat Chop to try to take out this Garchomp right here and now. That's going to leave this Talonflame vulnerable to the Rock Slide. That's extremely effective, 4 times super effective, in fact, into that Talonflame. And now this Incineroar is all by itself. I feel a fear that one Moonblast or even a Draining Kiss here is also going to do quite a bit.
And does a lot of damage. It's going to heal it up almost to full HP there too. This Incineroar will get the chance to attack, but I fear for Nick that it's just going to be too little too late.
Yeah.
It actually won't get the chance to attack with that Rock Slide flinch.
That's unfortunate.
Really is unfortunate there for Nick. That critical hit on his Floette really set him back. And I
Yeah,
think
that was a
at the point
really,
the
really
game
big
was
crit.
already,
If he
Nick's
doesn't
Floette
get that
stuck around and
crit,
was able to get a Draining
Nick's in
Kiss
a
off,
really,
that
really
was
good
a
spot.
Very close game that we were about to experience. Just the Dazzling Gleam critical hit, taking out both of Nick's Pokemon.
But like, also
took away
looking
too
at the
many
ones that
resources
he
to
had
come
in the back,
that game.
it,
Yeah,
it just
I
didn't
feel
seem like he had
otherwise,
another answer
you know, that
for
was a close combat
the
KO
Ensign.
onto the Incineroar.
I mean, I guess
You know that there's a
Floette could
Garchomp
have
lurking in the back.
tried to handle
+2
it.
Dazzling
It
Gleam
was
is
up
almost
+2.
certainly plenty to knock
And
out
it
that
outsped.
Garchomp.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I think it's like you only need +1 based on the bulk, but yeah, that crit absolutely sealed it.
But there's also the Rosalie Berry Garchomp, so it might be able to take something like that +1 Dazzling Gleam with
Yeah,
the reduction in
that was
damage
actually
for those spread
a really,
attacks.
really
But
close
even then,
match.
that's just,
'Cause
like,
it
your best
definitely could have
option
went
is
either
Garchomp.
way.
You get the Dazzling Gleam
But just
off,
a
maybe
few
Dual
things
Wing Beat's
went-
enough to knock it
went
out.
poorly for
Maybe a
Nick.
Throat Chop's enough to knock it out after that. And of course, you just want your Mega Pokemon around, right? You want your
Of
Mega
course.
Pokemon with a boost. You've spent this time, getting that Calm Mind set up, and then you're trying to build your team
But
around.
Nick does
attacking
also
with
get
it.
a lot of
Notably, the other
information
two set of
going into
Pokemon
round
available to
2.
Nick, the King Gambit
So that
and the
could also
Palafin,
be
did not make
really,
their
really
appearance
good.
in that game. So the Pokemon that Nick brought was really just centered around setting up that Floette, and losing it to that critical hit kind of destroyed his game plan.
I will say the King Gambit would have been, I think it could be nice if you are expecting something like the Incineroar or the Gyarados to come out. But since the King Gambit also only has dark type attacks,
Yeah.
it doesn't have the greatest matchup into the opposing Floette. It feels like it's only going to be food for like the Sneasler. Even the Floette being able to do neutral damage to it just feels kind of bad when you can't strike back.
Looking at the Palafin too, if Gyarados does come, Palafin has a really hard time into Gyarados, also has a really hard time into Sinistra. I think the 4 Pokemon Nick brought make a lot of sense given Nathaniel's team. Just unfortunate that that's how the mid-game played out there.
Yeah, so maybe this time around, you just gotta hope that you don't get crit by Dazzling Gleam, and maybe you just try to run back the same strategy, because otherwise, if
Okay,
the crit
let's
doesn't
see.
happen, it does
Sneasler
look pretty
and
good.
Floette.
Sneasler's going to hit the field, though, in the front for Nick, and it's going
And
to
Sneasler and
be
Garchomp.
able to find the Garchomp and the Sneasler on the other side. So no Floette right off the bat.
Big switch up from both trainers. I like the Sneasler adjustment.
Fake out
from
into
Nick, knowing that
Sneasler,
your
try to win
Incineroar
the
is slower,
speed
you're gonna
tie,
get
and
slower
then
fake out. You
knock
bring in a
out the
faster fake out
Garchomp with
user.
Floette.
Unfortunately, Nathaniel also did the same thing, and this Garchomp for Nathaniel
I'm pretty
also
sure
very well
you're gonna
positioned.
lose
That
your,
Rosalie Berry will certainly protect it from being knocked out.
you're
by the
gonna lose
Floette
your
on
Sneasler,
this coming
though.
turn. And it doesn't have
But, like,
protects, but
I think you would
don't really
rather
need
be
it 'cause you're
willing
not
to
gonna
lose
get
your
knocked out, and
Sneasler
if, again, you're
as
like
opposed to
doubling
your
the Garchomp
Floette.
here, you just Dire Claw the Floette potentially.
There are stat alignments that are the available information to both opponents.
Yeah,
Nathaniel
this is
Sneasler
not a good
adamant,
lead for-
whereas Nyx actually
for
does have
Nick.
Jolly, so
Because
you're
he
going
can
to have a
lose
positive
potentially
speed
even
nature.
both
so
of
it's probably
his,
safe
like,
to assume your
really good
Sneasler
mons
is
here.
faster if you wanted to try to get the faster fake out.
If I'm
But
Nick, I'm
Sneasler
bringing
doesn't
King
want to
Gambit,
suffer that
Ensign,
anyway.
Floette, and
Besides, there are
Sneasler.
two physical attackers on the field.
It
We're gonna
looks
get
like
the
that's
Intimidate
what
drop onto
he
both of
has.
those, and probably, Mega Evolve and Protect.
But
rare
oh, the
Sneasler not
Intimidate
holding
drop
white
is
there
actually
because
really,
happens
really
to be two of
good.
them in the same game, so this
Making
Intimidate
sure
will
to
be very
weaken
valuable
both of
for
them.
Nick here. Both the
He knows
Garchomp
that
and
the Sneasler
down
won't
to
get a buff.
-1. There could be two poison
So
attacks
he should be able to
coming.
live.
Floette's
Oh,
way,
but
no, it's a
coaching comes
coaching
in.
Instead, Garchomp now
He
back to
predicted
neutral
that.
attack and +1 defense.
I was gonna say that's so risky, but now it's gonna be the poison jab into the Floette.
Oh, it's
And so
not
you've
enough,
already
it's not
dealt
stab.
a significant amount of damage. Floette just goes for the Dazzling Gleam here, so it knows that it has to fight through this Rosalie Berry, which will reduce the damage from this first Dazzling Gleam, but a second
But
one
he
will
does have fake out
definitely
pressure.
take it off. Could you imagine though, without that Intimidate drop, that Garchomp was meaning business.
I love that play from Nathaniel there. Going for the
Yeah,
coaching
he
means
might
that even
sweep,
if you
but-
get faked out on the Sneasler, your Garchomp still gets a full power.
Yeah,
poison
no,
drop
I
off
think he
into this
loses
Floette.
Floette
If you
here,
fake
so
out
I
the
think he's
Garchomp,
gonna
you're
have to
still getting that
switch.
defense and attack boost.
Because like
If
he
the
can
Incineroar
fake
swaps
out, but
in
he
there,
can't
you're
he
mitigating
can't
that
stop both of them,
Intimidate
and both of
right
them
away. And now
outspeed
this
Floette.
Garchomp is still very heavily threatening to Nick's Floette. Of course, the fake out option.
How do
from
you
the
change your
Incineroar is
Pokemon
there,
nicknames
and
and
the
Pokemon
Garchomp does
champions?
not have
Go
Protect,
to your
but if you're
team
trying to fake out the
and then
Garchomp,
go
you're
into
not
the
gonna knock it out
summary,
with Floette,
and then
the Sneasler is
it'll
still
give you
threatening
an
to
option
Dire Claw
to
with
change the
Floette
name.
there.
Yeah, you don't have a choice except to protect.
What was it,
because you
welcome in
know
white?
that you
Good to
are
see it.
going to get knocked out by either
Or
of these
maybe
Pokemon.
Parting Shot?
A Sneasler is going to find the avenue to go for the close combat.
And it's
Intimidate
able to
will help
live,
a lot
but-
to make sure that this Incineroar does not fall in one hit.
Does he
And this
just go
Incineroar also
for-
has that Citrus Berry to
for
help shore up some of
Earthquake?
this
Nah,
extra
he's going for
damage.
Rock
This
Slide.
Garchomp goes for the
So
Rock
he should
Slide.
be able to lift
It
this.
Maybe
Unless it gets the crit.
Incineroar here, okay.
Okay.
And now this Incineroar has got to fight through this battle. It got flinched in the last game, and it's not going to get flinched this time. Parting Shot does land into the Garchomp and help to reduce that attack boost that it got from the Sneasler.
Successfully gets that Parting Shot off. That's a big deal.
Talon
for Nick
Flame?
there. He's able to now bring in either that Sneasler to get another fake
Yeah,
out, or
there
to
they
get
go.
Talon Flame for some very useful
Yeah,
speed
so
control.
he's
Notably,
gonna
the
get up that
Sneasler
Tailwind.
on Nathaniel's end is unburdened, but because the Focus Sash wasn't consumed, the Unburdened did not activate. It does not have that speed boost. Now we have a priority Tailwind from Talonflame, and one Dazzling Gleam should knock out both of Nathaniel's Pokemon.
Yeah, it's going to be a retreat of the Sneasler as Incineroar comes out to take its place. Intimidate drop only going to matter onto this Talonflame.
Nah,
but it's an
Garchomp didn't
easy
switch. It was actually the
Tailwind and
Sneasler.
Dazzling Gleam here
Which
to get the
honestly, I
knockout
feel like
onto
Anthony
this
does make a lot
Garchomp
more
and also
sense.
secure a good amount of
'Cause,
damage
like,
for this
Garchomp
Incineroar.
is good
that
here,
should be a
but-
nice, easy cleanup on the next turn
Like
by a double
Sneasler
attack.
Sneasler
Great
can
turn for Nick there.
outspeed
There was really
most of these
nothing
guys.
Nathaniel could have done to protect that Garchomp or Sneasler.
Or I
other
think he
than
can
swap them
actually
out.
outspeed pretty much
Neither
everything
of them have Protect, I
that he
believe.
has.
The Sneasler dropped it for coaching, and Garchomp dropped it for Poison Jab. So very vulnerable position for both
So,
of them.
I
You
think-
don't really wanna
I think
swap
he's
those out,
wanting
'cause I
to
don't
keep
think
the
you want your
Sneasler
Floette taking
to
that
possibly
very aura
sweep.
boosted Dazzling Gleam before its Mega
I think
Evolve.
keeping
So
Garchomp
you had to sacrifice
probably
one
would
of
have been
them.
better,
I think
but
Garchomp was probably the smarter choice there.
Yeah, you have this Incineroar now to be able to threaten something like Fake Out. You could try to Fake Out and break the Gale Wings on the Talonflame, or you could Fake Out the opposing Floette and probably guarantee a knockout with your own, since I don't think that Talonflame is going to be able to get you out of here in two hits, I suppose, with a dual wing.
They also have the option to swap in one of your other Pokemon if you're Nick, right? The
Okay,
Intimidate
here
can
comes
be
the
useful
Mega.
on the Incineroar, preserve an option for Fake Out on the following turn, but no swaps. We're just gonna see the Mega Evolution from Nathaniel Silhouette.
Yeah,
Any
so
Protect.
Nathaniel has a couple of options here. You either want to go for a Calm Mind if you're kind of
Going for Dual
expecting that
Wimpy.
these Pokemon would Protect, but Incineroar doesn't actually try to go for a Fake Out here. And even if it did, you have the Dual Wing Beat to go through. Dazzling Gleam comes out first from Nick's Floette, does not get the KO onto the opposing Incineroar. Wow! The opposing Floette doesn't get the KO either on its counterpart.
That's huge. That's a clutch survival from both of those Pokemon. The Incineroar sticks around to get this parting shot off into Talonflame, and of course the Floette sticks around to threaten more damage throughout the remainder of this game.
Holy crap, dude, these Pokemon are bulky as hell.
Not even just a flinch, just a knockout into that 5 HP Floette. But luckily for Nick, the Floette does have the option to either swap out or protect itself from taking any more damage. And the Talonflame, now at -1 attack, isn't necessarily going to be dealing the most damage, but this Sneasler
How many
being
turns of
weak to
Tailwind
flying, and still being slower than this Talonflame,
Nick
even though the
have?
Tail Wings is no longer active.
Because he
Can't
can
really
waste
pick up
it.
the
If
Floette
he
unless
if he
it
plays
wants
this
to
right, he can
leave
waste it.
itself vulnerable to this dual Wing Beat.
Yeah, there should be a way to get a KO on this one turn, but oh wow,
Oh,
Nick's
he-
actually just going to let this Floette
Okay.
go down.
I
with
think
the
he
fake
might
out.
just protect
You're
it.
at least going to guarantee that this Talonflame, if it can connect with the dual wing feet, and it does, get the knockout onto the opposing Sneasler, and like that, we are going to be getting, I think maybe an even of the Pokemon count. I wonder if this Floette, okay, I was going to say maybe this single target Dazzling Gleam actually does pick off the Talonflame, but it's a Calm Mind instead.
I think this is still a very good position for Nick to be in here. Nathaniel's Incineroar is very low. The Floette has taken enough damage that a Dire Claw should be able to finish it off. If you're able to knock out the Incineroar,
Yeah, I think you
on
bring down
Nathaniel's side of the
Sneasler,
field before your
and
own
he
Sneasler
can just
comes back
guarantee
in,
win.
I think Dire Claw should just clean it up for you. It's just a matter of getting that one last KO on Incineroar. I believe there's still one final turn of Tailwind, so your
One
own
more.
Incineroar should get the faster fake out now, and that probably is the route that Nick goes here, just to make sure that you're wrapping up this
Ooh,
game.
never mind. He goes instant.
Yeah, it's still tough though, because you do have the Floette with +1 special attack. So maybe you fake out the opposing Incineroar, you guarantee the knockout.
Yeah.
Do a Wing Beat from the Talonflame to just get guaranteed damage, and then for sure you know your Sneasler can do the job.
Yeah, I think as long as you get
Well,
the
I
knockout
think
on
no, 'cause he
Incineroar here,
can
the
Draining
Floette doesn't
Kiss.
heal all the way up to full with Draining Kiss, which I don't think is possible on this turn. Sneasler should be able to wrap up this game with a Dire Claw.
Well, let's find out, shall we?
Let's do it.
Dual Wing Beat goes first here from the Talonflame.
Yeah,
Look at
he's
that.
gonna get
That's-
hit.
That's actually so sad.
I know.
Wow.
It's -2 now, I think.
That's true. Yeah, all the intimidate
Yeah,
drops.
he's
but
just gonna
the Draining
Draining
Kiss
Kiss.
here actually doesn't even knock out the Talonflame, so even better here, I think, for Nick to be able to go for.
Well, I think
Parting
that's
shot,
good
gets
for him, because
Sneasler in.
Floette is
Tailwind
definitely
is
faster
also,
than the
expired,
Ensign.
But Talonflame naturally faster.
It's
gets
just,
that effect.
yeah, he doesn't have anything
Probably
for that
preferable for Nathaniel to
for
not
that
have knocked out the
Sneasler.
Talonflame here. You want to have your Floette on the field in front of Sneasler with as much HP as possible, and if you can keep getting those Draining Kisses off until you bring the Sneasler back in, that might be your best option here. The
Flare
Flare
Blitz.
Blitz coming out in Tailwind does a lot of damage to that Floette, will also do a lot of damage to itself, denies some Draining Kiss recovery if that's what Nathaniel goes for, but just a Dazzling Gleam to take 2 knockouts.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Nothing but
It's right in
instant
front of you,
swapping.
So why not?
I
mean, they gotta
it
get
would've been
those-
very difficult to get
those
forward into a position
debuffs.
where it could have taken the Dire Claw, so maybe you try and catch
Gotta
the
weaken the
Incineroar
opposing
going for
team.
that parting shot in Tailwind into Sneasler or something, but now I think Sneasler is more than capable of finishing this game off.
Yeah.
And it's got the Focus
Yeah.
Sash still
Yes,
too.
yeah, it's gonna
Yeah.
2 hits
It-
seal
it's
that. But Dire
GG's.
Claw should seal it up, and we get to go to a game 3.
Exciting!
So
Very
Nate's got
exciting.
First
game
3
2.
in the Pokemon Champions Top Cut.
I'm just waiting for the animation to come through as Dire Claw finishes off the Mega Floette,
There it
and let's think
goes.
about that game 3.
And
Oh,
gets a crit. It
just
doesn't even
for,
matter.
You know, a treat.
Return the favor. Great turnaround from Nick in that game. This is probably about how he wanted that first game to go. Even though he didn't get the Calm Mind up on his own Floette, I believe, it was still able to pump out
All right,
a lot
Chad,
of
we got
damage.
one more
He
round.
was able to catch Nathaniel's
One more
switches
round
very, very
between
well.
Nathaniel and
most
Nick.
importantly,
Both of them
positioned
have
his
played this
Floette
really, really
such
well.
that it didn't
They have
even
very
need that
similar
Calm Mind
teams,
boost
so
and was throwing knockouts on
it
the
makes
Sneasler
sense
and
that,
Garchomp early on.
you know,
It's the tough
that
thing
it's going to be
about
like really, really
Floette,
close. But I
finding
think
the
both have been
timing
playing
where
really
it's
well.
better to just push the aggression button, or do you need those Calm Mind boosts? Maybe it gives you a better matchup to deal with the opposing Floette, for example. But also just the critical survivals of both of those Floette was so exciting on that one turn.
It was. That made it a little bit more interesting, but I think the ground that Nick had made earlier on in that game made the end game a lot simpler for him to win than if Nathaniel was in that position. just because you have the speed control with Tailwind. You're now making sure your Pokemon are faster and you have the Pokemon advantage, especially once the two Incineroars came back in and you had them staring each other down. Nyx Incineroar with the Tailwind boost, able to
Also,
get the
is this
knockout
man
with
wearing
Fake Out. There's two
pajamas?
Fake Out knockouts in the same game, actually.
I didn't make a comment on this earlier,
Look,
but I'm
Fake
pretty
Out
sure this man is literally playing
it's just
in a
the,
tournament
you know,
with pajamas on.
I was gonna say the underhanded threat, but that's not really what I meant. It's the
I don't know
sneaky
whether
There we
to
go.
think that
Yeah, there
this
you
man
go.
has a lot of
Fake Out
aura
for,
just not
Fake Out
giving a
for
fuck,
knockout.
or
Well,
like
let's get back into it, shall we? Game number 3.
if I should be
between Nathaniel
questioning
Sittler
why
and
he's
Nick
still
Navarre.
wearing
Only
pajamas.
one of them can move forward through the top cut into our top 8. So who will it be?
Man just
For
rolled
Nick,
out of
he's
bed and was
going
like,
to
yeah.
lean on the trusty partners of the Sneasler and
yeah,
the
I'm gonna
Floette, but
just
on
rocking
the
with
other
this.
side of
Oh,
things,
and he's gonna
we're
show
see
up the
this Mega
shiny.
Gyarados make an
God damn it,
appearance.
Nathaniel.
Very curious as to whether or not Nathaniel still has that Floette, or if he's opting to go for a Mega Gyarados angle here. Mega Gyarados does have some pretty good matchups, but Sneasler and Floette are not two of them.
I think-
dark typing.
I think
that
what he's
making
probably
it
gonna
lead to both
want
fairy
to
and
do
fighting.
is,
so if the Gyarados does want to
fake out the
be
Sneasler and
the
just
main
Dragon
damage
Dance,
dealer
right?
here, you have to make sure your Mega
And
evolving
he's
after
gonna
you can
allow
take
that
those
Floette to
knockouts
get
on
that
either
buff.
Floette or Sneasler,
'Cause he knows
whilst
he can
you're opening
outspeed.
yourself up to getting hit by those super effective attacks.
Don't
As a
question the
reminder,
drip,
Nick
question the
Sneasler
fish.
is
I think
jolly,
I know
so
what the
it
fish is trying to do.
likely faster than
He's
the
not gonna
opposing
Mega
Sneasler
Evolve.
for
He
Nathaniel.
doesn't want to be
Guaranteed
weak to that
faster
thing,
fake
or
out
the
here,
Sneasler.
and at least deny something like a
I think he
Coastal
wants
if
to
you think
beat
that's
it.
going to come through, or maybe you're confident that your Floette is going to handle an opposing Dire Claw. But when it's adamant, I would not want to take that
Oh, he
risk.
did not
so
win speed
he decides
time.
to play it safe, fakes out the opposing
Well, it doesn't really
Sneasler,
matter, 'cause
and we
they're
will
just
be able
gonna
to see both
get
this
the
Floette
boost
and
on.
this Gyarados get to do something on this turn. Dazzling Gleam is going to
Oh,
track
never
down
mind,
both
he
of
just
these
went for
Pokemon
damage.
pretty significantly.
See, I
Gyarados
knew he was
uses
gonna
this
go for the
opportunity
D-Dance.
to weave in a
Look at this
Dragon
man.
Dance, increasing its attack and speed for the next turn.
Notably, should outspeed everything else on the
Yeah.
field with neither
Should-
of these
should
Sneaslers having a
have
speed
the
boost
most speed.
from Unburden. Gyarados will be the fastest thing on the field.
But
It is carrying the attacks.
I think
Waterfall
Nick
and
is
Lash
gonna
Out,
bring
so
in
there's no
the
Earthquake.
Instant here.
There's no potential for that spread damage. You only have to pick one target. And with Nick presumably having that Incineroar in the
But
back,
it's dependent
could be a
on
pretty
who's
good
gonna
way
wanna
to
switch
mitigate
out.
that damage. Especially with Lash Out is something that can punish Intimidates. If you lose a stat, or if one of your stats gets dropped on the turn you use Lash Out, its base power doubles. But it is a dark type attack, so you're going to be resisted by the Floette and the Incineroar that could swap in, and the Sneasler currently on the field. So not necessarily the hugest threat.
Well, one of these Sneaslers is going to disappear as Garchomp comes back in. I feel like it's still super safe to... Oh, actually, we're going to see the Gyarados go first here. Waterfall into the Floette. Not
It
enough to be
doesn't
able
kill.
to deal the finishing blow. We see the Dire Claw go into
Any
the Garchomp.
status?
I was actually going to wonder if we saw close combat there, just in case there was some type of switch, but you're going to see the Rough Skin actually break the Focus Sash as the Dazzling Gleam comes out, and not going to pick up the Gyarados, and that Roselli Berry really helping out for the Garchomp too.
Very smart to not Mega Evolve that Gyarados again from Nathaniel. That super effective Dazzling Gleam would have been enough damage. And good call out on the Dire Claw, actually breaking Sneasler's own Focus Sash due to that Rough Skin. That Waterfall did a lot of damage to Floette. That's a +1 Waterfall. It might be enough to pick up a knockout on Sneasler this turn as well, because again, there's no Unburden on Nick Sneasler at all. Floette also now being pretty heavily threatened by either an Earthquake from this Garchomp or a Poison Jab.
This Gyarados was also faster than this Sneasler, so I'm nervous.
Yeah.
I feel like it's just like an easy KO into either of these Pokemon.
Yeah, what do? Do you have to bring in your Incineroar potentially, get yourself some Fake Out, get yourself some Intimidate onto these two physical attackers? But if you do that, like Incineroar swapping in on a Waterfall could be
Next
pretty
Sundown
devastating
United
too.
might be a little late.
Yeah,
It's
but
all
it shouldn't
good.
be
Don't worry
enough for
about
a
it.
single, like for a one-hit
Oh, it's gonna
knockout, right?
pretend.
But we're gonna see the Gyarados protect. It also doesn't want to mess
Huh?
around, as the Floette is also like, I don't know about this one. And so now that's going to guarantee that this Sneasler is the fastest Pokemon on the field. Close combat, plenty to pick up this Garchomp from how much HP that it had left. And so Sneasler's still around to fight for another day.
But now Nathaniel has the option to bring his own Sneasler back in, threaten another Fake Out, even bring in his own Floette. Both the Sneasler and the Floette on Nick's side of the field are being threatened
Ooh,
with a
he
knockout
also
here,
threatened to
because
KO on
close
that
combat's
Sneasler.
Defense drops were not mitigated by a White
Ooh.
Herb on that Sneasler. Now
Well, he
certainly
can
is
kill the
in
Gyarados
Waterfall
if
KO
he-
range from this
Because I'm thinking the Gyarados
So
might
Nick
target
now
the
has to
Sneasler now
decide, am I okay giving up
and just go for
one or both of my
Waterfall.
Pokemon? If Nick's Floette loses a possible speed tie and Nathaniel's Gyarados knocks out Sneasler, you could just lose two Pokemon here for no gain.
Yeah.
Yeah, the speed tie is the thing that I feel like really does throw a wrench in the works. Is this Gyarados can guarantee damage now, but
Unless this can't protect.
then what?
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
which Floette moves first, essentially.
I think as long as the Gyarados is able to knock out Sneasler, you're probably fine losing the speed tie with
Okay,
Floette
Ensign?
with Floette if you're Nathaniel.
Yep.
But not going to happen this time. We do get the Incineroar finally swapping in, hoping to get a very valuable Intimidate onto this Gyarados.
Yeah, that might help to make this survival just a little bit better because, you know, as a reminder, this Floette has only taken damage so far from a +1 waterfall from the Gyarados. And so bare minimum, you're able to get the drop there. But
Oh, he went for the double
protect is actually
protect.
going to fail, so maybe doesn't get to get through this turn regardless. Incineroar is going to be the one to take the waterfall, but now it's in such a range where this Floette might be able to do some big work to it. As the Dazzling Gleam comes out, Floette gets knocked out for Nick, and Incineroar very close behind it.
Yeah, it looks like
dude,
it's
that
going to be a
sucks.
win for Nathaniel here. This Gyarados putting in a lot of work with just that
I
one
think
Dragon
Nick
Dance. We don't need 3
loses
Dragon
this one.
Dances like a Tyranitar might. Just the one on this Gyarados
Like he
is
could
enough
try to
do
get
the
rid
job.
of
Oh, actually, I
the.
thought Nick had-
Oh wait, I think no, never
Okay,
mind.
I thought Sneasler was
I
Nick's last Pokemon.
forgot he had
No,
Talon
we're just-
Flame.
Yeah, we do still have
So
the
he-
priority Tailwind
Yeah.
and Dual Wing Beat from
He
this
can
Talon
get
Flame.
speed control.
Apologies, I thought Nick had lost 2 Pokemon there instead of just the one.
No, it's tough because when you think about how many
Not
red
over
Pokemon
yet,
are on the
folks.
field.
That's it, too much red.
I'm just teasing. So the Incineroar freshly switches in, still can go for a fake out here that might be able to stop the Gyarados for 1 turn. You could also realistically
Might even be
go
able to
for
kill the
a
Gyarados.
Tailwind here from the Talonflame and give your Sneasler the edge when it comes back in.
I think you almost have to go for the dual wing beat here with Gyarados. The +1 speed Gyarados, I think, probably still outspeeds
Yeah, so maybe you fake out
Incineroar.
the Floette.
You could fake out the Floette and try and knock out the Gyarados. If Gyarados swaps out, you're getting the dual wing beat off into Sneasler, which is also very valuable for you here.
Well, you're gonna see the Sneasler come in
Hey,
and the Gyarados
protect.
protect. So let's see where Nick actually decided to dish out the damage. Incineroar goes for the fake out into the Sneasler to bring it down
Ooh,
super low.
almost
as
kills it.
Talonflame did try to
He-
go
he
for the
read
dual
that
wing beat
really,
into
really
the
well.
Gyarados.
This Talonflame, luckily for Nick, does carry Protect, so it will be able to prevent a combination of Fake Out and Waterfall into it on this turn. And now the Sneasler and Gyarados are quite low on HP. Neither of them want to take that dual wing beat, and especially if Nathaniel doesn't have the capability of preventing that dual wing beat on the following turn. You have to wonder if Nick might be able to come back into this game. Either dual wing beat or something like Tailwind could set up that
Yep,
Sneasler
he's
in
gonna
the back
protect.
to try and close out this game.
Yeah, Talonflame protecting itself here to make sure that it doesn't get its Gale Wings broken, and then we'll see this Gyarados finish that up with a waterfall into the Incineroar. So now we do have Nick down to
Okay,
his
Nick-
final
Nick
2
has a
Pokemon.
chance here.
That Sneasler
Because now he has
coming
fake
back
out.
in,
He has dual
has
one
that
beat.
Fake out is
Both
faster
priority.
than the opposing Sneasler for sure, but can it actually help mitigate this Gyarados?
I wonder if Nathaniel maybe didn't necessarily want to knock out Incineroar there, because getting this free swap into Sneasler for Nick, you now threaten Fake Out for knockout once again, but more importantly, Fake Out to guarantee your Talonflame can go for dual wing beat into the opposite slot and take a knockout. It's very likely that Nick does not take any damage on this turn, and the only Pokemon in the back for Nathaniel is that Floette, which if it swaps in on a dual wing beat, will take a good chunk of damage from it.
Yeah, I guess you could, because the other position that you have here is you could try to protect the Gyarados, but then Talonflame gets to keep the Gale Wings regardless because
I
you're not
think
taking
Nick
damage.
should have this,
So it's
but
gonna be the Floette that actually
it's gonna
comes
be kinda
in.
close.
If the fake out goes that way, then you're just going to kind of, you know, soften up a little bit. But here's
When
the
does the battle
problem.
end? This is
Gyarados
the last
does get
round.
the protect.
So,
you're not dealing
right after this,
damage
we'll-
with the opposing Pokemon.
we'll,
so it's still
jump
safe
into a
play
match.
here for Nick. Oh, it's actually Dire Claw for the switch in too. Perfect.
He predicted.
Floette gets taken down to a sliver of HP, and we're not going to see the Poison Touch or actually the secondary effect of the Dire Claw activate, but that's still really good damage.
The added benefit of including the stat alignments on Team Sheets is that Nick knew his Sneasler would be faster. You don't need to go for Fake Out when you know you can get that Dire Claw off first. Dire Claw would have been more than enough for KO into Nathaniel's Sneasler, and you have the dual wing beat with priority to cover for that Gyarados. Really, really heads up play by Nick there, knowing that Fake Out was just not as optimal play as when you can go straight for that Dire Claw to cover the switch.
Floette is going to protect itself, but the Talonflame
Okay, he
finally
lands
hits
it.
the target. Dual Wing Beat connects
Yeah,
onto the Gyarados.
I think it's what,
And that's
90%
gonna be
accurate, so
another
there's a
Pokemon
chance that it could
down.
miss.
A 2v2 for the final game in this top 16 for the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Who's going to move forward? It feels like we are just 2 KOs away for Nick to make it.
Ooh.
Really well played end game by Nick here in game 3. Navigating
The
what was
thing
an
is,
early deficit
Nathaniel
in Pokemon
has to
and
go for
early
Fake Out.
what appeared to be kind of a back foot in this match.
Well,
He
I think
lost
no.
his Mega
He
Floette
needs to try to
pretty
get-
early and had to rely on his
He
remaining
needs to try to
Pokemon.
get a kill.
But very smart targeting with those attacks. Smart move
Because even if he
selection, going for
thinks
that Dire
out,
Claw to
his
catch the
Floette doesn't
And
outspeed.
now, after what is presumably going to be a double protect to get past this Fake Out from Sneasler, should have 2 Pokemon faster
Unless
than
he can
Nathaniel's
fake
2,
out
ready
the
to take those
Sneasler.
final knockouts.
Going to see the protect just
And then try to go
because
for an
you
attack
know
and
that
just hope he misses,
fake
but-
out is still on the table for the Sneasler
But
that
yeah, he
just
just
switched
double
in.
protects.
So you don't want to lose your
And that-
Gale Wings, and you also don't want your
that
own
should
Sneasler
guarantee
to get
he
knocked
wins.
out in the process by something like the Draining Kiss. HP would be one way that you can get this Floette back into the game. But now it is back in Nick's court. You can just go for a dual Wing Beat here into the Sneasler, a quick Dire Claw into Floette, and secure the 2 knockouts you need to move into the top 8.
There might be a world where Nick plays it a little bit safer, like potentially you're not relying on dual
Yeah,
wing beat to take
after
a
this,
knockout
they're
because
gonna,
it
yeah,
does
so
have a
we'll have
10%
plenty of
chance
time
miss,
to
and
do
Dire
some
Claw
matches.
should be more than enough for knockouts into either slot. Nathaniel
Why
does
are you
opt to
protect-
protect
what are
that
you
Floette,
hoping
is
to
potentially
do?
trying to go for some Dire Claw shenanigans with his own
Wait!
Sneasler here.
Okay,
Yeah, well,
I almost thought he
Talonflame
missed.
moves
I was
first,
about
and
to
then
lose my
Nicholas
mind.
Sneasler does use the Dire Claw, and so well, we switched the targets. but you know,
I
the
was
same
about to
kind of
lose my
concept
mind.
here.
If
That's
he would
gonna
have
be
missed
the
right there
handshake.
and he Dire
Only the
Clawed
forfeit coming
into
through
the
here
other
for
spot, there's a
Nathaniel. Nick
possibility
Navarre
that he
moves
could bring it
one
back.
set
A very
closer
slim
to
one.
Another regional championship title.
I love the mix-up that Nathaniel made in that game 3.
But yeah,
Gyarados
no,
looked
Nick-
like he
Nick
was
had
putting in
that-
a lot of
had
work,
that
but Nick was able
pretty-
to get past that Gyarados, get past that
pretty
new
much
look that
handled once he had that
Nathaniel gave him,
Talonflame out.
And close out this game
Yeah.
with Talonflame
I
and
think
Sneasler,
speed
the
control,
two
man, it's
offensive
very,
heroes
very
for
important.
Nick after losing
But
that
okay.
Floette really early.
Such a great use of the Gale Wings as well.
Okay. So big win from him. Well, we'll try to get a lobby going. You guys want in? Go ahead and jump on in. If we can get 5 people, we could try to do rank, but we need a full lobby. Okay, we'll get Holly in. I'm not joining. It's okay. Don't worry. I'll be on to show my Meganium soon. Ooh. Yeah, I know some people have it. Please invite me. I got you. I got you. There we go. All right, let's jump in a match. And give me some water here. Okay. We'll play this match. Again, if you guys want to just do rank, because I know a lot of people don't want to play against bots, we can do that right after. Also, why is my controller turning off? It's literally plugged in. Okay. Mr. Mime, Mamoswine, Greninja, Talonflame, and Charizard. Okay. Gonna be using the mascot here. Nice. Got it with the burn. Go. Okay, Wolfie's still playing right now. We're still waiting on the result, so that also could have went to a game 3. So hopefully Wolfie can win. We want to see Wolfie on the big stage. Gotta root for our boy here. Also, Swinub, can you like go somewhere else, please? That was Manly Scream. Manly Scream. Chat, I am not a dicklet. We moved past this. This was moved on. We moved on from talking about this. And now you bring it back up. Okay, got it. I just blew up a bird. You're not addicted to me? Why, thank you, Shad. I greatly appreciate that. But some people that shall not be named think otherwise. It's not okay. Just not okay. Go. I waste my Unite move, whatever. No! Dude, he was so weak. He was so weak. Go. Okay, now I'll join. Yeah, right after this, we still have plenty of time because they're still talking. So we can get in another match, and then we'll try to also get some more people in. I'm dead. But that's okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. You win.
Nice. Okay, go to main menu. Gonna just reset the lobby so we can also try to get some new people in. Okay. Shad, if you are on, we'll try to get you in since you have not played yet. And then if there's anyone else that's also new that has not played that wants to, we'll try to get you in as well. Got chat in. There we go. I'm not seeing anyone that, you know, that hasn't played that's asking, so we'll just get more of the same people. Do we want to do rank? If we get a full team, is that something that people want to do? Invite me. I got you. Chat, do we still want to do this, or do we want to do rank? Just so we can get actual like people. Because right now we're just getting bots. Okay, Teapot wants rank. I'm trying to see with the other people. Yeah, we might do rank since we're just playing against bots right now, and I don't want to do like a custom match if we're like only playing like 1 or 2 matches. Don't torture yourself. I mean, I'm ranked down. I don't really care. I'm just having fun. If people want to do rank, we can do rank. I'll do a poll real quick. Hold on. Wrong one. Poll. Almost did a Q&A. Okay, start polling. Yeah. All right, go ahead and leave your votes. Let us know what you guys want, and then we'll go from there. Right now it's 50-50. But we could also do like 1 match on and off, so like 1 ranked and then 1 regular, you know, and then we'll just swap back and forth. Okay, here's what we'll do. Since we're already here, we'll just jump into a regular match. Oh wait, someone just said yes. Someone just said yes. Okay, well, ranked is winning. Hold on. Yeah, I'm in veteran. We're gonna need a full team. All right, let's try to get everyone back in. Dude, why is it not? Okay. Come on to be so stupid. There we go. I will send you an invite. Oh, wait. Okay, wait, hold up. 5 players. Does it not matter if you have... Like, if you have 5 people, like, is everyone just able to join? Yeah, we need one more person, but yeah, it says you're in master, so it's not letting me invite you. Oh, okay. So yeah, well, we'll just have to do regular then, because I haven't been playing ranked. So if I was a higher rank, then we could do that. But since I'm not, and it doesn't allow everyone, then we'll just have to do this. Yeah, I think that's really dumb. I think they need to just remove that and just allow it to be like, if you want to play with anyone, you can just play with anyone. But they just try to equalize it as much as possible. Because if they choose to do that, then that's their choice. But okay, well we'll just play regular then. Okay, so one of the matches is going on. So here's one thing I can do. I could try. Does this work? Okay, so you guys should be able to see the matches, right? If I do this. Yeah. Okay, so we can do that. And then what I'll do is, because I know I have it muted.
See Arcel
And turn that back on.
The Espathra from passing on too many speed boosts here. By also threatening the trick room.
Okay, so that way we can see in the matches, and then we'll play.
So if it does get to pass some boots, it's
because I don't want to miss the matches. But this is top 8 right now.
Yeah, you want to pass your stat changes away? Hey, here's all of them.
Yeah, you can pass all of the stat changes, including your limited special attack. And now the trick room is set up by Sinistcha here. But good call from Billy to just bring in the Archaludon without passing any boost to it, seeing the Sinistcha on the field.
Yeah, and perhaps hoping there you get some of those weaker attacks instead for a stamina boost, but still a nice change. And hey, Espathra now basically has one level of reduced
the
speed
Sun
as well,
team
because it's going the wrong way. So maybe making this decision.
We haven't seen a lot of them, but we do have a Sun team.
Switched in for
we're also seeing
Espathra on Arcel's side, so Sinistcha is out. Espathra is out as well. Not through
the probably try to set up
switch into Politoed.
One of them onto the back.
Is going to activate the power of Archaludon's ability to fire off electro shots and start getting special attack boosts of its own. Archaludon does not need Espathra's help to start giving itself more and more power. That electro shot, of course, will raise the special attack of the Archaludon, but into the protect of the non-mega evolved Floette just yet.
Yeah, no need to yet. Still protecting, although I guess, it's possible that Charizard is in the back, though highly unlikely in this situation, but keeping the threat alive as long as...
You at least bluff it.
Yeah, why not, right? I mean, don't really need to Mega Evolve there anyway. Politoed coming in is impactful here. You'd assume there'd be a fake out in the Archaludon slot, and that would allow the Politoed to dish out some damage to Incineroar, so making the situation a little bit more complicated for that side of the field.
Dude.
It's going to be a real cost if there's a fake out.
Chat, Politoed or Pelipper? Which one do you guys like more?
Turn, no longer going for the bluff.
Which one do you guys prefer?
Archaludon, like you mentioned, it will prevent that Pokemon from going.
I do have my opinions on the matter,
boost to its special attack.
But I'm curious to see what everyone else thinks.
Just trying to target down the Floette, deal as much damage as possible, and with the Mystic Water, with the rain, deals so much damage to that Floette. I don't know that this Calm Mind's enough to protect it.
Yeah, I mean, especially, that Archaludon's already got a boosted level of special attack. It's got a same type of attack bonus, boosted flash cannon. Not looking so great there, and Palitoad's still threatening the other slot with a powerful Weather Ball. So important to get an attack down if you have a bunch of special attackers like that before the Floette gets the first Calm lined up and get more damage, enough that you have to play a little more defensively. Not what Arsenal's hoping for there, but still some nice positioning by him after having the speed disadvantage to start out the game. Although kind of has it again where his own Trick Room kind of working against him here.
Kind of dangling that Incineroar in front of the Politoed to try to give Floette a free Calm Mind. Does not, like you mentioned, Billy is very smart about making sure to take as much damage as possible. Also recognizes that Floette is under threat, going for another call out here. Ice Beam into the Incineroar, that is now a Sinisha, and a double up. The Dragon Pulse now connecting onto Sinisha, and Billy has gotten every single turn right so far.
Yeah, very smart is right. Excellent play there, anticipating the protect, picks up an easy knockout, avoids the threat of Trick Room being reversed, since it's currently helping him out.
Loves this
getting
Trick
a great
Room.
knockout. And now Incineroar's going to come in here. And, maybe at this point, Floette is healthy enough that it would be able to survive a Weather Ball and like hold on again or
Pokemon
something,
in
but,
the middle.
A lot of threat being put down here, and just not getting anything done of his Trick Room. I already lost a Pokemon. Still 2 more turns of
I'm gonna go up
Palitoad
top.
may want to switch out and reset stats anyway. But
Sinisha is down.
Expire relatively soon. We still are those 2 quicker Pokemon in the back for Billy that are gonna have to be dealt with once this Trick Room expires. Speed control has been just in Billy's favor almost this entire game, even though he hasn't used any speed control moves.
Absolutely, it has all been Arsenal trying to sort of react to what he expects from Billy, and Billy just sort of being one step ahead here. Incineroar will go ahead and continue to fake out the Archaludon, noticing that that is going to be the biggest damage threat to the Floette on the field. This time around, Billy does go up to take out the Incineroar with that Weather Ball. Huge KO coming out there from the Politoed. All of the multipliers stacking up. This is a Pokemon we are used to seeing just be very bulky and tank a bunch of hits, but it also can dish out the damage when it wants to.
Well, speaking of dishing out the damage.
Not quite as much as
Weather Ball.
can, but Politoed's been picking up
That's
KOs.
gonna take out an
Floette
Incin.
just dealt some damage.
Yeah, true. It's been important.
That's
backups,
gonna
too,
take down an
now
Incin.
down to 2 Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. So
My man's
going to
bulky,
simplify
but he's
things
not
a little
that
bit. Again,
bulky.
there's that quicker Sneasler in the back, and the Espathra and Venusaur winds up being the final Pokemon here. I might have expected that only to be used paired with Charizard, but no, Venusaur's going to come out in this matchup, and that is an interesting Pokemon here where it'll be a little bit difficult for the Sneasler to deal with it, though the Espathra is going to have a pretty easy time. So these 2 Pokemon on the field now kind of just need to go down in an efficient way for Billy not to get one of his remaining Pokemon weakened while the other one is waiting to enter battle.
Absolutely, and Archaludon's just going to protect this turn, so Politoed goes down. So Politoed is the Pokemon that will be sacrificed here from Billy, as this Floette with the 1 Calm Mind is ready to start picking up KOs. However, Sneasler is now able to switch in for free here and immediately threaten the Floette, or the Espathra can come in here and start chaining more buffs, potentially switching out that Archaludon to pass them back on to that Pokemon as well.
So Sneasler is the choice here, but yeah, there are a lot of great options. And now immediately a bunch of threat on both of these Pokemon were to make a difficult read if you're on Arsenal side of the field. And Dire Claw likely able to pick up a knockout and floor in this position, so it's very threatened, difficult for it to move. But a Fake Out and then an attack on the Venusaur slot would be very devastating if that Protect does occur. The Archaludon did boost its special attack while Rain was still up, so Venusaur opting for the Protect here, anticipating that play.
Yep, Venusaur actually is the Pokemon to protect, like you mentioned, calling out the Fake Out from Sneasler. Great call there from Arsenal. That means that Floette gets to fire off a Dazzling Gleam and bring Sneasler all the way down to its Focus Sash. And now there are no additional Pokemon for this Espathra to pass any buffs to. And the only way here, this Sneasler needs to land a Dire Claw on that Floette.
Yeah, things have gotten interesting all of a sudden where it seemed like a big advantage. And there still is that fully healthy Espathra, but Venusaur is going to be a problem to deal with, right? If they're able to hit a Sleep Powder or pick up a knockout on that Sneasler in a way that transitions things effectively for Floette, things are a little bit scary. All of a sudden, the Venusaur does have that Focus Sash item, so it will need to be attacked by both of these Pokemon in order to be knocked out. And hey, you can't tap Venusaur twice and hit Floette in the same turn. So gonna have to hit a read here. Billy was very close. He had a huge lead, but all of a sudden he still needs to make one more read to close this one out.
Yeah, still needs to get this last turn right here. Floette protects from Arsenal.
Close match right now,
happy
chat.
about that. There's the protect. The Dire Claw actually connects onto Venusaur. Going to be the 1 hit into Venusaur and the paralysis. Most likely not going to matter at all as this Lumina Crash cleans up the Venusaur. And that is big damage, a big KO. And Billy has played this first game so perfectly. That one Floette, even with those boosts, just doesn't have it against two of these Pokemon here, and there's the forfeit from Arcel.
Yeah.
There he is.
Game, though, where,
First round done of top
It was
8.
actually very close, where I felt like there's like 3 or 4 turns where the players were kind of making a read against one another. Arsenal really only got it once, and despite only getting the one read, he's actually very close to winning this game.
Still made it very competitive.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm all that upset about how game 1 went. I mean, certainly you'd rather be up 1-0 than down 0-1, but like it felt like a fairly favorable matchup in that regard, right? Where you can have that many things go your way, especially the trick room was like really disastrous, right?
Yeah.
Where Sinister really didn't do anything in this game except for help the other team, and despite that, it was still so close. I think there's real world where Arsenal kind of cleans this up a little bit. I might actually be thinking of adjusting a little bit if I was on Williams' side of the field in this one, just because I think it would have been very easy for that to go the wrong way if he didn't make so many reads correctly.
All right, here we go. Game 2. This is elimination for Arcel if he loses this match. If William wins, that will be advancing to the top 4, a new best finish for that competitor. Espathra and Sneasler on the field, and this time it's the Floette and Incineroar on the field for Arcel.
So we get the fake out war once again, and poor Floette always just seems to be facing down some dangerous threats on the other side. Sneasler somewhat pinning it here, although I guess technically you could go for a fake out in that slot if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Since you can't both fake out or stop fake out and dire claw. Espathra just going to flee this time. Maybe doesn't want to be parting shotted again.
Yeah,
We
that
see Dragonite is a
that
switch up
Floette
from
can
the
get a
previous
boost if he
Yeah,
doesn't
there's
fake
an
out that,
adjustment
but
like you were calling out,
then that's
Scott.
just
the
2 fake outs
Dragonite
back
for
to back.
Billy instead of potentially the Archaladon.
I did
or
not
the
get a good look at
Politoed that we
all their
saw
teams, so I
in
actually
Game
don't know what
1.
moves everyone's
Floette
running.
will go ahead and Mega Evolve into the Mega Floette as Incineroar's Fake Out connects onto Dragonite. That was the Espathra. That just means that Sneasler gets fire off a Dire Claw directly into Floette. The Intimidate, though, is a big deal. Allows Floette to survive, but just goes for a Calm Mind here. And Arcel is going to need to maneuver real hard to allow that Floette to make any use of that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that if there was a Dazzling Gleam, it could have been pretty scary there with Dragonite's multi-scale getting broken, but it's a I'm not going to say a free Calm Mind. That is definitely not what that was.
Yeah.
But a Calm Mind, which is still important with this team. I think probably likely going to see more of a protect the print sort of strategy here with Incineroar and Sinistra likely in the back trying to help out here, rather than using the Trick Room as it did in the previous turn. You could go for a Protect and a switch to Sinistra, although that was called so beautifully the last time around. It's a little anxiety-inducing perhaps to go for that one, but Espathra are going to re-enter the battle and likely see a switch on the other side as well. But no, the Dragonite is going to activate first.
Yeah, Dragonite is out on the field now. That is Mega Dragonite, gets the wings on its head as Espathra switches in for the Sneasler. Floette going for the Protect, trying to protect itself from a fake out, or sorry, a Dire Claw from the Sneasler. Hurricane misses the Incineroar, no rain up, so the Hurricane has only 7 much less useful.
Big
We'll
miss.
see the Sinistra come in, with the switch sort of, just the complicated multi-step version where getting the stat debuff in, healing up the Floette, and critically getting the threat of a Rage Powder on the field.
This match is
it's kind of an
basically
interesting
done.
pin on the Sinistra here, where I don't know if you want to take
So I'm putting
Fairy-type
full
attack in order to
focus
do it,
back-
There would be the option of a double up into the
back
Sinistra's,
on the match at hand.
Lumina Crash to lower its special defense before attacking.
Well, there definitely is still that option, and maybe Billy won't have any choice but to with Rage Powder on the field now.
Yeah, you gotta have to deal with it, right? And I think getting rid of it would still be a big deal because you'd avoid the ability for it to heal enough to survive another
Trying to
Dire
get
Claw.
that speed
There
boost
is another
going.
Protect coming out from Espathra to continue getting speed
Rage
boost.
Powder.
Sinistra does go for the Rage Powder, wants to make sure that Billy is only targeting the Sinistra and not dealing any damage to the Floette, and without
No,
the
he
rain,
missed
this
again!
Dragonite just cannot land these Hurricanes.
If it's
That's
not
the second
100%
one that
accurate,
misses
it
into the
is
Sinistra.
indeed
And now
0%
here's the +1
accurate.
Calm Mind boosted, Dazzling Gleam picks up the KO on Dragonite, easy peasy.
That's a huge knockout there. Getting rid of the Mega Ball Pokemon without it really getting to do anything. Unfortunately, missing both of its Hurricanes, so it's a lot of damage that could have gone down that didn't there. I don't know if Sinistra was trained to be able to survive that or not, but certainly both it and Incineroar would be much less health than they are. The benefit is it does give a switch, which again, I'm not going to call free, into Sneasler, who is threatening a bunch of damage on the other side of the board, but there's still the threat of that Rage Powder. And unlike the previous Pokemon, you don't get like the natural synergy movement crash there.
There
but
comes the
Incineroar
Incin.
instead going to help out by intimidating these Pokemon, trying perhaps to get Floette protecting. Okay.
Yep, there is another Protect from Floette as the Incineroar's Intimidate will continue to lower the attack of Sneasler, but Espathra now finally starting to go for some boosts here. That's a Calm Mind bringing its special attack back to even, and you have to start wondering, what is the target? Does Espathra just want these boosts for itself? It can't with the Incineroar still on the field, so Is it the Politoed or is it the Archaludon that he's trying to buff?
You're right, critical information here. Certainly not the Scoville with Mega Evolution spent already in this more supportive set. But I think also, Arsenal's kind of stuck in a cycle, right? Where it's powerful, but it's really predictable. Where I guess breaking the cycle a little bit here by going for the immediate switch. But, just like every turn is like, okay, protect, use a support Pokemon.
He'll up that Mega Floette.
And this time he's going to have to take some damage. But Espathra going to
ain't going to get a Calm Mind.
maybe get a little greedy, maybe feeling like, hey, this is just what I need to set up a win condition or break this cycle.
Yeah, and at least starting to get actual attack buffs onto the Espathra and whatever.
Almost got the kill. No status.
Onto Floette, but is not able to pick up the KO thanks to that Intimidate. Sneasler hangs on with 7 hit points, which is actually kind of important because it means that the Focus Sash does not activate, and so the Unburden does not activate as well. But Espathra is able to tank that pretty well.
I don't know if Unburden really would have helped in this scenario because like he still has to deal with that Rage Powder.
Looking pretty good here. Likely going to see a baton pass at this turn so he can learn this last Pokemon. And the pacing of this game, I wouldn't be shocked if Espathra was able to
gonna protect.
Back again later in the game.
Well, here is
probably going to go for Machagacha, predicting a Politoed.
But protects from Sneasler, protects from Floette. We do have a situation that looks
if
like
it's Archaludon, that's really bad.
Set up in game 1.
But no, yeah, it's Politoed.
Speed boost pass over to the Politoed, +1 on the special attack, +2 on the special defense.
Oh, he set up Trick Room!
Has now been set up on Arcel. So now
finally, that's going to be really, really bad
for him instead of against him.
Yeah, although Politoed's not the speediest, but well, I guess it is now.
It is now. It's got 3 or 4 speed boosts.
Yeah, so it's become Kyogre or something. So special stats, great. Speed, not so great, or a little too great, I suppose. You're threatening a bunch of damage the other direction, and Floette is still very weakened, but you're still, again, have to break through that Sinistcha. Did not hit the Hurricane earlier in the game. I kind of wondered if Politoed had even come because of the attempt to fire all those Hurricanes without it, but Caesar going to fail and protect here, and maybe Sinistcha will get to go on the offense.
Are people in team able to say hi in game on my case? I usually always just have that off, so if people are talking, they won't be able to, because I usually always just keep that off. But I don't have my mic plugged in, so I don't even know if I would be able to hear anything. To be fair.
Water comes out that will pick up the KO onto Floette and deal a little bit of damage to Sinistcha, but that type resistance, that natural type resistance, has just been so powerful for Sinistcha against.
Yeah, the only way that William really gets out of this is if he is able to somehow stall out the Trick Room. But I don't think he's going to be able to. I think we're going to game 3.
Until it gets better and better.
Right, yeah, he's got to make it a few more turns here, but I think that's going to be tough. At least this Politoed does not hold a Choice Scarf as the one we saw yesterday did, but likely not going to survive a Machagacha unless it dodges it here. And Incineroar has the option of targeting.
Yeah, that's the only thing he can hope for is a possible miss.
The Sinistcha, but not the Incineroar, who, despite the type disadvantage, it looks like the Fire Grass version of the Fire Grass versus Water playing out as opponents instead of allies this time.
Absolutely. There's the Machagacha coming out from Sinistcha, just trying to clean up damage on that Politoed and get a little bit more onto the Espathra as well. Heals up quite a bit of that health as well.
Use Throat Chop.
In addition to all of that, the Citrus Berry actually activating here, meaning that this Espathra will continue to be
he doubled in.
Healthy. Throat Chop just trying to clean up that Politoed in case of a Machagacha miss. Illumina Crash connects onto Sinistcha, deals a decent amount of damage, gets the special defense drop, does make it a little bit spookier over time, but it is just the Politoed
he should have 2 more turns.
That has to worry about because this Espathra is unable to get any damage to the Dark
I think that's GG's.
Seems like it would need a triple protect on the Politoed, most likely to get through this one. I think,
2 more turns.
Yeah, both 2 more turns of Trick Room, and I think 2 more Illumina Crashes probably needed to pick up this Sinistcha. At least now after that last turn, Incineroar can't really risk trying to attack it, but the protect is going to fail.
Yep, the protect fails, no double protect for Politoed, and the Machagacha is going to
I think what he's doing here is he's actually going to play out the whole match
and that is a game 2 win for Arsenal.
Try to make a strategy going into game 3, because that's what some people do when they're kind of stuck in this position.
Game 3 coming right up here. Actually, we don't even have to worry about that because Incineroar will just
getting all that time ready to like think of a idea what your lead's going to be. So
really
the two
fun
mons
set
in the
so
back
far.
is going to be...
Interesting one. I think both the game 1 and the game 2 set were kind of uniquely difficult to react to, where like the first game seemed like maybe the player that won needed a little too many reads to get there. Second game, maybe the player that won needed a few too many misses to get there. So I think it'll be very interesting to see how these players opt to approach this third game, where I don't have like a super good feel for this matchup after the first 2 games, because both of them kind of volatile in their own ways.
Yeah, and I'm going to be.
All right, chat. Who's going to bring this one home? Who's going to get to top 4? Is it going to be William, or is it going to be Arsenal?
When you had Polytoad in the back, feels real bad. But you know,
I
to
feel like-
Arsenal's credit,
feel like
didn't
Arsenal
give a lot
actually
of
might
freedom
have-
for Billy to switch in that Polytoad alongside the Dragonite as well.
Yeah, I think
Because like, if William tries to set up with that Espathra again, and he puts him in Trick Room, like, his team is kind of screwed.
You can't just send out your Pokemon in whatever order you want.
But oh wait, no, he might not even be trying to do that now.
We have a very different strategy on the other side of the field, with also saying, hey, you know,
He's going all out.
doing anything to check my Charizard mode, so check it out.
Yep, I decided that I got my win with the
We
Floette
can
mode,
do
and now I
champions
would like
after
to get a
this.
win
We'll
with my
do
Charizard mode, and
we'll do some
that is
matches on
potentially
champions.
Very threatening, especially that
Because we are
Venusaur
nearing the end
having access to
of
Sleep Powder
the string.
can be a big deal in this matchup to prevent some of
Because
these
like, after
big,
this is
big
top
buffs.
4.
And
And
protecting for now, so it's
obviously,
interesting. If it's just a double
at
protect
top
the
4,
scout,
we're going to get to the
just calling it
get to the finals.
And no,
Which
no
I don't
Mega
know if that's
Evolution
being
from
played today.
the
I would assume it
Charizard.
is.
So doubling up into the Venusaur on Billy's side.
So like,
Arsenal calling that
technically,
correctly
we
instead,
only
just getting off
are
a
going to be
free
watching 2 more
heat wave
matches
here.
after
You'll
this.
get
So
decent amount of damage
yeah, we'll
to
do
both
some
of the
champions,
Pokemon on Billy's
and
side.
then we'll watch the finals. I'm definitely not missing the finals. And then after that,
instead of holding the Mega Evolution in case
we
of the Palatine
can
entering the battle,
we
but
can do
a
like
really
maybe like
interesting
one more
here. Also,
match
great call,
after that.
blocking the double onto the Venusaur, and it's become a very interesting situation. Yeah, Sleep Powder very bad for this team. Scovillain almost certainly wasn't selected, in a really bold call to bring this after Dragonite was selected the previous game. Maybe you think, hey, it didn't work out so well for my opponent. I think he's going to drop it.
Well, that Venusaur is switching out for the Incineroar, going to get an Intimidate drops down onto the Sneasler.
Sun's
Stick
coming
because
out.
there is no white herb. This time Arsenal wants the additional firepower of the Drought on the field and the additional stats for Charizard Y. Spathra, though, will just go for a Protect here to get another speed boost. Sneasler as well going for a Protect on its own. But, you know, that protects them from this incoming heat wave, but now leaves them very vulnerable to this Incineroar.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of a great situation, right? How often is
that
Incineroar
switch
get the
was
switch in
really
double
good by
protect?
Arsenal.
So now these Pokemon going to be able to avoid a potential fake out
Like,
here.
he can't
I think very likely
kill.
that this,
Well, I think no.
Sneasler
With one
wants to
fake
become
out and a
powerful
heat
to
wave,
change
he
the weather.
might be
I'm
able
not
to.
certain that Espathra's going to survive a fake out and a weather ball.
Yeah,
and
he's
Espathra
just gonna have to
has
bring it back.
retreat despite getting all of those speed boosts.
Ooh,
Billy is
that may not be
finding
good
the
though.
opportunities to actually
Oh,
get
wait,
those
he's
Pokemon
double
passes
switching.
off. Instead, has to hard switch both of his Pokemon on the field to the rain mode. So Polytoad out on the field. It's going to take.
But yeah, that's not going to do anything.
Of course, it is water type
I
because
thought he
it
was
is
going to
now
go for
raining
Heat Wave
out
there,
on the field.
which still would have done
Still
a
deals
decent,
good damage to
like
that
a decent
Pokemon as
amount, but
Incineroar, targeting down the Espathra slot once again, gets a very high value parting shot off onto that
yeah,
Charizard.
Arsenal's
And there's
playing
some
really
fun
well.
reads in this game where sure both players acknowledge the play I was talking about. William defended it, and then I was like, no, I'm just not going to try to do that. I know that you know. And Venusaur getting back out.
And yeah, Venusaur is faster than that Polytoad, but he can also put that Archelon to sleep. I think he might be faster, or it's around the same speed. But Archelon definitely cannot kill it.
Wouldn't really want to be hit by it either. There is no grass attack on this Venusaur, so also not being threatened by damage, but sleeping Pokemon don't do any damage either.
Exactly. Sleeping Pokemon like this,
Okay. Sleep Powder on the
are
Polytoad.
not going to be able to deal any damage until they wake up. So the Sleep Powder connects on to Polytoad. Archelon is able to start buffing itself up with the Electro
Yeah.
Shot.
Now
And of course,
it should
Arsenal
be
switch
back to
in the
neutral.
Garchomp, hoping to protect that Charizard. This is a Pokemon we have not seen out of Arsenal yet, and he gets the call correctly.
Well, this is so this is the Sun strat here, right? You bait the Electro Shot, you get the Garchomp in, now you can threaten bringing the Charizard back in, have an Earthquake opportunity, trying to get both of these Pokemon who are vulnerable to it, and also a nice spot where even though it was Electro Shot, it's actually only neutral special attack because of the parting shot previous.
Here comes the
Yeah,
Earthquake.
really well sequenced there from Arsenal to continue to put Billy on the back foot. Recognizing that the Sun mode is likely
Ooh,
to come
if he
back,
Earthquakes
Billy
that,
has to
that is
retreat
definitely a
the
kill.
Polytoad to give him the option to reset
That is definitely
the
a kill,
weather.
but he may
Sneasler
not
will be the
he may
choice
not
coming
care.
out from Billy to at least tank this Earthquake, potentially a sacrificial Sneasler here just to get that Politoed back in to control
Yeah,
the weather.
Sneasler.
Well, I mean, we'll get to see the Caesar unfortunately going down there. I mean, you see the impact of the damage it took earlier in the game. Where
Yeah.
it had been full health. That's the dream play, right? You switch in, you get the Focus Edge activation, the Pokemon takes over the
So
game.
Politoed's gonna come back out.
Again, great sequencing, right? Doing exactly the damage that it needed to do. You do at least get with the benefit of that, Politoed coming back in here and reset the weather, but it didn't take its sleep turn, so it's not going to be doing anything this turn.
Still
Potentially
guaranteed to sleep,
allowing
yeah.
Charizard to cycle the weather once again.
Yeah, and there's really nothing that Billy can do about that. Losing the Sneasler is a big deal. The Espathra was totally blocked from doing anything at the start of the game, and it really can't switch in right now, and it's not going to feel good about taking any damage. What's also not going to feel good about taking damage is this Archaludon that takes a lot of damage.
Ooh, a crit on the Politoed as well.
With that critical hit,
So that right there might have
of course, it is still asleep, so
might
it does
have
not get
been
an opportunity
game.
to do much of anything. But Archaludon
'Cause, yeah,
continuing
he
to go for
protected.
those electro shots, and Arcel keeping the Charizard on the field, not switching it out, just going for the protect, keeping that Archaludon locked into nothing.
Yeah, covering kind of all the options there.
Yeah,
Like, hey,
and it's
you
not
know
looking
that
good.
my electric immunity's in the field, so you think
Everything is just not going his way.
But I don't,
Like,
right,
Arceal
where,
is playing
I
really,
always-
really good.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Earthquake now very threatening, would certainly easily pick up the Politoed. Archaludon is close after the stamina boost, but can easily fire an attack into that slot, or if you're anticipating a switch to Espathra, try to double that slot instead. But it's very close to over here. Whereas this is a
And
really
we haven't
excellent
even
sequencing by
seen
Sun Team,
the last
and there's so
one
much pressure
that
being
Arceal has, I
exerted
don't
by
think.
this popular Charizard Garchomp
Right?
happening.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
we
this
have it.
Garchomp
It's
is
instant.
Choice Scarf, so Billy is going to be at a speed disadvantage against that Pokemon until this Espathra can get at least one, maybe two speed boosts to actually be able to outspeed this Choice Scarf Garchomp. Archaludon forced to protect itself from the additional damage coming out from this Earthquake. Espathra takes so much damage on the switch in there, but is able to eat its Citrus Berry and heal just a little bit up. There's Charizard trying to pick off whatever last little bits of hit points would be remaining on the Archaludon after that Earthquake.
He needs the
Instead,
double
just going to be
protect
in
right
the
here.
protect as Archaludon continues to recover its health with those leftovers.
If
Yeah,
he
so
can
we're in
get
a
this
really
double
close
protect,
situation here.
then he'll be
Now
good.
with the
Otherwise,
Espathra,
like,
at least with the option of speed boost, you
I
can
feel like the
catching up to
boost
that
won't really
Garchomp,
matter,
likely just
because
quicker than
I
it,
think you would
and
want
they
that on
both
your
are at
Politoed,
+1,
no?
But this Espathra is not going to be one-shotting either of these Pokemon, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, the damage that
Double
Espathra can put
protect?
out is negligible.
No, he
unless
does
you
go
get
for the protect.
multiple opportunities to get Calm Minds or special defense drops from Lumina Crash. And Garchomp does not need any additional advantage. Brings
Okay,
Archaludon all
Archaludon
the way down
lived.
to 15 hit points with that Choice Scarf Earthquake here. And that allows Charizard with this
Weather
Weather Ball
Ball.
once again target down the Archaludon. The leftovers helped it survive the Earthquake, but it doesn't survive the double up.
Using its own rain against it, that's not a fire-type Weather Ball, that is water-type, but able to do enough damage to pick up the knockout, and now that's still sleeping Politoed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Juice.
that's
We see the
GG's.
forfeit locked in.
Yeah,
No
also just had
opportunity
full
there for
control
Billy
over
to
that
get back
entire
into that
match.
game. Arcel showing the Garchomp there, the key moment, and also to protect the Charizard. Once that Garchomp was on the field, there was no answer that Billy could have to respond to those Earthquakes.
Just an incredible game 3 in general. That by far the best game of the set.
That was a
Arcel
really,
played.
really good match
Really
from
just
Arcel.
dominated that
He
one.
played that
I think
really,
both
really
the
well.
first two games a little wonky in their own ways, but
But
that was a
okay.
decisive victory.
Absolutely
back
decisive
in
victory, and
to some
really
games.
Well called out after game 2. to be
Let's
like,
hop
okay,
on
I tried
Champions.
The Dragonite. The Dragonite is what actually stops my Sun mode.
We'll play some matches, and then we're gonna hop back in for the semifinals. Okay, let's go to private battles. Gonna make a room. There we go. Okay, and there is the room ID. It's 18985561. Okay. I wonder if they're also going to be talking about the if they're going to show the bracket, because I do want to see what the brackets looking like. All right, Nova, if you want the first battle, you can get it. You're the first one here. And then I can battle Jonathan right after. Something core 3. Okay, there we go. Hopefully these battles don't go like crazy long. Hopefully it's still a good battle, but I don't want them to go too long, just because again, we don't want to miss the matches. Okay. I think we'll do this. Good luck to you, Nova. Okay. Slowpoke and Heracross. How's it gonna do this? Okay, no switches. I'll be very honest, I was expecting a switch. Side Shock is definitely gonna kill. Definitely gonna kill. And it was a crit, didn't even matter. I have thought about going on Focus Sash. But I really like having the Unburden be something that I can control. So okay. Now, what are the last two? I'm expecting Sneasler. I'm either gonna do this. There's a reason I'm doing this. Okay, because if you are a choice, then I don't want you to be. Okay, you got looked over. Which means I do outspeed. I can get rid of you. And I can also break the multi-scale. I think you can hear it without the headphones if you have it on Team Invite for the headphones from the Unite game, but it does to Ace. Yeah, I usually just keep that off personally. That's just something like, I don't know. I don't, because it's not that like anyone will necessarily say something bad, but if there is someone in there that's, you know, wanting to say something like a little bit outlandish, like I don't want that on the stream. So it's just better to not do that. How's the tournament going? The tournament is going well. We're about to hit the semifinals. We just watched Arsenal, and they played really, really well. They're using a Charizard Y team, which is what most people were like assuming would be used. So it is looking good. But GG's to you, Nova. Yeah, I was expecting a switch, but I also was expecting Sneasler. Wolf? I don't know if Wolf's still in. We haven't seen him yet. Hopefully he's still in. I want to see him play. But I'm not sure. I hope he's still in. I know he's in the top 8, I think. I'm like pretty sure he's in the top 8. So right now it's just whether or not he can get to the top 4, if that's the case. How do I want to start this? Do you know his team? I have seen his team, yes. I have indeed seen his team, and his team is actually like really, really good. Like, I mean, obviously it would be, but it's really, really good. Like, he's running a Mega Steelix, T-Tar, Rotom Wash, Sneasler, Sinistcha, and something else for his last one. I'm blanking on Talonflame. But I think from what I heard, he's not running like the normal stuff for like I don't think he's running the normal stuff for like Talonflame. Like, I don't think he's using like Tailwind or anything. Ew, you're running Choice Scarf. Unfortunately, it's not fast enough. Okay, so that's an actual Umbreon. I didn't know if you were going to bring in Isun Zoroark. What is the Pokemon called? I Hate You. That is the what you call it? That is a Chandelure. I don't know why I was blanking on that for a second, but it's a Chandelure. Okay, Sylveon's gone. I don't know what this Umbreon's about to do. Okay, just another Calm Mind. Getting really, really greedy with Calm Mind here. Okay, Wolfie's still in. He is still in. They just said it right now. So don't worry, he's still in there. Hey, welcome in, Mewtwo. We're watching the tournament right now, but this is the in-between, like while they're talking and like analyzing the matches. We'll get into the semifinals right after this. So if that's something you're interested in, we'll be doing that. Extra Sensory? No, Balance. Okay. Again, you gotta check the title, man. We're still doing Unite, but right now, like a lot of people were asking, can we also do a like can we also do a champion stream and like play a little bit of champion since we're literally watching it? I said sure. So that's also what we're doing. Okay, he lands it. So there's definitely a dead Sneasler. Oh, that was literally what I was gonna bring out anyway. So that works out. Okay, he's down. And low kick, super effective. This guy's a little bit bulky, so we're gonna chip away at him. Yep, I'm gonna resist that. Okay, so they are currently in a match right now. So we just got done with this one. We're gonna bring it over to the stream.
Great without Mega evolving. Unfortunately, Frostlass is not one of them.
No, Frostlass, I mean, if you wanted to, I guess you're gonna try to get the cursed.
Can we do single battles? That's not what we're doing.
Get rid of a move for your
Sorry, fam.
opponent's side, but there's low chance
I do
of that
double battles.
happening, and it's a little bit better
I
when
don't
you
have
get
a
that
singles
extra
team.
boost to your speed and your special attack. Whimsicott's gonna set the
So,
tailwind,
okay,
though, so
Michael
that means
Zhang.
Glamora
I
gets to
was
zoom
seeing
its
Michael
way
Zhang
into the
earlier.
first turn of this game as Power Gem just barely misses out on the knockout
And
into this
he was actually
Frostlass.
playing really
But the
well.
Frostlass is free and clear to go for a Blizzard. It's gonna bring this Whimsicott down quite low, but not low enough to be able to KO it. Corviknight's going to match that Tailwind, and so we're kind of back to square one.
No knockout with that Blizzard into Whimsicott. That's either a relatively weak Frostlass or a very bulky Whimsicott. It does not have that Focus Sash. That is on the Glamora, the Fairy Feather instead. It is that bold stat alignment, so likely is just trained to be very, very bulky. Does hang on there, but I don't know if you love that if you're Evan. You might have wanted Whimsicott to go down there. So
And they're both running Mega
Frost. Has a little
Frostlass.
bit better of
So,
an offensive matchup here. We saw that first Blizzard do
losing
79
one Mega
damage to
Frostlass can be really,
Glamora.
really
With
bad,
the way
but
those damage rolls work,
I don't
another Blizzard
know
could
if
just take 2 knockouts on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, you had the
if Evan
Prankster
has-
Tailwind
oh,
to
no,
let
Evan
Glamora
also has a
outspeed the
Corviknight
Frostlass,
himself,
but I feel like now that
be
you've
fair.
also neutralized the Tailwinds by setting one of your own with the Corviknight, should be able to let this Frostlass do some good work here. So I can say Sui and Arcanine, not super afraid. Okay, you could attack with the Glamora, but then I'll probably knock you out. As Whimsicott tries to go for the Encore into the
Okay.
Corviknight as well to try to lock it into going for Tailwind.
Weather Ball.
It will
I
not do that, but
didn't
the Weather
even
Ball
know that he
actually
gets
goes
Weather
into the
Ball.
Glamora to miss out on the KO. That is one of the unique
You learn something new
adaptations
every
to
day,
Michael
chat.
Zhang's Frostlass in particular, that it
Yeah.
does actually have Weather Ball as that fourth move instead of something like Aurora Veil.
I love that play from Michael there. Going for Weather Ball means you're not knocking out Whimsicott on this turn. Whimsicott now kind of continues to be dead weight for Evan. Bit of a momentum sink in that slot after getting Tailwind up. But by swapping Arcanine in here, you are threatening the extreme speed to knock out Whimsicott before it can potentially lock your Frostlass into Weather Ball with Encore. Then you can continue to threaten with either the Blizzards or the Weather Balls. Notably, Weather Ball will be a little bit stronger than Blizzard with that single target damage, because Blizzard is
chat.
slightly stronger naturally, but with that
I didn't
damage
do this
reduction,
for the
it's
last
a little
match.
And now that the Whimsicott's
Or
out
even
here, then
the
that
previous
doesn't matter
matches,
at all.
but
So
we're gonna do
we
a
just
poll.
ripped the Blizzard if you want to from
Who
here.
will win?
Weather Ball, though, is going to be the move of choice, guarantees the knockout onto the Glimmora in case something else had actually switched in to take that Whimsicott's place and keep that Blizzard as spread. But that's going to be a 2 Pokemon advantage for Michael Zhang in this first game, as we see Frostlass matched here by Evan Scott, and the Corviknight also almost looking in the mirror.
2 very juicy Flare Blitz targets.
Who do you
for
guys
that
think
Sui and
is going to
Arcanine.
win?
Again, does have the rock
Is it
head
Evan
ability with the
Scott
Focus
or
Sash
Michael
item.
Zhang?
So if it does use Flare Blitz,
Okay,
it
Michael
will not
Zhang is
take
on the
any
right,
recoil, and
Evan
will be able
Scott's
to
on the
throw a
left.
Big knockout into either Frostlass or
And they
Corviknight.
have very similar
Really
teams, so
important
it
to
can
note
go
that
either way.
these Frostlass also have different stat alignments. Evans is going to be modest, giving it a boosted special attack.
I don't think anyone
while
would laugh,
Michael's actually
Holly.
is timid, so you likely think it should be faster across the way.
Would be shocked if Michaels wasn't the faster of the 2 Frostlass.
Oh,
A big
see, I
Shadow
was
Ball and
wondering
Flare
why
Blitz
I
could
kept
get 2
recognizing
knockouts
that
here.
name. I
Let's
was
see
like,
if Evan can
Michael
weather that
Zhang
storm.
sounded
You
very
got Aurora
familiar,
to
and
try
I
to soften some
couldn't
of the
figure out why.
blows, but it's going to be
That's
opposing
probably
Frostlass
why.
just using the Blizzard first. That's still a lot of damage into the opposing Corviknight, despite the fact that it's going to be resistant.
Oh, he got frozen!
Corviknight
No!
gets frozen solid. That is going to make it a nice target for this Arcanine. Arcanine still was going to be faster no matter what in the situation, likely, just because it's naturally a faster Pokemon. But still, that's a big knockout here, and
It thought out. Speaking of things being
I love that they added that. They're like, oh yeah, you did
Arcanine was
thaw
faster
out.
than
You're
Evan's
also
Frostlass.
dead though.
The Tailwinds are matched. There was no difference in speed control there. So that Arcanine with the Jolly stat alignment doing a lot of work for Michael there. That is actually huge information. Michael now knows that his Arcanine can potentially just outspeed and one-hit KO that Frostlass with a head smash later on in this match.
right now, it should be a lot.
I actually would like it if it was Michael Zhang versus Wolfie in the finals.
And a Shadow Ball. The Tailwinds have both expired. Still, they were
Like, I hope they both get to the finals now.
But yeah, Frostlass
Knowing that.
going for the Shadow Ball here, and if that's not enough to pick up the knockout, then the Arcanine knows what job is up next. But Michael Zhang takes game 1 of this top 8
Okay,
set.
Michael Zhang
Really
gets
well
game
played
1.
there. I really loved the use
So
of
right now
Weather
it's
Ball
1-0.
from that Mega Frostlass, not giving the Whimsicott the opportunity to get knocked out, make better use of that Tailwind that it set up, and also not open the door for any Encore to mess up any of Michael's game plans. Smartly
Ooh, he
using
has a
Weather
little
Ball to make
Miana
up the
push.
damage when Blizzard may not have knocked out that Glimmora.
Extreme speed from Arcanine also showing
Also,
off. It's
chat,
got a
you
couple
guys
of
have
other
not
nice
already.
tools in
Make sure you
kit.
guys hit that like
Even though we
button
put a
on the
lot of
stream because it
emphasis
does
on the
push
rock
the
hit
stream out for
ability,
more
making sure
people,
you're not taking
so we can
recoil
also
from the more
meet new
powerful
people
moves of
and
Head
you know
Smash and Flare Blitz.
continue
Extreme
to
speed
help
does give you that
grow this
increased
channel.
priority option
It does really
to
help
get
out
around
if you just
that-
leave a
that
quick little like button.
Whimsicott, that pesky Whimsicott.
Goes a long
Fraser as
way.
well.
Michael
We can see
Zhang
another
is top 10
Frostlass for
Pokemon
the
players of all
Corviknight.
time.
Luckily for Evan, ended up
I mean,
being completely
I don't doubt it.
inconsequential here, but again, this
Like,
Arcanine
he's
is gonna be
playing,
huge
like,
for Michael.
exceptionally
Knowing that it
well.
is faster than
Like, his
Frostlass,
team
which
is scary.
typically
I don't know
would
if I would like to go up
expect
against
see,
this team.
is really big
I
info
don't
for
think
both
I
of
would
these
do like
trainers.
necessarily
I'm
bad,
still
but like
giggling at the fact that
it's
the
not
Corviknight
something
caught
I would like to go up
got
against.
knocked out. Hey, look, at least the game is keeping the Corviknight honest. Let's get into it, though. Game number 2. Can Evan Scott bring himself back into this one with a win so we can go to a game 3? Or will Michael Zhang punch his ticket into the semifinals? Let's see if the Frostlass and
Oh, wait,
Arcanine
this
can
is to
the
get
job
to the
done, or if
semifinals.
Evan
Okay.
will be able to get
So
some
we're
more
still in the
work with this
semifinals. The other
Frostlass
one
and
just
Whimsicott.
ended like
I
really
love
quickly
this lead
then.
from Michael, especially knowing that you have the Arcanine faster than Frostlass. This Frostlass for Michael protects Arcanine from really the only thing that threatens it, which is that Garchomp. A Blizzard would easily be able to knock out Garchomp, allowing the Arcanine to take some free swings here. And we have the Whimsicott and Frostlass, both weak to that Flare Blitz. Neither wants to take a head smash either. This Arcanine is poised to note another
Yeah, that
big bit of damage
Arcanine
on
is
the first
is
turn.
really
The
good.
biggest problem, though, is you do have one way around the natural speed advantage that Michael has, and that's with just the Whimsicott setting the Tailwind. We already saw that it was able to take one Blizzard in that first game, so maybe it's able to hang on through
I'm wondering
this.
if we're
With
gonna
that
see a
said,
lot
though,
more
I really don't wanna
of
catch
this,
the scroll or the
Arcanine.
pause of this
Because I
Arcanine.
honestly have
It's
not
just
seen it
gonna be a
much
double
when
protect here
I've been
to scout
climbing,
out what Michael
but like
has actually
thinking
locked
on it,
into.
like it
This also
threatens
gives
to
Evan an
kill
advantage
so many
here
good,
to
good
maybe
Pokemon.
get a good encore into one of these Pokemon as you see the Flare Blitz and the Blizzard come out. I don't know if you want to encore into one of those.
I mean, potentially if Michael tries to catch Evan being cute and goes for, or no, there's no Aurora Veil, and I was gonna say you could potentially try and Encore that Aurora Veil. But I think just having the threat of Encore, you make Michael reconsider what he's doing on this turn. It just adds at least one more variable to what is otherwise a pretty
I mean,
straightforward
it's already in top cut, so I think a lot of people are going to start to look at it a lot more. And yeah, dude, I like Arcanine. I like regular version a lot more, but
Whimsicott goes for the tailwind to ensure
he's a cool
that Evan's
Pokemon.
Frostlass can do something in this turn before getting knocked out. And the Frostlass opts to go for Shadow Ball. Maybe he will be able to get the KO, but it doesn't.
Oh,
it just
that
barely
was a
misses it out,
roll.
even though this modest Frostlass knew that it had one job. The Blizzard in
Oh,
response
dude,
doesn't
if he
knock
gets
out
that
the Whimsicott.
KO,
A damage
that would
roll
really
we saw
help
in that
because
first
he's.
game play out favorably here for
Because yeah,
Evan.
that's gonna.
But
And he gets the freeze! Holy
Get a
shit!
catch-up break. I don't know what Michael's speeding that Frostlass, but I want to know.
Dude,
And
Evan,
is
I
gonna get
feel
knocked
so
out in
bad for
return
you,
from the Flare
dude.
Blitz.
Another freeze from
And
the
that's a
Blizzards. I
crit!
think if you're looking for a team to use after this
What the
tournament
fuck?
ends, know that these
No.
Mega Frost
I feel
Blasts
bad
would
for
go
him.
with
Jake,
the
don't-
And I
don't
want
put
Michael
that
to
on
win,
the
but
ladder.
that's
This
just
one's
messed
certainly more
up, dude.
consequential than the Corviknight in the first game because now Whimsicott doesn't have the option to threaten something like an Encore to protect itself from a potential extreme speed.
Like,
It does
holy
have a chance to
shit.
thaw, but it is not guaranteed until at least
First,
3 turns have
he doesn't
passed,
get the
thanks
kill.
to the new freeze
Then
mechanics in
he,
Pokemon
you know,
Champion.
gets the Blizzard,
Before it hits the field, it is
freezes
threatening knockout
the
with
fucking
power damage of
Whimsicott,
Frostlass or big damage with Earth Power.
and then he gets the
Or
crit.
focus
Granted,
on
it didn't
attack.
matter,
Whimsicott
but it was
does
just
actually
like,
thaw
what
out
the
on this
hell?
turn, so it does fire off a Moonblast to finish off the Frostlass.
Alright, but Earth Power is probably
That's
gonna
be one
make its way
Pokemon
over into
apiece.
that.
Both of the Mega
that
Frostlass
last
taken
slot right
down
there.
for Evan and
Oh, no
Michael.
Power
As
Gem.
the Power Gem is going to guarantee this Arcanine gets taken down to its Focus Sash. But what does Arcanine do
Yeah, I was
next?
hoping he
There's
would get
two good
a
targets
Mega,
on the
but
other
because
side
Scolipede did,
for
he is my
this
second favorite
move.
Pokemon.
And a head
Yeah,
smash actually lands
I
into
just
the
don't,
Gamora.
I don't think,
That is a huge amount of damage traded. We are just going blow for blow here. in
I
second
just
game.
don't think they were ever gonna do that since he already got before him.
Rockhead ability does activate Toxic Debris though, so one layer of Toxic Spikes spread on Michael's side
So
of the
that
field.
that's
Means that anything
kind of the
that's
main
touching the
reason.
ground
I
will
just
be
don't think
poisoned when it comes in.
it would
Thankfully for
happen,
Michael,
but
though,
I don't know,
Corviknight
maybe.
is immune in a couple ways.
Maybe
Touching
in the
ground, it is a
future.
Steel type that can't be poisoned, so nothing just yet. And now this Corviknight again in a really strong spot. You're threatening a knockout with extreme speed into either of Evan's Pokemon. I think
Yeah.
you may want to target that Glamora over the Whimsicott because Corviknight has a really, really good time against Whimsicott, and Glamora is kind of the last thing left that can threaten it.
That's actually going to be the Whimsicott, though, for the extreme speed. Maybe worried about something like getting encored into Tailwind if this Corviknight is trying to stagger those turns. But you're going to trade the Arcanine for the Whimsicott as Corviknight is the final Pokemon to move on this turn. We will end up seeing it go for that Tailwind, and so one more turn of Tailwind here for Evan that he gets to actually utilize here before Michael is going to take over the speed control for the rest of the game.
That is a great tailwind. It means that for this next coming turn, the speeds are equalized. But then after that, there are 2 turns remaining where Michael's team will be
what's the last
faster.
one, though?
We do see the Hydreigon come out.
Gonna be
for
Corviknight.
Michael, matching the Corviknight for Evan. Now that this Hydreigon is holding the Choice Scarf, it does have to
Well,
lock
he
into
could
one attack
5P
for the
shield
remainder of
and
the
then
game.
just go for
There's
Tailwind
only
right
2
here.
Pokemon remaining for each trainer.
Or
But this
not right here,
Hydreigon
but,
isn't
the
really
turn
being
after.
threatened heavily by any attacks here at all, especially with the speed advantage with the Choice
Okay,
Scarf.
Dark Pulse trying to get a
Dark Pulse
flinch.
is perfect. You also have a chance to flinch this Pokemon if you are so lucky. As Glamora fires off a Sludge Bomb. It's going to be the best option here as you're not
Ooh,
gonna
he's
get the
going for
KO
Bulk
quite
Up.
yet. As Evan's able to weave in a Bulk Up.
It might be.
Corviknight, though, with the Iron Head finishes off the
Because I
Glamora
remember
with
when
that
I was using
1
Frostlass,
HP
I was
remaining,
using
and it's a
Incineroar
2v1 here
as
Evan's
my
gonna put
fire
the rest
type,
of
but
these bulbs
honestly,
onto the
honestly, I'm seeing like Arcanine as a way better alternative.
Less damage from Michael's Corviknight's attacks, and of course, it boosted the power of Body Press. With the damage that the Hydreigon took from the Sludge Bomb, that might be enough. Well, not might. It will be enough for Hydreigon to be knocked out by Body Press. And Michael's Corviknight only has resisted attacks into Evans. The combination of that bulk up, the possibility of Roost on Evans, and the leftovers.
There's one thing though, Michael
to get
does
that
have
flinch.
2 different options to flinch this Corviknight with the Iron Head and the Dark Pulse. So you've got the speed advantage.
Trying to
May
get
as well
it.
Try to use it, see if you can stop this Corviknight in its tracks. And that is going to be an
Not gonna get it.
unsuccessful turn. That's the Body Press to finish off this Choice Scarf Hydreigon.
Alright, the
And so
one-on-one
Michael just has to
shiny
figure out how to
Corviknight
get through the rest of
versus
this
the
HP, but as you
non-shiny.
called out, there's a lot of different ways that this Corviknight
Now,
can be
Michael
the
does
final
have
raid
speed
boss that
advantage,
Michaels cannot
but
get through.
You
Evan
would probably
has
need a
not
couple
only
flinches, a
leftovers
few critical
to
hits
continue
along
to
the
heal
way
it out.
here.
Oh,
Michael
never mind.
knows that bulk up came in huge for Evan. Just knowing that Michael's Corviknight is completely unable to threaten Evan's Corviknight with any kind of damage. great identification of that win condition.
Wow,
from late
Michael
game.
Zane didn't
Great
try
game
to.
too, for
Oh well,
sure.
he
And
might
I
not
think
have
with
body
the
press.
difference that we saw
something
in terms of the
to
leads as
do
well as some
meaningful
of those
damage.
adjustments. Maybe you're thinking if
I don't
you're-
know,
if
I
you're
feel like
Michael,
that
like,
still
"Odura, I
wasn't
didn't
over."
really like the Hydreigon coming in the back. If it was the Corviknight on
Because
the
like
other
if
side.
you
Also,
get the
decision
flinch,
to extreme speed the Whimsicott there instead
Wait,
of the Glamora
there's
made
a
a lot of
chance.
sense,
I don't know.
knowing that Hydreigon was your final Pokemon.
They're
You
the
really don't wanna
professionals,
face
not
down
me.
That fairy type Whimsicott, they cleared the way for that Hydreigon as much as you could, but that one bulk up, and I think importantly the Sludge Bomb damage from the Glamora is what allowed Hydreigon to be knocked out by that one body press. If it had the chance to fire one more Dark Pulse into Evan's Corviknight, I think Michael is able to win that, but just couldn't ignore that Glamora.
Game 3 is going to be the deciding game.
Yeah, I think he
between
just kind of
Evan Scott and
realized he
Michael
needed
Zhang
to
see
go
who
after
will
the
move on to the top
Glamora
four
and
of
get
the
that damage.
first Pokemon Champions Regional. Let's see what our
But he
competitors have
also
brought to
probably
this third
predicted that
game
he
as we see
might
the
Spiky
Frostlass
Shield,
and the Corviknight for Michael, and it's gonna be
which
the
is
Frostlass and
completely
the
fair.
Whimsicott once again for Evan.
Another opportunity for Michael to match a Tailwind on this first turn. I like this adjustment back to the game 1 lead for Michael. It's what saw him success in that first game, and most importantly,
Well, yeah,
returning
we'll
a
have to
Tailwind,
wait
but
and see
also
though,
really
because
good
like
damage with Iron Head
we're
into
gonna
the
get
target.
some more fire type
Frostlass is
Pokemon
not gonna
soon.
waste
Like we're gonna get
any
like
time, though, as it
Blaziken
does Mega
and
Evolve
whatnot.
and
We'll
get
get some
ready to
other
pull
megas,
out all the stops.
like Mega
We'll see if there's
Heatran,
some
which
Mega
I think is
Evolution
gonna
that
be
is matched
really
here,
really
and there
good,
will, so we see
especially
two Mega
in Trick Room.
Frostlass.
2 Mega Frostlass once again. We've seen Michael
So
survive a very
we'll see,
powerful
but yeah,
attack
right now
both games, whether it be
it's
Power
really
Gem or
really
a
good.
Shadow Ball.
I haven't
So it's
gone up
unlikely that
against a
Michael will lose that
lot.
Frostlass this turn.
Tailwind here for the
So,
Whimsicott is going to let Evans Frostlass
I'm
go
actually
first.
kind of wondering like
Shadow Ball did
how
not
my
get the
team
knockout
actually
in that
fares
second
against
game,
it.
and it will not get it again in the
Second
third.
time.
So Frostlass here for Michael gets a chance to do some damage. Whimsicott is also going to hang on again, so really well trained on both parts to survive those super effective hits. But what did this Corviknight do? Map Tailwind matched, and we'll have to move into this next turn knowing that.
Now, Michael does have the threat of being encored by the Whimsicott. Of course, the Frostlass on Michael's side could potentially get encored into Blizzard, which would prevent Evan's Frostlass from being knocked out. But if you're encoring the Frostlass, you're not encoring the Corviknight.
Frostlass is going to protect itself, so we'll see if Corviknight actually gets to do something here.
Oh.
As yeah, Whimsicott actually tried to encore the opposing Mega Frostlass. Frostlass for Evan
Ooh.
still gets a chance to get some damage down onto this Corviknight, and we've seen some really unfortunate freezes. So we'll see if this Corviknight can break through, and if it loves
Yeah,
its
it
trainer
can
down,
finish
and
off.
it does. Iron Head
That
finishes
was
off the
actually a
Whimsicott.
really, really good
It's gonna
play
be
by
free switch
Michael.
here for Evan, but does he
Really
like
good
the
play.
trade?
I don't know. I
'Cause
think
now-
this is
now he
probably
can threaten a
favorable for
KO
Michael, knowing you have
on the
faster
Frostlass.
You're now threatening Evan's Frostlass with even more damage with either
Oh,
that
actually,
Shadow
no,
Ball or
Glamora-
Blizzard.
is
And
Glamora
of course, you're going
faster?
to be able to break the Focus Sash of this Glamora if you do Object Go for Blizzard.
It might
It's gonna
be.
be tough. Like, do you try to target the
It
Frostlass?
might be
looks like
faster.
a Shadow Ball from
It
Michael's
definitely
Frostlass
can't
should be able
die
to
to
knock
one
out
attack.
Evans.
So even if it's
Prioritize
not,
maybe
it's
taking out
faster
this
than the
Glamora.
Corviknight.
If you have that Hydreigon in the back,
So
you wanna
more
make sure
than
the
likely
Ice
it's
type
gonna
is
be
gone.
able to-
It's a tough choice
to
here,
get a
but I think
KO.
Michael's in the driver's seat.
You got a great choice of targets on either side, but it depends on what you feel like you need to clear a way to move towards your path to victory. Frostlass protects himself on Evan's side, which is going to mean that this Blizzard still connects into the Glamora. And so will that
Gonna try
be
to break
a
that
return
Focus Sash.
KO? Glamora, which
And
should
then
be able
Iron
to
Head.
get the knockout with any of its moves into the Frostlass, and so it's going to be the Power Gem, the attack of choice. Corviknight, though, if it is going to target into this Glamora, should get a nice knockout trade. It is the Iron Head, but it was going towards the Frostlass.
No.
I think that's a pretty good mid-ground play for Michael there. You know that if the Frostlass doesn't protect itself, you probably get the knockout there. If it does protect itself, you're still getting to break that Focus Sash on Glamora, which is very important. Now this Arcanine comes in. I believe it's...
Yeah, Arcanine is
I'm
out.
missing the
The
speed interaction
MVP.
between Glamora and Arcanine there. But even if the Arcanine attacks after Glamora, it does have that Focus Sash, and we know it's faster than Evan's Frostlass. Michael is
Should
now
be faster
threatening two
then.
KOs here again.
Yeah, so the Arcanine should be faster. And actually, a really nice play from the Blizzard the turn before. It did not make contact with the Glamora, so no toxic spikes
Oh, yeah.
to actually break the Focus Sash onto the Hisuian Arcanine. So it's free and clear. It needs to take 2 attacks of attention in order to knock it out. So
Damn.
the Flare Blitz is going to
rid of
confirm a
him.
KO into the Frostlass, and I think this Corviknight knows the next job that it has
Yeah,
ahead of
Iron
it
Head.
is to get rid of this Glamora. because Glimmora can only do so much into this Arcanine to bring it down to that Focus Sash with Earth Power.
The modest stat alignment on the Glimmora comes in handy when you need to deal damage, but unfortunately means it is slower than this Arcanine. And now Corviknight has the chance to respond with an Iron Head. Michael will take a 3-1 Pokemon advantage, and Evan is down to just 1.
Well, I mean, I've seen Corviknights do some ridiculous things.
True.
But with this Hisuian Arcanine as an adjustment in this 4th game, I think our 3rd game, excuse me, I'm stuck in round 4. We have, I think, a tough time ahead of this Corviknight.
We still have one
Squirtwood's gonna
Pokemon
come
in the back
in
for Michael, and because Corviknight hits the field for Evan and Arcanine is still around, you are going to be able to get a huge Flare Blitz off here. And because of that Rock Head, once again, you have to target that Arcanine with an attack to knock it out. And if you don't target it, it's just going to hit 2 Flare Blitzes and win.
Oh, I might only need 1 here if the Corviknight is able to follow up with anything, either the Brave Bird or the Iron Head. Body press.
That should be GG's.
Okay, great. Knockout for the Corviknight, but should be 1 more incoming as the Corviknight for Michael still has yet to move. I think both players know what's going to happen here as Brave Bird for the Corviknight knocks out his counterpart, and Michael Zhang wins this top 8 to move on to the top 4.
Really well played there. That Hisuian Arcanine
Top
has been
4
such
for
a
Michael
huge factor
Zhang.
in both of the matches we've seen Michael play, especially in this top 8
That
match.
is
So
top
the fact that
4.
that Arcanine was faster than Evan's Frostlass
Top
gave Michael
4.
so much agency,
There
so
we
much
go,
control.
chat. Okay, gonna bring it back over. Okay, chat. Did we want to go back to Unite, get a quick match in, or did we want to stay over here on Champions? Because I am still on Champions. I did not move, but I can go to Unite if people want Unite. More so what the chat is asking for right now. Also, I can also show this just because if people do want to play Champions. But whoo, we're having some crazy matches today, chat. Oh, shoot. Was not trying to go to customs. Wanted the casual battle. Did not want that either. Okay, bring cancel in. Alright. You guys want to join up? For a match, now is the time. We're on Unite. Okay. Bring in Nova. Alright, I'll give it a little bit of time. Let people try to jump on. Wait, I know T-Pon needs an invite. We'll shoot them an invite. And we got Teapot. Does anyone else want to join or would like to join? I'm not seeing anything, so I'm probably just gonna start it up. But I'll give it just a little bit more time. And try to be patient and try to let some people jump on in. Alright, we're gonna get some bots here, but that's fine. I'm playing the new Yoshi game. What's the new Yoshi game? I have not heard of that. To be honest, I haven't really been playing any other games but Champions. Just because I have been trying to just grind up. And I really don't have too much time. But, probably need to. I do want to play, there's a, what is it? The NTE game, where it's basically GTA 6, but just anime. It's so good. It sounds good. Yoshi in the Mysterious Book. What's mysterious about the book? Did it not just come from the library? That was a really dumb joke. I'm sorry. We're 3 hours into this stream. I'm gonna be making some really silly jokes right now. Oh, so chat, how many people have actually seen Iron Lung? Because I remember Monkey was telling me about it. He was like, it's out. You can go watch it on YouTube. I was like, okay, I need to go watch it. And I watched it. But I want to know how many people have also seen it. I'm not going to spoil regardless, just because, like, I really do think that's a movie you really want to, like, sit down and watch and truly experience for the first time. And if I open my big mouth and I start talking about like a lot of the big moments in that movie, I feel like that kind of ruins the experience. So I don't want to do that. But I am curious, how many people have seen the movie and what did people think of the movie? Go. What movie? Iron Lung, the one made by Markiplier. Okay, so we still have 2 top 8 matches, and Wolfie is in one of them. So I think what they're going to be doing is they're going to be taking it one at a time for each, and then they'll do the top 4 matches, right? Because there's only 2 there, and then the finals. So we actually don't have 2 matches. I think we literally have 4 now, which still isn't that bad. Because especially if there's a 2-0, then we'll have that. Okay, so they're talking about the matches. I think they're about to get geared up. Oh, here's Wolfie! Chat, I know you don't want to miss this, so here you guys go. We're still playing, but I'm going to show this for you guys. So Wolfie is on the screen. He is about to play. He's in the top 8. We're rooting for Wolfie. Whatever happens to the other guy, we don't care. Okay, Dragonite, Font, Stylus, Basket Legion, Garchomp, King Gambit, Sneasler. Okay, 2 people haven't seen it. Dude, it's really good. It's a really good movie. If you haven't played Iron Lung, I don't think you really need to understand it. It can be a little confusing, but I feel like it's not that bad. But I really liked it. I really enjoyed it. I think it was a really good movie. And as someone that like really didn't care much for the game itself, I think he did a really good job. So, hey, you guys haven't watched it? It's out on YouTube, and I think and you guys give it a shot. I think you guys might be decently surprised. Alright, chat, there's Wolfie's team. A little bit of a different team. He's using Mega Steelix. which I do have a friend that loves Steelix and Mega Steelix even more. So honestly, I feel like he's gonna be stoked to see that like it's actually doing really, really well. And there's gonna be a lot of messages sent to me. He ain't using Incineroar anymore. That's odd. He has a love-hate relationship with that. So I think that's more so why. But you know for a fact he definitely like tested it out, you know. Okay, running Jolly Sneasler. Pretty sure I also am running Jolly. I was in a match when you guys were playing. I just got done with the match. It's okay. Well, one more chances to do more matches. Like this tournament is far from over. I thought it was gonna be like over like around now, but going on for a little bit. Got the wrong prediction. That's what we like to see. What we like to see. Okay. Oh shoot.
Burn
That's
would
my
pick
fault.
up the Sneasler at this point. However, Garchomp now out on the field. As
Thank you for telling me
Dragonite
that, chat.
will
The thing is,
retreat,
I
and
could hear it,
Mega Tyranitar
and
now
it just
makes
wasn't
an
being
appointment,
broadcast
makes an
through.
appearance.
So that's my
Garchomp
fault.
now out on the field. There's an appointment for a protect here from the Tyranitar as it dodges the
it's right
close
on
combat.
time.
Let's go,
Sneasler,
Wolfie!
showing up to the appointment, and,
That's
maybe
my
the
boy
Thunderbolt might
right
be knocking
there.
it out, just like you said.
Get rid of that
Yeah,
Sneasler.
there's good damage on to the Sneasler. Sneasler goes
Bye-bye,
down
boy.
thanks to the Thunderbolt, and now Garchomp on the field. Alex is
Two
going to be able
KOs.
to reposition here, and that Rotom has gotten a lot of value out. Got a burn on the Sneasler, eventually picked up the KO on that Sneasler and the light screen. But it's a days
Now,
are
how
probably
is he
numbered
gonna
here
get
with
rid
the
of this
Garchomp and
Garchomp?
Basculegion out on the field.
Yeah, the effect of that Sinistcha has really been impressive.
Or
but
better
at this
yet,
point,
how
this
is he
is a
gonna
really
get rid of
nice
that
play.
fucking
It's gonna wild,
Basculegion?
but okay, maybe ignore
Is
the
he
Rotom as a
Scarf
threat.
on
Tyranitar burns to
Rotom?
protect, and,
Because
yeah,
Scarf
well, that's
Rotom
great
Wash
to an
actually
extent
does
where it didn't take
outspeed.
damage on that last turn
Or at least
close
it
combat.
can.
Now, it's just a tough spot for Wolf, right? You really want to try to
But
protect
if
the
he
game,
has
certainly not a
Aqua
very,
Jet, then-
wise move, and then both these Pokemon are threatening a lot of damage, right? Garchomp can potentially knock out this Rotom. If you're playing it real risky, maybe you go for a Rock Slide. I think that's probably a little too dangerous. Then enabling the Basculegion to attack him as Tyranitar Slide. Do not want to allow a Wave Crash, so Wolf's in a really difficult position now. He's going to have to switch the Tyranitar out of battle. Can't start setting up yet.
Well, the
Ooh,
obvious switch
Sinistcha.
here is Sinistcha to bait
Get that
out any type
hospitality
of
going.
water type
So
attacks
Aqua Jet
from
can't
that
kill now.
Basculegion or ground types from the Garchomp.
Well, Dragon
Taking
Claw
the
can't.
bait
Oh,
instead,
wait,
going
never
on the
mind. No,
offensive
it can't.
against The Rotom, again, a second hospitality, allowing the Rotom to survive an
Is that
extra
Rotom
turn
an
on
alpha?
the
It's
field.
really big?
This Rotom is getting
No,
so
that's
much
just normal
value.
Rotom.
This Sinistcha is getting so much value, and a second Will-O-Wisp
Because I'm
connects
pretty
onto
sure
the
they don't.
Garchomp.
Yeah, it was
They
just
don't,
really impressive by
yeah,
Wolf's
you-
side,
you don't have,
right?
like, the
We're
different
used to
sizes.
Sinistcha being used. Like, he's still kind of on the back foot, right? He's not quite got in a position where he's safe. There are a lot of threats to Tyranitar on this team, but slowly spreading those burns now.
Okay,
Yeah,
Sinistcha.
very weak.
Dude,
You can
one of
imagine
this
it's gonna have a
man,
difficult time,
like,
getting out of this one,
I
but,
know
it's
he's
made
he's
fun,
really good
especially
at
after
calculating
damage early in the
everything.
game twice now,
So
Sinistcha
like,
saved it,
what
allow it to
if
burn another Pokemon,
he
and,
actually calculated like, oh well, at this point, then with the tick damage from Sandstorm, I'll actually be able to get my Citrus Berry, and I'll be back to like 80%.
Support your carry sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Rotom
I just know, like,
really
he's
got so
actually
much
capable
value.
of
It's
doing
been-
that.
I suspect Alex has just been thinking, okay, that Rotom is off the field this time. That Rotom is off the field this time. And at both times, Wolf has been able to preserve it and get value out of it. Not just preserve it, get something out of preservation.
Yeah, perhaps this Rotom, instead of possessing a washing machine, has possessed a cat because it seems to have 9 lives.
Yeah, at least 3 at this point. It's on its 3rd. We'll see if it can do
Yeah, he's gonna
7
protect.
more here as Sinistcha protects itself from any incoming damage. The Rock Slide from Garchomp will whiff into the protect onto
Does it miss?
Sinistcha, but will
Does
connect
not
onto Rotom, and now finally,
Ooh, Willits!
okay, Rotom, I was not familiar with your game.
Neither was I, apparently.
That's gonna be the last
Rotom,
life.
and hits the Hydro Pump onto Garchomp. Oh
Holy
boy, this
shit,
Rotom
dude.
is loving Wolf Look right now.
Yeah, it's gonna go down.
There
but
it
certainly
goes.
did more of its share of the work. What a run by that Rotom.
He didn't die, but
Wow,
like,
showing off that Pokemon once again.
And
jeez,
the
dude.
big part of this is that it now allows potentially
It
for
did
the
that
Tyranitar
little?
to
How
have the
bulky is that
Sinistcha support,
Rotom?
so that it can actually deal with this Basculegion, which otherwise is in a really strong position to control the rest of this game.
Yeah, so both sides sort of having to deal with that, right? Where Wolf still is scared of both of these Pokemon, where both of them could do reasonable damage. And Garchomp has been weakened a little bit, going to have to try to Earthquake around a Sinistcha while being burned, and also having 2 teammates that aren't, like, one teammate who's not immune to Earthquake, and
Yeah.
another who probably doesn't want to switch into
It's really,
Battle
really
Gear,
good.
being
Not
intimidated a
just
little
say,
bit by
you
the
know,
front of a Rock Slide from this
on its name,
Tyranitar,
but
which
it's
is
also
only
just
still
really,
broken
really
on the
good
Dragonite
in
already.
the meta,
So,
and like what
so
everyone's
this is a
using.
tricky spot.
Like,
Basculegion
it has a
certainly
really,
throwing lot of
really
potential
good
damage
chance
out
to
of
be
these Pokemon, but
successful
how
now.
you can act and can you afford to take that damage where a knockoff here would certainly be a knockout.
Okay, that is going to be Sinistcha retreated for the Sneasler, opening up the opportunity for Hospitality to give a little bit more health back to the Tyranitar, but no protects here. That means that it is going to be exposed to a Wave Crash. The Rock Slide connects
Oh,
in, the
he got
Tyranitar
flinched.
flinches and shows that it is faster than the Basculegion, actually. But because of the targeting that Alex has put out, only targeting down the Sneasler and not enough damage to actually pick up that KO with only one ally fainted.
Sneasler can obviously use Fake Out. It's going to be brought down a lot, though. And that Basket Legion is not choice.
No Focus Sash to have broken from the sand.
So, does he have Focus Sash? No. Well, I think if he did, then it's already been broken. But
Yeah,
he might have something
Sneasler
else.
out on the field, although it does have
He
the
could have to have
opportunity
Mystic Water.
to fake out the Garchomp and at least protect the Tyranitar a little bit more. Outspeeding the Basket Legion, I think, is probably surprising to both, to me, it's probably surprising to Alex, although you do see the Jolly on Tyranitar, but it's still a lot of investment.
A little different
Fake out.
than I think most of us are used to seeing, even for the Mega.
Kind of bring it down quite a bit.
Survives after the rough skin, so
Jet,
gets the
gonna
fake out down
finish.
onto the Garchomp, thanks to the Aqua Jet, but now this Tyranitar gets to do whatever it wants. All targets have been used. The knockoff now connects onto Basket Legion. That is an easy KO because it already outspeeds the Basket Legion with that Jolly nature, that Jolly stat alignment. No need to waste time going for Dragon Dances, and you can just go for the knockoff, and now Wolf is in a great spot.
Yeah, Sinister gonna be able to come in, heal up the Trinitar a little bit, protect it, and with that burned Garchomp, gonna be pretty difficult to do too much with
That
Earthquake.
Garchomp's just not going to be able to do anything.
And Wolf could be looking at taking game one. A very strange game, but that Rotom is so difficult.
One
to
good
knock out
Rock
of the
Slide
field.
should be able to
Making it
do the
difficult for
job
these
here.
physical attackers to take down this Tyranitar.
Yeah,
Even though the
Garchomp's
White
at
Wound up
50.
being,
He could also
completely
protect just to
ineffective.
stall it out a
Yeah,
little
I
bit
don't know
more,
that
but I don't think he
maybe
needs to.
one attack went through the light screen from
Dude,
the Dragonite,
I
but
have
Rotom
been
just got
kind of
so much
wishing
value.
that it
2
was
burns, 2 Thunderbolts
in
into the
Champions,
Sneasler,
because
also the
I've
Hydro
been
Pump
wanting
into
to
the
use
Garchomp,
either
bringing it
something
so
with
low.
Water Absorb
That is the
or
true carry right here.
or Storm Drain.
Yeah, the only thing that's tricky is I assume a knockoff is not going to be good.
Just because it's a really good counter to Basket Legion, and that's been a big problem for my team.
Last time we saw him on stream, but pretty serious advantage.
I do think when it finally comes in,
always the scariest one.
I'm probably gonna end up
the flamethrower from Mega
yeah, I'm
Dragonite
probably
is
gonna end
now
up
enough
putting
to
that
pick
on
up
my
the
team
KO
instead of my
on
loading.
Sinistcha with no more light screen on the field. So now this Tyranitar doesn't get to move again.
No!
A second flinch on the Tyranitar here.
Dude,
means that this
my
Dragonite
boy's
is
getting
safe
my
for
luck
another
right
turn.
now. This is
Yeah,
not
things are getting
cool.
spooky for Wolf there, where he almost had it locked up, but does need to connect at least that one Rock Slide. Also, no longer has the sand
no
up, so
sand.
he's going to take not just failing to have the reduced damage from Light Screen, but also from its own Sand Stream. So we see the Earthquake coming from the Garchomp, no protecting the Tyranitar. I kind of wonder if he might try to stall for burn damage.
Yeah, Alex has decided to just go for as much damage as possible, trying to get the KO on this Tyranitar right now.
Dragon
There's
Pulse
the Dragon
shouldn't
Pulse coming out
kill.
from the Dragonite, not enough to pick up the KO onto Tyranitar.
Just land the Rock Slide.
Tyranitar goes
Oh,
for the
wait,
Dragon
he
Dance. One Rock Slide, not going to be enough, Wolf says, to KO this Dragonite. I need the Dragon Dance, I need the extra power, and I need potentially to be faster and maybe get bailed by a flinch if I don't pick up the KO.
Yeah, it's going to be real close, I think, but now Faster going to do more damage, and also critically getting fast enough, he doesn't have to worry about getting flinched himself.
Absolutely. After getting flinched twice already from Garchomp's Rock Slide, now it is Tyranitar who Rock Slides. Garchomp goes down.
Lands it, let's go!
Down. The Dragon
That was a
takes
lot
out
closer
the
than it should have
Dragon,
been.
And Tyranitar gives
I'm
Wolf
also
a victory
surprised
in game one.
he didn't just
Incredibly close game there.
I know like it's a
Both
special attacker when it Mega Evolves. I'm surprised he didn't
Mega Tyranitar
have
once again
East-
just able to clutch it out. Dragon Dance.
Because like,
getting
I
just
still
a step
find
ahead
it
on the dance
like
floor.
Yeah,
there's so
what
many
a big
opportunities
tournament
where
for
East
Dragon
could
Dance so
maybe
far.
just
Obviously, we
maybe
had
bail
the
you
Dragon
out.
Dance Gyarados looking pretty good earlier
But,
on.
like,
in
I still
top
feel
cut,
like it's
and
a
now
good move
this
to
is the
even put on
second
a-
time we have seen
on a
this,
special attacker
well,
like-
the second match that we've
like
seen
Mega
this
Dragonite.
Dragon Dance Mega
I don't know.
Tyranitar really
Maybe
show
that's
its
just me.
strength. And I think people are so used to no disrespect to our co-caster and good friend Len Duel, are so used to the really bulky, specially defensive
Never sleep on T-Twin.
Tyranitars
T-Twin is
from with
really
Assault
good.
Vest previously.
Why do you guys think I have
People
focus
forgot
blast?
Tyranitar does damage.
Yeah, especially even in this format, right? Where I think throughout the course of the
Like, I have Focus Blast just in case if I need to obliterate that mon.
3 attack Mega Tyranitar. So for me, it's like I'm a little surprised sometimes at how little
Yeah,
damage.
if he didn't
Tyranitar
get
does
flinched
relative to
twice,
its
he
attack
definitely
boost
wins.
because, it's built a little bit differently
But
than
getting
is,
flinched,
normal, but,
the amount of times
getting
that he
faster
did
has been
was
very impactful in all the
really,
games we've
really
seen from him
big.
So far, plenty of damage there. It's not like you needed a critical hit or anything.
But
and,
he's one
also,
round
like,
away.
that Rock Slide's been
One
pretty
round
critical in
away,
both
and
directions
then
so
he's going to
far
be
in the
making
games
it
that we've
to
seen. So,
top
getting
4.
quick enough, you don't have to worry about a flinch is its own reward.
Absolutely. Alex probably needs to go back to the drawing board, but it's unclear to what, because those did seem like the right Pokemon here, and the Dragonite, you really don't want to leave that at home just in case.
Hey, there's that Talonflame.
Let's
It's
do it.
real.
There he
Show
is.
it.
There's the
What
boy.
does this Pokemon do? I wanna
There's the
know.
boy.
There is the sand on the field.
Oh, wait.
alongside the
That's not
Talonflame.
gonna
So
be
it does
good,
have to go
though.
for an attack, or else it will lose
Okay,
access to its Gale
wait,
Wings.
so then what's the
unless it gets healed
strategy
back
here?
up
Right,
again.
yeah, we've heard legends as we were hearing in the lounge earlier of the idea of using Sinistcha to reactivate Gale Wings despite having kind of the natural anti-synergy
Okay.
of this Tyranitar.
I was about to say,
It's
like,
passively gonna break
well,
it
what are
even
you
if it
gonna
doesn't
do?
get
You're
faked
about
out.
to, like, do damage
usually
to your own
Pokemon that hate
Talonflame.
being at a team together, but we saw Sinistcha do such a great job of supporting Rotom instead of Tyranitar in that first game, and instead now Talonflame offering a little switch up here. Something to keep in mind. I think something Alex will be considering as well. But regardless, Talonflame potentially threatening a ton of damage into Sneasler. Doesn't want to be hit by these fast flying type attacks, and a little different look once again from Wolf. Seems like every time he's on stream, he shows us something different.
Yeah, there are so many different tricks to this team that Wolf has shown.
Okay, Mega
Garchomp switches
T-Star is
in
coming out.
instead of the Dragonite here, as the Tyranitar will go ahead and Mega Evolve.
I
So
love
Wolf
our current format,
immediately setting
Rock
up
Slide.
the offensive pressure from the Tyranitar.
Hey, if it makes
Talonflame
you
goes
feel
for a
any better,
protect
I
here, does not
don't
want to
use
take
Rock
any
Slide.
additional
I
damage. Actually,
did
a double
with
protect coming
Sneasler,
out here from Wolf. So
but I actually
Talonflame will
don't
take
use
some
Rock
sand
Slide.
damage at the expense
I just use
of,
Heat Wave.
with the benefit of avoiding a fake out this turn.
Yeah, so lose the Gale Wings here, but it's possible the Talonflame is still quicker anyway, though. We've seen, again, as we mentioned previously, both the Sneasler are jolly in this matchup, so a lot of very speedy Pokemon. Maybe
I have a
ready for
feeling
this metagame,
he'll
which
probably
is indeed
swap in
trading knockouts back
Sinistcha,
and forth.
but not
Tyranitar-
this turn.
Tyranitar also
I have a
goes
feeling
pretty
he's gonna
evolution
predict
there.
the
I think whether it stays in or not, and this turn's really being threatened by a lot of damage there.
the
probably
protect on
relatively unlikely he's
Sneasler,
gonna want to
and
do
he's
that.
gonna try to get
We'll
a
make it little
burn
safer if it's
possibly
switching back in later
on
with all those
Garchomp.
boosted stats from Mega Evolution, where Wolf's such a cycling-friendly player.
Yeah.
You might want to have Tyranitar to be as bulky as you can. Since
Because Garchomp does
go
threaten
ahead,
a kill.
It does a little metaphorical
Okay.
dancing before perhaps doing
Switches.
the dancing later on.
Well,
King
it is the
Gambit.
King on the floor now. King Gambit has swapped out for the Sneasler to tank this Brave Bird from Talonflame. With the sharp beak as well, deals a little bit of extra damage, takes some recoil, will take a lot of damage from this Rock Slide on Garchomp. That's enough to pick up the KO onto Talonflame. But
Okay.
Tyranitar is still on the field.
So what's
Has
the
not
game
moved
plan?
yet. May have the opportunity to set up another Dragon Dance here, and it does. What the Talonflame was able to do was scare off the Sneasler for one turn for this Tyranitar to get a Dragon Dance.
Yeah, I mean, it's not nothing, but not a great trade. Sneasler
Eating
can come out
sushi
here and
right
threaten
now
a bunch of
sup?
damage the other direction. It's like I too can threaten a fighting
Well,
move
we're just
into a
watching
doubly
Wolfie.
fighting weak Pokemon, but I don't
We're
know if
trying to
those
hope that
Dragon
he can-
Dances,
he can make it all the
kinda
way
what
to
you
the
want
finals.
Enough to trade a Pokemon for. We saw how integral all the Pokemon
Yeah.
on Wolf's team were in that game one, and that's a lot of resource to give up here. We saw.
So he
also
does
one of
threaten a
Wolf's
kill on
previous
this,
stream matches that he,
this
two
King
levels of
Gambit.
boosted attack to almost KO that Garchomp. I believe that one was a little bit bulkier than this one, just trying to eyeball it.
But when it comes to
at the very
that
least, one
Garchomp, what does
Dragon
he
Dance
want
is
to
not
do?
going to be enough for knockoff to pick up this Garchomp. So
Does he have
situation,
Ice
we'll
Punch?
see how Wolf wants to play it. Is threatening a fake out to either of his slots, or if he's really feeling cheeky,
He
it goes
might.
combat.
Yeah, and this is the Black Glasses King Gambit, but it's the Black Glasses King Gambit that also has Iron Head, so it cannot be safely ignored on
Yeah,
both
if he's
sides.
protecting them.
Tyranitar does go for a knockoff
Oh,
into
no,
the
he's just
Garchomp,
going
trying
for
to get that
knockoff.
Pokemon off the field. It is the close combat now from Sneasler into the King Gambit. No Troupleberry. That means that King Gambit goes down. So the Garchomp was able to protect itself from
Oh wait, no,
damage
yeah,
from
he
this
already showed
Tyranitar,
all four of his
and,
moves.
critically,
It's
able to hold on to
knockoff,
its
protect,
Berry, instead of getting
Rock
knocked
Slide,
out.
and D-Dance.
But that's actually just going to mean now another free switch in for Alex here. The Sneasler could pop in here, or it could be the Dragonite.
Now the Sneasler, speaking of which, is now going to be much quicker on Wolf's side of the field if they're unburdened. Though Sneasler going to come in and threaten a fake out on both these Pokemon. Of course, well, the Garchomp just protected in the previous turn. Neither of Wolf's Pokemon did, so there's the option of just protecting your way through this move, which there isn't like a super clear answer to. And Alex's side, he doesn't have any stat boosting moves of his own. I could use his opportunity to get the Dragonite into battle, but probably don't want to do that. There's still 2 more turns of the Sandstorm. So
Yeah,
if
when
Dragonite
did
were to
it
switch
get
now,
knocked
it would
out?
have its multi-scale broken.
What
and
generation?
It is
Was it
totally
Gen
safe
6?
for Wolf to just go for a double
Or
protect
was it
here on
like
Sneasler
recently, like in
Tyranitar. There are
Gen
no
9?
There are no buffs that Alex could do here, and you do have the Unburden boost, but instead Wolf's going to go ahead and switch out the Sneasler for the Sinistcha, going to heal back up the little bit of chip damage that Tyranitar has taken, as well as avoid
T-Bot, you were struggling there a little bit. I don't know why people surrender in Pokemon Unite.
Well, yeah, I actually think this is a very good
it's
point,
mainly
because
just
I don't
like
think
if
it
someone's
was safe
having
for
like a
Wolf
rough
to leave
game,
those Pokedex
like they don't
when
really
double
care to
protected.
keep
The problem
playing.
would have been, what do you do
You know, they
next
just
turn?
want to
You have Sneasler who's
want to
just protecting,
swap,
you have Tranner who's just
or
protecting, you're
just
facing
end
down.
it, just go
You
to the next
Sneasler.
game.
Both your Pokemon are in a ton of threat here, where they're getting threatened. I
Have
think
you
it's a
guys
very
had
difficult
crab
turn to
meat
play.
before? I have not.
So Wolf instead getting
I
Sinistcha,
don't
you're
eat a lot of
staying step ahead,
seafood.
and now, even though Garchomp
No,
isn't
I'm not
burned,
really
it's
a
sort of an
seafood
awkward spot
person.
where you can't take both a close combat and Earthquake because Garchomp would knock out his partner to do that. So Sinistcha potentially protecting Tyranitar, and if instead it's just an Earthquake coming out with a Dragonite switch, and that's not going to be enough to knock this
But
Tyranitar
knockoff
out.
was made
We're gonna get you an option to go
into
for that second Dragon Dance.
the
Absolutely,
Indigo
and,
Disc
we have seen
DLC
one thing about
into a
Wolf
TM.
when he has this Tyranitar out, he is always looking for an opportunity to get that second Dragon Dance. Or the
So yeah,
third Dragon
Gen
Dance.
9, okay.
Sinistcha goes ahead and
Yeah,
goes
then
for the
it's
Rage
rather
Powder
recent.
knockoff onto the Garchomp. Not enough to pick up the KO in one shot. Would have needed the second Dragon Dance for that, but does deal good damage. Dragon Claw connects onto Sinistcha. Not enough to pick up the KO, is enough to activate the Citrus Berry and heal back all of the damage it just took. And with that redirection, no damage onto Tyranitar. Totally safe here, but got so much damage down onto Garchomp.
That's sort of a scary spot now, where certainly Sneasler not going to be able to do a whole lot to a Sinistcha, but uses Rage Powder now, and on both sides of the field, you're getting real close to the point where Rock Slide might be able to pick up a knockout like Garchomp. I think if you get to that point, it's going to be very difficult for Alex to maneuver. Probably going to
He
take
can
a number
definitely
of
get a
turns
kill
for
with that
Sneasler to
Rock
burn
Slide.
through. But Sinistcha,
I don't think he
barring
needs
some, added
needs
effect
to
from
worry about
Dire
that. I
Claw,
think a
speed
Rock
things
Slide
up.
will kill him.
Yeah, well, that is always
And
an
it could
option
possibly even
for
flinch the
Sneasler, although it
Sneasler.
has become much less of an option.
But it's
here
also
in
really good if he
Champions,
switches.
than before, and without the. This is going to be the Unburden variant of Sneasler, so not even getting the additional poison chance from Poison Touch, which you do sometimes see on Focus Sash
Gonna
versions.
protect.
Tyranitar there will go ahead and just protect itself from this turn. Garchomp, again, focusing down the Sinistcha, dealing that damage with the Dragon Claw.
Machagacha?
Correctly identifying that the if you just
Trying to get a
protect,
burn.
your Tyranitar is still safe, and you just get to launch a Machagacha. Why worry about a Rock Slide here and potentially open up an attack from the Garchomp or the Sneasler? Just go for the Machagacha. Sinistcha's safe. It's going to heal all that right back up.
Yeah, and then now it continues to put Alex in a really tough spot here. It's going to be down to 2 Pokemon. Dragonite has to come out, and now what, right? Where you really don't want to get hit by a Rock Slide on this Dragonite, even though I believe Multiscale is still intact, and the Sandsword is expired, and things are a little bit awkward here, right? You're going to have to commit an attack from this Dragonite if you want to get Sinistcha knocked out this turn, which at least gives 1 Rock Slide for free, probably doing a bunch of damage and breaking that Multiscale, and then Wolf at that point is looking like he's one big swing
because even
away.
if the Dragonite
It is gonna be
protects right
difficult to
here,
actually achieve that, though,
if
because, I think
Wolf
trading that,
redirects
you're
him,
likely going to lose Sinistcha, and then
he can
it's
get the
difficult to
kill
control
on the
opposing
Sinistcha
Sneasler. So we'll
if
see
he
what
Dire
these trainers
Claws,
do. There's
but
still
then right after
Sneasler in
that,
the
then he
back
just
for
brings
Wolf
out
as
his
well.
own Sneasler.
Yeah, so Wolf
and he
will
can
be
fake
able to
out.
have fake out pressure should Sinistcha go
And so he
down.
can get rid of
The speed
Dragonite, and then
interactions
he
here
just
very important,
doubles
that
into the
will be
Sneasler.
faster than the
And since he
Dragonite,
outspeeds,
most likely just
he can still do a ton of
that
damage.
means that Sinistcha should be able to take 2 attacks, leaving that Tyranitar again.
Yeah, see? He's
totally
gonna protect,
safe.
probably
Dragonite
goes for Dire
to
Claw.
protect this turn.
How
No
long will you
Mega
be live?
Evolution used
Well,
just yet
I'm
at
probably
all.
just
The
gonna
Rage
try to see if I
Powder
can
comes
go
through
all
from
the way.
Sinistcha, again, redirecting
So,
fighting type
we're
attacks
already
from
3 hours in. We're gonna
Tyranitar.
just keep
There's
on
the
going.
Rock Slide coming through. Won't do any damage to the Dragonite, and Sneasler
Oh, he
will
missed,
dodge
dude.
the
His
first
luck
Rock
in this
Slide.
matchup.
And this negates that speed interaction. We're going to see a critical hit. The critical hit certainly does it. On the sleep matters.
Oh,
I was
no.
gonna say, the crit, not such a big deal because Sneasler would have knocked it out immediately this turn anyway. But now that it's asleep, not capable of using the Rage Powder. So immediately
This is
in close
really,
combat,
really
being
bad.
run into that slot. And Wolf is suddenly
He
in
got
deep trouble.
so unlucky in
just
that turn.
One turn there
Missed
from
Rock Slide.
Sneasler, getting the sleep
He hit
roll
Dire
onto
Claw
Sinistcha is putting
and put
Wolf in
Sinistcha
a
to
lot
sleep.
of trouble. There's really no way for Tyranitar to protect itself super safely. You get to protect
Wow,
this one
dude.
turn, but then what happens on the next turn? Here comes the Mega Evolution from Dragonite. Alex Underhill going to go ahead and Mega Evolve that Pokemon, giving it a significant boost to its offensive powers here and keeping the multi-scale ability. Tyranitar is forced to protect here because it cannot withstand a close combat from Sneasler, and actually calling it out. Alex Underhill close combating his own Dragonite to activate the White Herb, to activate the
Big brain
Unburdened.
play.
So now there will be no
Big brain
risk of
play.
getting flinched by
Holy
Rock Slides.
shit, this guy's
Yeah, it can
cooking.
be quicker than the opposing Sneasler. 2 lost its boost, switching
Alex Underhill is cooking right now, chat. I hate to say it,
to do it, but hey, he's like, I
but
think
this
I have
man's
checkmate
cooking.
with this, the Unburdened boost. I don't need it. I was going to double protect on this fake out here, and then see if he could just win the 2v2. A really bold move by Alex, but smart move. A very predictable play by Wolf after the sleep. He really didn't have a choice. Right? Would have been too risky to do anything else. And Alex doing a great job of taking advantage of a board that just wasn't very flexible.
Well, the Sneasler on Wolf's side is still very healthy and does threaten fake out for this turn. So both Sneasler and Dragonite now forced to protect away
Yeah, I
from
think
the fake
that's
out.
GG's.
Does open up the opportunity for another Dragon Dance on that Tyranitar, but
Oh wait,
Dragon
he's
Dances
going
aren't
for
going
a
to
double
be
Dragon
enough to
Dance.
outspeed this
He's like,
Sneasler.
2
He
can
did
play
an
that
extra one.
game,
Yeah, I don't know how
bucko.
he like that. I guess at this point you just hope that somehow Sneasler can knock out its opposing number before Tyranitar's protects run out. But
You got
could be asking
20%.
a lot.
You can get a paralysis, you can get a sleep from Dire Claw onto the opposing Sneasler, and then you're back in.
Yeah, which hey, we've seen one Dire Claw already.
Okay, he's gonna
There is a
protect.
protect coming out from the Mega Tyranitar on Wolf's side. Close combat coming out from Sneasler from Alex into the protect. No damage here. There's the Dire Claw onto the opposing Sneasler. Does Wolf get one of the 2 rolls he needs?
He gets
does.
para!
The paralysis connects.
That's the
onto
world champ
Sneasler
difference!
from the Dire Claw. Dragon Pulse comes through from Dragonite. Not
World
enough to pick up the
champ
KO onto
difference!
Sneasler. And this is a disaster for Alex. If Tyranitar can
Holy
land these rock
shit.
slides, it's over.
Yeah,
Dude, I don't know where this match is going now. I have no idea.
Yeah, everyone, the Paraflitch thing, not usually a real thing in competitive play, but
At
Sneasler
first,
been
I
paralyzed
thought
on
I
the
had a
rock slide
decent
going to come
idea.
down, and,
I have
could
no
be a pretty
idea
low
what's gonna
chance of the
happen.
Sneasler getting moved. Shouldn't even be so fortunate to get the chance to try with the opposing Sneasler.
For all
free
I
up to
know,
really
he's
dish out
gonna
some damage now.
double miss
Yeah,
rock
everything
slide.
changes with each of those
The other
dire
guy's gonna
claws.
get a crit,
Dragonite
but
goes
doesn't
down to
kill
the
us
rock
somehow.
slide.
I don't know.
Sneasler takes a large amount of damage, has a very low chance of actually being able to attack through the flinch and the paralysis, but may not even get a chance because Wolf Sneasler goes first, picks up the KO.
Let's go,
Wolf
Wolfie!
advances to your semifinals.
Wow, what a strange endgame there. Really,
He has
accurately
a world
played back and
champ
forth set from both
difference.
sides. And then, Dire Claw doing Dire Claw things.
That
in
was a
both directions.
crazy
The
match.
sleep very big on the
That was
finish. Maybe
insane.
more important the other direction where that paralysis was almost game ending there, where Tyranitar would have had to miss a rock slide in order for it not to be blocked. Strange endgame there. I'm curious what would have happened with neither of those outcomes.
Yeah.
I think it would have been very close, but
Holy
really
crap,
strange,
Chad.
really interesting set.
Yeah, absolutely. That was such a tense set there. Every moment felt like it could have gone either way. This was so crazy to have at the end game.
Oh,
Of course,
dude, I
you
know
get
when he
two
talks
of the
about
best
that
Dire
in-
Claw procs in the
in his
end
next
game.
big
The
video,
sleep on the Sinistcha to prevent
it's
it
gonna
from doing
be
any kind of
insane.
redirection to protect the Tyranitar, which meant that Wolf was just sort of backed into a huge corner where his only out was to get one of the two Dire Claw procs that would allow that Tyranitar to outspeed the Sneasler, and he gets it.
Yeah, what a crazy outcome. And I think a lot of fun watching how both players played that endgame too.
Okay,
both kind of
champ.
making pretty cool moves, and they realized they had a free turn there. Or Wolf taking that extra Dragon Dance, which potentially meant
We're gonna go ahead, hop back in to the lobby. I'm pretty sure we get one more match in the top 8. Then obviously again we have the top 4 matches, and then the finals. So couple more battles. So if I had to guess, probably gonna be like 2 more hours before this is done. That's what I'm guessing. Okay. Chat. If you guys would like to hop on and play, you're more than welcome to. we'll do a match real quick, and then again we'll try to watch the last match of top 8, and then we'll go from there. Gonna get right in here. Teapot, are you still on? Did you want to play? There we go. Get Cantle in here. We could fill the time with you reacting to the leaks for Unite Mons. Well, usually one match is already good enough to do that. Plus, like I said before, like I just really don't care for the leaks, and I've already been kind of told what they are. And I also like the thing is, correct, you also gotta be mindful, because some people don't want you to react to, you know, their content, and I usually do like to try to get approval before, so. I don't know if this is true. I saw a leak about Hisuian Zoroark coming. That would be really cool. I would be down for that. That would actually probably be a mon I'd use, honestly. But yeah, I know Skeledirge is coming. We just heard about Hisuian Zoroark. I know that there's supposed to be like a lot of legendaries, like Reshiram was supposed to be possibly one. Also, because usually they also have whoever wins, they usually have like a interview with them. When Wolfie goes up, I'll make sure to unmute so you guys can hear that. That's fine, Holly, don't worry. Well, welcome back, Jonathan. We got the Armarouge and Ceruledge duo. Yeah, big man. Big man. Got him! Let's go! Ooh, that's the. Are they gonna do the interview?
In the tournament.
Yeah, I did not expect Mega Garchomp coming into this event, and it's not even
there we go.
like a Mega Garchomp supported by a Sand.
That way you guys can see the matches.
It's just solo Mega Garchomp. Well, not solo. I've got the chart. Sorry,
That was actually a lot quicker too.
Kind of a cool option there. We did get to see a look at Nick's
I was
team.
not expecting that.
The whole game
Like they're already like getting ready for the next
sweep
match.
through his opponent's team. We do have a couple other of those setup options for Nick. Again, the Palafin and the King Gambit have bulk up and sword stance respectively. So we'll see how Nick wants to tackle this matchup here. Which setup sweeper do you want to try and use against MJ's team?
It's tough though, because I think there are a lot of different components that come into play that you might want to think differently about it. You've got the Farigiraf with Armor 2, so is Talonflame really going to make an appearance?
Yeah.
The Sucker Punch from the King Gambit is also going to be something that gets negated by having a Farigiraf there. But you know,
This
there's
guy
one
looks
thing
like
that
he would
can
play in a
always be
band.
solved.
I just
is by
gotta
these
say
top
it.
players with all of this experience. They've got to be able to, you know, take and dive into that with those critical choices.
The experience advantage definitely goes to Nick here in terms of experience playing in these high pressure situations at the end of regionals. Again, a two-time regional champion, multiple top cuts at other regionals and international championships, has the potential to take home any tournament he enters, is always a fun player to watch because he also always has these cool teams that I think not a lot of other trainers come up with.
Yeah, we saw in it earlier that there was a speed tie for the Floette Mega Evolutions on both teams, but it was still a very powerful Pokemon in its own right. It's going to be the only Mega Evolution that Nick has on this team, and as you called out, again, one of the Pokemon that can actually go for setup. With something like Calm Mind, you've got Dreaming Kiss to be able to recover a lot of that damage that you've taken as well, and different ways to support that. But yeah, what do you pick when you know that you've got 3 different setup options.
Yeah, Floette, Incineroar, Kingambit,
It's 3 setup options,
Palafin,
but all those Pokemon don't
Sneasler, and
necessarily need to
Talonflame.
set up
Okay.
to deal good damage. That is a nice part about his team as well, especially looking at something like that Black Glasses Kingambit. Even if you don't get that Swords Dance up, a Black Glasses Kowtow Cleave is pretty scary to a lot of things, especially if you are weak to it. But also some great support. I mean, when we saw Nick close out Game 3 earlier today, without that Floette, he didn't get a Calm Mind up at all. He relied on that Talonflame, Sneasler, and Incineroar to get the damage into his opponent's team at the end of the match. So it's not just, can I set up? He's got a few other options too.
I'm excited to see how MJ is going to fare. Obviously, MJ, this is a breakout performance for them, making it into the top 8, the first Pokemon Champions regional, and also with a pretty creative team. Of course, you have the
we have
Charizard.
Nick
Everybody's
again.
been looking at Mega Charizard Y as sort of public enemy #1 coming into this tournament. But the way that MJ has decided to support it with the Mega Garchomp as a secondary Mega option on the team.
For some reason, like, I
that's
didn't
pretty
even
fun.
recognize that.
Yeah, it's a Mega Charizard.
But it was
Y,
Nick
great.
from before.
Has a second Mega option, cool. The Aerodactyl's holding a Focus Sash, and the Garchomp has the Mega Stone. Really different look at a team like this from
Ooh,
MJ. And
Mega
possibly what gave them
Garchomp?
a big edge coming into this tournament, because a lot of people prepped for Mega Charizard Y.
Okay, so
plus
they
the
have
option of
2
Mega
ways to
Aerodactyl.
control
When you
speed.
flip that on
They
its
got Full
head,
Regret,
this
sub
Focus Sash
priority
from
moves.
Aerodactyl can be very important. You have
Aerodactyl,
Sunny Day, which is a really cool tech option
that
on
can,
Aerodactyl. Gives you a
you know,
nice
set up
way to
Tailwind,
combat
obviously.
those Tyranitar's you see throughout the
Then they
tournament.
got
But in
Charizard.
this case, that Sunny Day into Nick, probably not as useful.
Charizard,
No, I would
Incineroar,
think, like,
and
maybe
Sylveon.
the Incineroar gets a chance to take advantage of it, but the Talonflame actually doesn't have a fire type attack that can really utilize the sun. More kind of consequential for the Palafin, or even just like making sure that the Kingambit's like really gonna get knocked out, you know, just in case. But there's some really cool tricks on this team too. I look at the Farigiraf holding the Twisted Spoon. It does get a nice increase to its psychic type attacks that way, and it's Twin Beam.
So actually, a really important thing to note here is that Nick's Sneasler is Focus Sash. A lot of them have been White Herb, in which case you don't need Twin Beam, you can just use Psychic to knock it out. But Twin Beam has the unique property of attacking twice, so that first attack of Twin Beam can lower your HP, make sure you're not at full so Focus Sash can no longer activate, then that second hit will finish off the Sneasler, so it could be very important here.
Final top 8 at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Only Nick or MJ
Okay,
can
we are
move
in
into
the
the top
matches.
4 and round out our semifinalists. Let's get into game number 1. We've got Charizard the Rowdy next to that Incineroar, and we've got Incineroar the Sleepy versus Floette.
MJ's Incineroar does have that adamant stat alignment, so with the Sun from MJ's Charizard is looking to be not only a supportive piece with that Fake Out, Parting Shot, and Intimidate, but a big source of damage as well. Opting to use Darkest Lariat over Throat Chop just for that little extra boost in power too.
That's going to be really nice to have for some of these other pieces, you know, but I think right now you're really looking at the fact that this Charizard, is it really going to be threatened by getting knocked out by a Mega Floette?
No, I don't think so at all, and this Floette does have to worry about these very powerful Fire-type attacks, both from this Incineroar and Charizard. The Intimidates are traded immediately, not consequential on the 2 special attacking Mega Evolution Pokemon, but the 2 Incineroars not only face down an opposing Fake Out, but are at -1 attack as well.
It's going to be a Mega Evolution of the Floette first to start out this turn. It may give
Mega
us a bit of an indication on
Floette.
how these Pokemon are trained. If the Mega Evolution is happening for Floette, and we see a follow-up here of the Charizard. So likely this Mega Floette faster than the Charizard Y on MJ's side.
Should be. They both are modest. Floette is naturally a little bit faster. That's kind of the expected speed interaction between these 2 Pokemon.
So then you have an opportunity here to go for a Calm Mind on this Floette, but we do see the Fake Out from MJ's Incineroar first, just to stop the opposing Incineroar in its tracks. You can't stop the Calm Mind here, so you get a +1 to your special defense before this Charizard actually lets a move rip. It's going to be the Weather Ball. Single target attack into the Floette still takes it down at 50%.
But notably, this Floette with that special defense
Decent
boost
damage.
before Weather Ball comes in means it does take that a little
Not-
bit better
not
than
gonna
it would have otherwise, and you
be
still have
sad
the
to
option
see
for
that.
Draining Kiss. The Floette
Unless
would-
you're
looks
the
like it would be
opposing-
very close to
the
being
opposing team,
KO'd by
obviously.
Weather Ball, which is slightly stronger than Heat Wave when you factor in that spread damage reduction. But because this Incineroar on MJ's side does not have Protect, you do get the chance to go for that Draining Kiss. With the +1, with the Fairy Aura, you're doing a lot of damage to it,
Yeah.
and healing all the way back up.
I feel like
finish
though,
up that
you might
match.
end up, I don't know how much, if you I'm wondering if you actually heal up an FHP that you survive a double up of a Weather Ball and a Flare Blitz. Because I think that's the part where I worry about for this Floette, and maybe Nick might be worried about it too. Opts to protect the Mega Floette as Charizard is going to go for spread damage this time around. With the Heat Wave, it will connect into the opposing Incineroar. Both Incineroar are still yet to move. And so we'll see MJ's go first. Flare Blitz, definitely looking in that Floette's direction. So the Protect going to save it for now. As Nick's Incineroar decides to go for a Parting Shot, dropping the attack stat again of MJ's.
I like the choice of the Parting Shot into the Incineroar and not the Charizard. You're now getting Incineroar down to -2. You already have the special defense boost on Floette, so you can patch up the lower defense on Floette with another Intimidate later on if you want to swap that Incineroar back in. But of course, Nick does have plenty of those support options that can come in here, maybe create some more space for this Floette. And now once you get the Floette attacking again, maybe something like Sneasler can fake out the Charizard, give you room to get that Draining Kiss healing off. Maybe Talonflame comes in to get that Tailwind up.
Oh.
Gambit though.
Ooh, that's not a fun Pokemon to have on your side of the field, and you know that there is a Charizard in the sun in front of you and a Farigiraf that could be creeping
He's definitely thinking about a Sucker
That's true.
Punch.
If you want to try and go for something like a Sucker Punch and a Draining Kiss into Charizard, attempt to knock it out before it can knock out your King Gambit. Farigiraf could come in and block that.
But then it's likely that the King Gambit switches out and Incineroar comes back in.
Right.
Probably get that -3.
Yeah.
King Gambit's like, I'm just here to show off a little bit. I'm in the back, don't worry about me. Incineroar the Sleepy comes back and gives a -3 attack stat
Draining
over to
Kiss.
the opposing Incineroar. Draining Kiss
Gonna
now
heal right back
going
up.
to heal this Floette up.
Full
basically
HP.
to full as you
Pretty
predicted.
much.
But this Heat Wave plus Flare Blitz combo, I don't think that knocks out from here at
Unless he
-3.
gets a
I would
crit.
expect it to not.
Oh, he got a crit on the wrong
Incineroar does
Pokemon.
bring it down pretty low. It does have the Citrus Berry to heal a little bit of that back up.
Does he get a
And
double
Flare Blitz
crit?
will come through into the
No, he's
Floette,
not
and
that
those
lucky.
3 attack drops coming in very handy here for Nick.
This Floette can finish off this Incineroar now with the recoil damage that it took from using Flare Blitz. Should put it in range for a Draining Kiss to pick it up. And now you have your Incineroar friend here too to help you out with a Fake Out.
Dazzling Gleam is probably enough here as well, if I had to guess, which could give you the chance to get some damage on Charizard. You are do a good
He's
job
probably
keeping
gonna
this
protect
Floette around with the
Charizard,
Draining
though.
Kiss to allow you to survive those 2
I
attacks.
don't think he wants
But
it
also have
to
yet to do any
take too
damage
much
to this
damage.
Charizard, and Floette is pretty decent at going up against a lot of Pokemon, but Charizard with that fire typing, one of the better options.
Ooh,
in
he
Floette.
doesn't protect.
Fake Out connects onto MJ's Charizard as the Draining Kiss to follow up just secures the KO onto Incineroar. Kind of for the best, as Incineroar was not lending too many paws into this battle. And you get to bring out something else. If it's the Aerodactyl in the back, for example, now you actually get to bring that in. Could use something like Wide Guard to force this Floette, only to use Draining Kiss.
Wide Guard would prevent you from using Dazzling Gleam, but also you have
Gonna
the
bring in
option to
Sylveon.
Rock Slide that Incineroar for a potential knockout. Sylveon comes in though. This is a really cool option. The Fairy Aura from the Mega Floette does not only affect Nick's Pokemon, it affects the entire field. So Sylveon will benefit from that Fairy Aura, a 30% boost to damage from Fairy type attacks, which includes that Pixelate boosted Hyper Voice. Probably enough to knock out the Incineroar, especially with that Fairy Feather. And in combination with Charizard, is threatening a knockout into Floette as well.
I think you just go for like rip the Hyper Voice Heat Wave.
Why not?
Oh, so let me actually put up a
Even
poll.
if the Floette gets
Did
a
this
Draining
last
Kiss off
time.
on the Sylveon, you're going to heal a little bit, but it shouldn't one KO Sylveon. And then these Charizard and the Sylveon have the chance to throw those attacks that way.
Keep in mind, though, that there is still a +1 special defense boost on the Floette, as it did get that Calm Mind up earlier in the game. We see the Charizard actually switch out in favor of the Farigiraf.
make sure I spelled that
Talonflame
correctly.
revealed as the 4th and final Pokemon here for Nick, as Floette is just going to play it safe. But Farigiraf makes kind of the perfect switch in.
Yeah.
Then the Hyper Voice is going to break this Talonflame's Gale Wings anyway. Oh, actually, now, isn't that
Who's
interesting?
gonna win,
You really
MJ
don't
or
want your
Nick,
Gale Wings
chat?
right now with that Farigiraf on the field.
Yeah,
Furry
that's not
thinking.
at all a bad thing.
I'm gonna
Talonflame
hope
comes
Nick
in and
wins
takes a lot of
again,
damage from Hyper
be
Voice, but
honest,
you really don't want
but
that Gale Wings active. Because
I
if
could
it is,
also
you cannot deal
see-
damage. The Farigiraf's
I
Armored
could
Tail will
also
block a
see
priority
MJ
dual
actually
Wing
bringing
Beat.
this home, 'cause
Thankfully
this
now,
team is-
without full HP,
is really, really
Talonflame's dual
good.
Wing Beat is neutral and priority. Talonflame should still be the fastest Pokemon on the field, has the option to get some damage off into either target with dual Wing Beat, potentially set up a Tailwind, but in front of a Farigiraf that's threatening a Trick Room, maybe not the best option.
Helping
Farigiraf's just gonna go for
hand.
the Helping Hand instead. I think we need to rename that to Helping Hoof.
Helping leg.
As the dual Wing Beat from the Talonflame actually
Ooh.
does take the Sylveon down low enough that this Floette's probably going to finish it off. For Draining Kiss, though, actually goes into the Farigiraf. So splitting up the damage here means that the Sylveon is free and clear to go for a Helping Hand boosted Moonblast. This plus special defense on the Floette is going to help it out pretty considerably.
It did a ton of
here.
damage, though.
So maybe it would have been nice to be able to get the knockout onto the Talonflame, but you gotta keep this Floette in check.
The choice of Moonblast there, Moonblast is slightly stronger than Hyper Voice, especially considering that spread damage reduction. So MJ trying to get as much damage into
now that
Floette as
Sylveon is in range of
showing why it's so valuable. Keeping Floette so healthy. It's been under half HP 3 or 4 times already and has gone all the way back up to full.
Unless it's going for quick attack.
Doesn't really have a choice here if it wants to just try to get the Helping Hand with a quick attack.
That could have been a roll.
That is one way to get around the fact that the 2 Pokemon on the other side are faster than you, but that is just not quite enough to get the knockout onto the Floette before it's able to fire off another attack. A second Draining Kiss into this Farigiraf will also finish it off, and we're just down to the Charizard remaining.
It's a really cool option there. The quick attack giving Sylveon a little bit of priority is still boosted by both the Fairy Aura and the Fairy Feather. Unfortunately,
Nick
that modest stat
the
alignment
first
means
one.
you do lose a little bit of power on your physical attacks, which made it not enough. Nick doing a very good job playing Protect the Floette this time around. Did have those support from Talonflame and Incineroar. Didn't see the Sneasel this time around. I think makes a ton of sense considering that Farigiraf is kind of anti-Sneasler tech #1 in the metagame, but that King Gambit still able to threaten damage, while really just the Draining Kiss here was the star of the show.
I think it's so hard because when you look at, because that's that is the thing, right? The physical attack of the quick attack is kind of your best.
Yeah, I honestly, like, I know how
special
strong that Sylveon is,
so many problems.
and I was telling this to Caleb because Caleb is using Sylveon, and I'm gonna try to help him with his team. Like, I know Sylveon's strong, but like, I was not expecting it to be that strong. Like, that's actually insane. It almost took down that Floette.
Flare Blitz into the Floette instead of that -3 Flare Blitz in the Sun.
Yeah.
Maybe this game does look a little differently, but that's kind of the battle going into the second game. Can MJ find either physical damage to knock out this Floette, or just damage outright to get it out of there before it starts to run away with things?
MJ had to kind of give up more resources than Nick was throughout the entire course of that first game. Of course, you are setting up that Calm Mind, and then you're only attacking with Draining Kiss moving forward. But when you're trying to trade damage with Floette, MJ was trading damage decently well. It just happened that the Floette's damage output kind of equaled healing at the same time, and it was unable to overcome that healing from the Floette.
What is MJ gonna do
kind of
for
burst it down
round
a little bit more
2?
quickly, get that full-powered Flare Blitz off if you can, get a Weather Ball off without a Calm Mind, potentially go directly for more Weather Balls instead of Heat Waves. That's a little bit more powerful. We saw it go down to 12 HP at one point, and I think maybe one more attack without one of those negative modifiers could have been a difference maker.
I wonder if you want to consider a Trick Room option. You know that your Charizard and your Sylveon are slower than the opposing Floette, so maybe you consider just like setting up the Trick Room for a Charizard of all things. Hey, why not? As we actually see the Charizard and the Farigiraf on the field together.
Yeah, very well could start out with the Trick Room here. The Charizard would then be able to attack before both Floette and Sneasler.
Just checking stream, make sure everything's looking good.
Sneasler, which we didn't see at all from Nick in that first game. A great adaptation, just making sure that the Sneasler, if it wants to attack, if it wants to go for something like a Dire Claw, like a close combat, is threatened with an immediate 1-hit KO through that Focus Sash.
So then that has to be another decision. Do you want to try to knock out the Sneasler here first, or do you want to try to set up Trick Room? Either way, I don't think there's a chance for you to
always
deny
swap
Calm Mind on this Floette.
to Insane. If he's worried about it, he could also just protect.
Floette is faster than Charizard, as we saw in that first game. Will be faster than Farigiraf under almost all circumstances. And so if a Calm Mind wants to happen here, it will.
Gonna Mega Evolve.
Mega Evolution first, though, as we start out the first turn of Game 2. Nick Navarre up 1 game in this series. MJ needs to win this one in order to keep himself in it. We're probably going to see a Mega Evolution of the Charizard as well.
Makes sense.
Honestly, I have a feeling he might just target down that Farigiraf.
It's your best
If
chance
anything.
of getting as much damage
Because he does not want a Trick Room going up.
But what happens next? That's the interesting question to be answered here after we see the Fairy Aura.
Helping Hand. That's definitely going to pick up a KO on that Sneasler.
It's a Helping Hand from the Farigiraf. Sneasler goes for the Dire
Unless-
Claw, so there could be some extra shenanigans that
Oh,
happen
he
on
only
this
got
turn,
poison.
And it is going to be the poison guaranteed there from the Dire Claw, and Poison Touch, giving just an extra
Calm Mind
bit
should help.
of chance
So
for
he
it.
should be able to live.
Floette goes for the Calm Mind, getting a nice boost to its special attack and special defense, or critically the latter, helping out with something like a Weather Ball from this Charizard, but it's helping hand boost it this time. Does a considerable amount, but just not enough yet.
A lot more damage than we saw in
Yeah,
that first
now he
game,
can
but
finish
we
off
also
the
saw
Charizard.
impact of that Draining Kiss healing.
And then, yeah,
if the
Draining
Floette
Kiss
gets a
the
Draining Kiss off into
Fariglass. This is
Fariglass,
not a
which
good spot for
notably
MJ.
cannot protect itself. The combination of Draining Kiss and Dire Claw or Close Combat could just knock out Fariglass while also healing Floette to the point where another Weather Ball may not be able to knock it out. Thankfully for Fariglass, if you do want to go for a Helping Hand here, it will attack with that Helping Hand before either Floette or Sneasler. So the Helping Hand will come into effect. But also, we saw so much damage from Dire Claw into Charizard. If you're gambling that Helping Hand, Sneasler could just Dire Claw again and eliminate all of your damage that turn.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe this turn then has to be like a protected Trick Room. Because I wonder if the Fariglass gets knocked out to a double up of that, but it's just gonna be the close combat into the Fariglass. There's no protects here at all. So Fariglass gets taken down to below half, and a Draining Kiss to follow that up will be a knockout.
Yeah.
Yep.
We see the Floette go for it. Fariglass gets knocked out before it gets
Probably
a chance to move, and I think that was the
expecting
Trick
a
Room avenue closed
Protect
down. If it wasn't Trick Room, Twin Beam
from
also would have
Charizard?
been a great
Or maybe
option
even
to
a
be able
switch?
to remove this Sneasler. Charizard
Uh-oh.
has to
Oh,
go
he
for the
missed
Heat Wave.
Floette.
He misses the Floette. It just feels
And yeah,
like
that
it's
definitely does not kill
meant to
Sneasler.
be, as the Sneasler gets brought down to its focus sash.
You at least connect with the Sneasler, bring it down to that sash, but you really needed to hit the Floette there. The damage from that Heat Wave might have put Floette in range for something like that Sylveon Quick Attack, and because of that Draining Kiss healing, again, Floette is very, very healthy. Charizard, between that Dire Claw and the Poison, is getting very low. Looks like it should be able to be knocked out by these Floette in one more turn.
Yeah, you can just
And we
protect
still
this
have
turn
the
to stall
Pokemon
out
in
the
back with
poison.
Nails. I would be shocked if Nick didn't have that Incineroar
Also,
in the back. It's ready
bypass
to
the
come
fake
in,
out.
lower MJ's Incineroar's attack and prevent it from taking a knockout in the sun.
Yeah, I think it's just tough because I think you definitely on that turn wanted a knockout of some kind, and
Yeah.
it would have been much better if it had been something like the Twin Beam. But the fact we saw the Heat Wave, it's just so tough. Sneasler is
Or
going
he's
to
gonna
take a
switch.
reprieve, as it is the Incineroar, as you called out, to get that Intimidate drop down onto MJ's Incineroar.
It's crucial, right? You
Yeah.
really need that Incineroar to be at -1 if you want a chance at surviving. Charizard does not want to take that risk, though. Sylveon comes in as Floette. Doesn't want to take any damage this turn.
Sylveon comes in then for free. Doesn't actually end up taking any damage here, as the Fake Out would have gone in that direction.
I like that swap from MJ. You're now you're exerting offensive pressure on both the physical and special side. The Charizard is no longer at risk of being one-hit KO'd by the Floette from that range. Now, I don't think Floette can KO either of these Pokemon in just one hit, so it's probably going to get a Draining Kiss off here, but which do you target? You're going to heal all the way up, but of course you can't block both of these Pokemon from getting off an attack this turn.
But I think that Nick can guarantee a KO onto either. Flare, this Incineroar does have Flare Blitz here for Nick, so you could just go for a Flare Blitz. You can also go for a Throat Chop. That's gonna be the tech move of choice on Nick's
Yeah, kinda
Incineroar, so you
fake
could
out.
shut down
Gets a
something like a
crit.
Hyper Voice. It's just a fake out though,
Dazzling
as Floette is going
Gleam.
to follow that up with a Dazzling Gleam, and oh my goodness, Incineroar almost got knocked out in one hit by a Dazzling Gleam. Hyper Voice does crit the opposing Incineroar, but you have that Citrus Berry to make sure that's a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah,
there's no follow-up
it should
damage
be
on this
next
turn. I
game.
think Floette has put itself into a position where Draining
Well,
Kiss on the
he
opposing
does have
Sylveon
quick
takes you
attack,
out of Flare Blitz range.
To be fair.
It does, and even
And
a
Quick
Dazzling
Attack
Gleam
can
could
finish
just
out
knock
the
both of
Incen.
MJ's Pokemon. You have to worry a little bit
If you
about
get
that
the
quick
Crick,
attack still, but without the
probably
helping
get
hand
the
boost from
Floette.
Fariglass, I think you're still very comfortably out of range for a quick attack. That Dazzling Gleam did just over half of Sylveon's
And then, yeah,
HP,
he can
so
obviously quick attack the
91 out of
Sneasler.
180 damage. Not going to risk it just yet, though. We're going to protect the Floette. Make sure you're putting yourself in a position where you can guarantee a win later on.
You want to make sure this is as clean as possible. You're giving up your Incineroar in the process, but you're able to bring in something else like the Sneasler. You've got Fake Out refreshed for the upcoming turn, and there's still another unrevealed Pokemon in the back.
I think Sneasler will just do the trick, though. You can bring Sneasler in, fake out that Sylveon, prevent it from getting something like a potential critical hit, quick attack, or anything like that. And between the fake out and the Dazzling Gleam, should be enough to knock out Sylveon. Charizard can't switch in. It, I think, will also be knocked out by the Dazzling Gleam here. So Floette's in another position to just wrap up this game.
Protect the Floette. That was objective number 1. And if Nick can continue to do this in the second game, he will be moving on to the top 4 of the Indianapolis Regional Championships. I feel like there's still a small window here for MJ to get back into
Okay,
this, but
he
it
uses
requires you to
Patek.
get these protects correct and maybe be able to go for a fake out, or sorry, a quick attack on the next turn into the Sneasler.
That's gotta be it.
Okay, he does
Oh,
Draining
this
Kick.
here, smart play by
I was
Nick.
wondering if he
Even
was
get
gonna
even
do
more
that.
HP back on this Floette, and now that you're over half, I don't even know that a critical hit quick attack does the job.
I was thinking
Yeah.
on this turn though, had the Floette actually protected into the Sylvie, like had the Floette gone for Draining Kiss into the Sylveon, that would have been your window, right? Because you wanted to have both attacks into the Sylveon,
Right.
have the Flare Blitz from the Incineroar put this Floette in quick attack range. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, Nick one step ahead, knows that that Incineroar is the biggest thorn in his side and that Pokemon in the way of appearing in the top 4.
Now it's just a matter of Floette closing out this game. The Sylveon still kind of close when it comes to that Dazzling Gleam, but you have help from the Sneasler. You can follow it up with a Dire Claw. If the Sylveon goes for a quick attack, that means it's probably not taking out this Floette. What can MJ do?
It is just
He's
a double
scouting.
protect, and I mean, it
He
puts
is
it into
indeed
a
scouting.
for sure range that you can actually get
But
this
he's also
Charizard
stalling out the
cleaned up
poison.
with the Dazzling Gleam. But the Floette is faster than both Pokemon. You're just like letting this Charizard get itself knocked out with the poison
Yeah.
damage.
I mean, smart, right? If there's any chance in your mind that you think Dazzling Gleam doesn't KO Charizard there, really smart thing to
Yeah,
do.
he
That's
has
essentially
the quick attack
unpunishable by
to get rid of
MJ,
that
is double
Sneasler,
protect.
'cause
You
Sneasler
give
just
Charizard even lower
kills.
with that poison. For sure, Dazzling Gleam or Draining Kiss will knock it out now, and you can
And
follow it
with,
up
with the
something from
poison
that Sneasler
damage,
so you can knock it
that
out.
that should
Sylveon does get to
You
fire
know,
off one
pretty
final
much
quick
finish
attack
off
to KO
the
this
Charizard.
Sneasler. Make sure that it's not going down without a fight. But the Floette, using Dazzling Gleam, should get a double KO here and
Yep,
send
there
Nick
it goes.
DeVar to the top 4.
Congrats to Nick, making it
moves
into the
on
semifinals
once
of the
again,
Indianapolis
chat.
Regional Championships, showing just why he has so much experience in these latter stages of tournaments. Gets all the way back to top 4 after not making it this far for a while now. Huge rebound for him. And so exciting to see. This top 4 is so stacked, Rosemary.
It's so stacked. And it's really exciting. Nick could potentially win a 3rd regional championship at the end of this road.
Yeah.
But it doesn't end here. You still got 2 matches in front of you, a top 4 and a grand finals. And for every single trainer in our top 4, this is the biggest hurdle to overcome, I think.
It is. These are going to be really tough matches for
Okay,
everyone going
chat.
forward. Of our 4 remaining
Nick
trainers,
versus
3 of them
MJ
have won regionals before.
is
Arcel is on the run of
done.
his life so far. Everyone's
here's
been
what we're
playing
gonna
so
do.
well at this first
we are
Champions
going
Regional.
to
It's so fun
play
to
another
watch.
game of Unite,
I
and
still
then I
love
will
the
take
Sylveon.
a quick break.
Sylveon
Let my
did
phone
its
charge up
best.
because it has been using
I
so
do
much
too.
battery
I think
right
it's
now.
really cool, especially against those Floette teams.
We'll
You
take
can
a quick
advantage
break,
of their own
and then we'll
very
come
aura,
back.
and it gives
If
you
they're
another
still
way to
talking,
get big damage
we'll
out
do another
with
match,
those
and
really
then
strong
we'll
spread
get
special
into the
attacks.
top 4.
Unfortunately, that one Calm Mind from the Floette each game didn't need more than one. Didn't need to go for a second one. Get that.
Okay, let's mute that out. Okay, let's let people join up. Move it over to the Groudon map. Oh, so let me just claim this stuff. It's gonna bother me if I don't. There we go. All right. Not seeing anyone else has to join Sonova. It might just be S2. Might just be S2 for right now. That's perfectly fine. We'll just do a quick match and then we'll go ahead and take that break because I've been streaming for 4 hours straight, and that is a lot longer than what I normally do. There we go. Took a little bit, but we got it. You know what? We're gonna play Armor Ridge again. We're gonna use our boy. Venusaur, Mr. Mime, Sylveon, Pikachu, and Gengar. Pretty much your everyday team. At least when you're playing pups, because it's just full of bots. Okay. Just try to level up a little bit. Push him down. We're gonna be working with Gario. Okay. Gario, don't die. Whatever you do, do not die. That would be sad. We don't want to see that. Oh boy. It looks like the semifinals is going to be starting up soon. Is Wolf and Michael in the same bracket? I don't know, because it's either they're gonna battle each other right now to get to finals, or they can meet each other in the finals. Okay. Okay, it is Michael versus Wolf. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna make sure that you guys can see this. Otherwise, I will get yelled at. Okay. Kill that Mr. Mime that's being a nuisance. Do this.
Kind of assume neither of these trainers probably
Okay, there
thought
they
about
are.
each other's
There they
matchups
are.
prior
Chat.
to, like, I don't know, this morning, maybe last
They're
night.
just
if
chatting
were
it
lucky.
up.
So should be fun. You know, I think
They're yapping
both
more
these
than the
trainers kind of enjoy a
casters.
challenge too, right? So maybe a little more fun for them getting to figure out a new puzzle instead of showing us their answers to one they solved already.
Absolutely. And of course, both of these players are extremely decorated. Michael, of course, that Sacramento regional champion, really burst on the scene then, had a kind of disappointing 2025, but is now well on his way to qualifying for the World Championships this year in the 2026 season, and well deserved at it. Wolf actually was kind of on the bubble heading into this tournament to make it into the World Championships as well. This placement definitely guaranteed his invite.
Yeah, very important tournament for Wolf. Yeah, I'm sure he'd like a little bit more, you know. Both to be very certain, and also, you know, I think everyone's very excited about the idea of being the first regional champion of Pokemon Champions era.
Yes, Michael Zhang, so excited to be the first champion of the Pokemon Champions era with that Frostlass team. The champion of the Pokemon Champion. Getting into the champion tier here at the regional. With this Frostlass team, of course, the Frostlass has been kind of the breakout Mega alongside the Mega Tyranitar. Michael Zhang showing both of those two as sort of the more consistently strong Megas that we've seen in the latter part of here Phase 2 and the top cut.
Yeah, I don't know if I was expecting to be at this point in the tournament talking about Frostlass being the one Pokemon, or Mega Evolved Pokemon at least, that we have a chance of seeing a mirror of in the finals. But how about that? Proven to be a really excellent Pokemon. A bunch of other fun techs on this team. Very anti-Charizard. So Michael, if he gets through this one, probably rooting for the Charizard player at the other semifinal matchup just to maximize his odds. But a lot of really fun stuff here. I always love Michael's team. Such a great player to watch. Arcanine also, I think, worth pointing out. Not necessarily for this matchup, although maybe it'll show up. But I think mostly just because probably the most unique individual Pokemon remaining other than Wolf Steelix.
Yeah, and of course this is the Rockhead version of the Arcanine, so it's not actually the Intimidate variant, which I'm sure helped Michael quite a bit against some of the King Gambit in the field.
Yeah, I think make a note of that Corviknight as well. You know, it is that more aggressive attacking Adamant. Corviknight, no bulk up. I think with bulk up, probably a bigger matchup problem for Wolf's team. So I'll be curious to see what Michael's approach to this one is. Again, it's just, you know, not a matchup that I think either of the trainers had considered before a couple of hours ago, probably. So should be fun to see what they opt to go for. This is round 4 of the Wolf Glick Regional Championship as he appears on stream once again. We've seen a lot of different modes from his team. Like the first the first appearance is very Steelix oriented.
I literally just looked back. I was so focused on the match that ran right now. I literally just looked back. Wolf went for a fist bump. Michael's just sitting there. Clearly he was doing something. Like it wasn't. It wasn't supposed to be like disrespectful, but that was rude.
And also that Rotom Wash, cannot overstate how important that Rotom Wash has been, especially in the previous sets that we've seen today for Wolf.
Oh my god.
Keeping all of these two big offensive threats of the Steelix or the Tyranitar, or potentially even the Talonflame, up and at it with the Will-O-Wisp and the Light Screen as well. And this Steelix is kind of the big deal on this team, but we've also seen the Dragon Dance mode coming out from Tyranitar, and they both play so differently, it's going to be very difficult for Michael to get a jump onto Wolf into this.
Yeah, I'll be excited to see what both
here we go,
chat. It's a little bit difficult just to anticipate. Just
now look, I like Michael.
So
he's a really cool dude, but we want Wolfie to win.
But for now, we see some familiar friends on both sides of the field, with Rotom once again trying to lock up its tournament MVP honors, and Frostlass on their side of the field, who would be another contender for that award if we actually awarded it.
Yeah, absolutely. If either of these Pokemon, whichever one of these Pokemons makes it to the final, would definitely be one of the contenders for that MVP award. But this is the classic lead we've seen a few times now from Wolf, just having the Sneasler and the Rotom to give him a bunch of different options of, do I want to go for the Light Screen? Do I want to go for Will-O-Wisp? Do I just want to go for damage? And the Rotom is actually threatening quite a lot here.
Yeah, Rotom's in a very good spot here. Light Screen against the Frostlass would be very effective. Of course, a Fake Out and a Hydro Pump would pick up a knockout on that Arcanine. Should the Hydro Pump
I don't
get
think he
moved
wants to
through the
risk
Focus
losing
Dash.
his
So,
Arcanine so
on
early.
flip side, the Arcanine feeling a little bit threatened, but the Frostlass not so much, right? It has to worry about Light Screen reducing its damage eventually, but this turn it's relatively free to do what it wants.
Yeah, and what it wants to do right now is Mega Evolve and set the Snow. There's the Fake Out coming out from Sneasler, breaking the Focus Sash onto Arcanine and preventing it from moving this turn. The first Blizzard comes out from Frostlass, connects onto Sneasler and Rotom. Sneasler takes about half its health in damage from there, and there is the flinch on Arcanine. Moving before the Rotom as Light Screen is the selection for Wolf, just trying to reduce the damage of those Blizzards.
That really consistent behavior we've seen from Wolf so far, always wanting to value the Light Screen over trying to pick up a knockout, where in that case, he had a fairly good chance of getting a turn 1 KO on the Arcanine, but no, he wants to set up his Light Screen. He has a plan with this team. He needs to build up his defense and then set himself up to try to sweep with one of his Mega Evolved Pokemon.
Yeah, at this point, the threat of close combat onto the Arcanine is doing the job of that Hydro Pump.
Right, so yeah, Rotom able to escape here, maybe come back later, help deal some of these Pokemon in the back.
Brings out T-Tar, resets the weather.
Tyranitar or Garchomp.
Yeah, Tyranitar feeling so safe to switch in here. With no more snow, that means that Blizzards are less accurate. They're also going to be heavily resisted by the Tyranitar with the Sand boost to the special defense and the Light Screen dealing very little damage.
Takes
This
barely
Arcanine
any
is
damage.
able to fire off a Head Smash that is going to deal a lot of damage right back, though.
That's not what you want to see, though.
So strong, and the downside is usually just that it takes a bunch of recoil in return, but with that Rock Head, Arcanine really showing how much damage it can do.
Yeah, I don't know how safe it was feeling after all.
Not at all what you want.
We've seen this Tyranitar take in early in the game, and that's going to be tough. It's a little bit more than a single Hospitality is going to heal up there. So Tyranitar going to be a tough spot for the remainder of the game, and now we're at a point where if Frostlass were to switch in and out or be feeling a little risky, Blizzard might be right on the edge of being able to pick up a knockout.
Well, here is the Sinistcha for the first Hospitality, but like you mentioned, Wolf is going to need another round to get that Tyranitar back to full health, or at least healthy enough to survive another one of those Rock Head attacks from Arcanine. There's the Mega Evolution though, so getting a boost to its stats as well as threatening a lot more damage. The Extreme Speed actually coming out from the Arcanine onto what was the Sneasler is now the Sinistcha. Does no damage, and Weather Ball comes out from the Frostlass, deals negligible damage, and here we go again. Another Dragon Dance on the Mega Tyranitar.
I'd like to say I can't
he's able to
believe
set
that Wolf
up.
was willing to Dragon
No, he
Dance
should
in
be able
front
to
of his
outspeed
Pokemon,
just
but at
pretty
this
much
point,
get
I
rid of
am.
these guys.
Very bold play by Wolf, where he was getting me pinned there, and I think a Head Smash into that slot likely would have sent us right into game 2. Instead, calls that no, there's no way you think I'm going to leave this Tyranitar open, despite the low HP, at least healing up enough that that Weather Ball wasn't able to knock it out. Though I think it would have
Made it back for the GOAT. Welcome
no
back,
longer an
Karai.
extreme speed range, which I think would have been a real threat without the Hospitality, and suddenly threatening a quick Rock Slide that could have knocked out both of these Pokemon. So the Hydreigon going to enter battle, though I don't know if it would be especially excited about taking one of those attacks either.
Yeah,
Can you bring back
Hydreigon,
Sneasler?
another
Yes, he
Pokemon
does.
that is the Steelix kind of forces Michael to bring, because if you don't bring that Pokemon,
Hey,
then
welcome
you might
in,
just end up
Chansey. Welcome,
mauled by
welcome.
Steelix, but
Hopefully you're having a
it
great
does
day.
not
We're just
have
watching
a
the
great
GOAT.
matchup into this particular setup here. Those Rock Slides are hurting. That is over 100 damage to that Hydreigon. It is within range of another Rock Slide, and now Sneasler's on the field. That is Choice Scarf Hydreigon. Fake Out is so
He's gonna bring
free
back
there, and now that would
Sinistcha.
be an
I
easy
think
double KO
I think
should the
Michael
Rock
knows
Slide
that.
connect.
He
we
doesn't
saw
want to risk
previously the attempt to go to the extreme
using the
to
T-Tar
Sneasler.
right now.
Maybe that's an option, but that's probably a trade that Wolf is willing to take at this point. Scoring 2 quick knockouts, maybe. However, maybe the prioritization to Sneasler.
He doesn't want to risk it.
Michael's end indicates he has a Pokemon in the back that don't want to deal with Sneasler, so Wolf playing a little bit safer, getting the Sinistcha in to heal up the Tyranitar. Feeling like, hey, I'm not going to get knocked out by this Hydreigon anyway. And yeah,
Again.
Sinistcha does catch that extreme speed a second time.
He can't keep getting away with it. The Extreme Speed into Sinistcha again, the Earth Power into Tyranitar, the Light Screen, and the Sand Boost. doing so much for the Tyranitar as it's a
Able to just knock out
clean
both.
double KO after one Dragon Dance.
And again, it's just great play by Wolf, right? Why sacrifice your Sneasler
And
there?
even
You
if
can
he
switch
does
in and wind
lose
up in
the
a position
buff,
where your Tyranitar
right,
is basically the same amount of HP it would have had anyway.
the sand,
Absolutely. The light screen
he
now
still
finally
outspeeds and
wears
just
off, and with
takes care of
Hydreigon
that,
out of the field, it's just going to be the
that
Frostlass that's
Frost
threatening
Lance, because
special
it
type
only
damage,
get the
and
buff
that is
from
going to threaten the Sinistcha
physical.
very severely.
Well, yeah,
and the Tyranitar
physical.
is
So
now pretty low,
it is still
but
going to do a decent
you're
bit, but
feeling pretty good if you're
shouldn't
Wolf. You
actually
still
matter.
got those.
Yeah, I mean,
Still got
Wolf
the
Or-
Dragon Dance and-
Never mind.
real close
Oh, no.
to checkmate there, right? Where, you know, a knockoff into the Frostlass slot, you just have to find a way to safely get the Sneasler into threaten a close combat into the Tyranitar
probably gonna
slot, and the game
protect.
could be locked up.
Yeah, the over targeting on the Sneasler previously, really telegraphing that Tyranitar in the back like you called out. Setting the sand again, which means that Frostlass still does not have access to fully accurate Blizzard. So if it does get an opportunity to attack, it's not dealing a lot with Weather Ball, we already saw. It may be able to hit a Blizzard, but it's going to need to hit those Blizzards or get a big Shadow Ball off into that Sinistcha.
Light screen is at least expired, but at this point, I think Wolf would love it if Sinistcha were to get picked off here to give him the free switch. And Frostlass
Yeah,
maybe trying
he's not
provide
trying to
that
risk it.
opportunity.
Yeah, Frostlass protecting this turn, Tyranitar protecting
Oh, no,
this
never
turn,
mind.
Sinistcha protecting.
the whole
Wolf will
team
never
is
let
just
the Sinistcha
protecting.
go. It's too important to his strategy.
We need the Sinistcha. Crucially, though, you did get to see the order of speeds from those protects. Tyranitar protecting first, Frostlass protecting second. That means that Frostlass has
That's
nowhere to
GG's.
go this turn. Forfeit locked in from Michael, and we are headed into game 2.
Yeah, that made it so that, I guess it
Yeah,
was pretty
Wolf
overlooking anyway.
played
but yeah,
really,
Frostlass would've needed a
really
double
well right
protect to
there.
avoid getting knocked out by the knockoff anyway. Or
One more
Rockslide
round for
even,
Wolf, and
was going
he's
to
in the
risk it.
finals, chat.
At his leisure, he could have brought in the Sneasler to finish off the Tyranitar. So that game very over. And wow, really impressive first game by Wolf, where the beginning of the game always looks a little strange with this team, but correctly calls it that head smash isn't going to go into the Tyranitar slot. Takes that cheeky Dragon Dance, and the game's kind of just over from there. Really aggressive read by Wolf, where that switch into the Tyranitar, like, oh man, like, Wolf, what are you doing? But hey, he's showing how he got here. Makes a great read to dig himself right back out of the hole he put himself in.
Yeah, despite having a Steelix, which is an extremely defensive Pokemon, this is one of the most aggressive Wolf teams I've seen in a while, and he is playing it so aggressively as well. Like you mentioned, that Tyranitar has been sneaking these Dragon Dances over and over again, and it really just takes one for the game to completely flip on its head.
Speaking of Steelix, by the way, did Wolf kind of just trick us all yesterday? Like, did he deliberately have this Steelix, really, like, a
It was
highly
the day one
Steelix-oriented strategy, knowing that everybody was going to watch him at the end of Swift? So then, like, well, we keep having these team previews where I'm sure everyone is really afraid of the specter of the Steelix that we haven't seen in almost 24 hours.
Yeah, you get all the whispers around the venue of, oh, there's a Steelix. I think Wolf's running Steelix.
He's going to get the title?
She's got the Steelix admirer.
He's admiring in his Pokeball.
Yeah, not even a professor yet. That should be the giveaway. Not enough wins on that Steelix just yet. Here is the leads for game 2. It's Arcanine and the Garchomp up against the Tyranitar.
He hasn't brought it out today. They were literally just talking about it. Like, he has not, at least from the matches that we've seen on the broadcast, he's not once brought it out.
Yeah, there's no way it's actually going to
But
go
everyone was talking about how he was using it to get to top 10. So it's still going to be good. I just don't think in the matchups that he's been getting, the Steelix has really been, like, helpful. I think the other 5 are, like, the main one he's been relying on.
Going to do a very defensive fake out there, understanding he does not want to deal with this Garchomp, even though with Arcanine not protecting, it would have been an Earthquake anyway.
There's the head smash into Arcanine. Tyranitar going down to about a third of its health, but that is not enough to prevent a Dragon Dance. And this is what it has been over and over and over and over again. 1 or 2 Dragon Dances and this Tyranitar just pops off.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not sure the end of the world would stop Wolf from using Dragon Dance, where it's going to happen no matter what. It's
He can
if you can stop
outspeed,
Tyranitar after it's done
E-speed
the dance.
doesn't
Sometimes the
kill.
rhythm's going to get you, man. You got to watch out.
This Tyranitar loves to move, and it's moving quickly
But
now.
we
It
saw
should
him
be the
before the
quickest
knockout
Pokemon on the
didn't
field, other than
kill that
perhaps Wolf's own
Garchomp.
Sneasler. So,
Obviously, it's a
great
different
pin here by
one,
both these
but-
Pokemon, but he's going to protect. Sneasler maybe trying to get some damage off here before an inevitable Sinistcha switch in to heal up this Tyranitar once again.
Really important close combat onto the Arcanine to bring it
Yo,
down to that
my
focus
brother.
dash. The head
Where
smash
you
coming
been,
out from
dude?
Arcanine has been so powerful into that Tyranitar. Another one
Been
would
a
pick
little
up
while,
the
man.
KO. That does mean
I'm
that the
doing great.
Sneasler
We're
is
just
able
we're
to
just
get its
watching
White Herb
the
activated.
Pokemon
If
tournament
it is
right
able
now.
to survive this turn, it will be the fastest thing on
How's
the
it
field.
been,
There's a
dude?
head smash into Tyranitar. Here comes the Dragon Claw onto Sneasler.
Yeah, Dragon Claw does not
going for the
kill.
Earthquake because of the Arcanine next
But
to it.
E-Speed
that just
will.
means that Sneasler gets away with it. A full 169 damage into that Arcanine.
Yeah, so interesting play though. Tyranitar burning to protect, so now there's the opportunity where even if Sinish is coming in, an Earthquake would actually hit it. Again, it would require either a switch on the Arcanine or a sacrifice, or we've seen so many attempts to go for this.
Okay, does he
extreme
predict
speed
it this
slot.
time?
Does he do something different this time, or is this a third catch?
Sinish
Well, I
down
think-
on
wait,
the
no, it
field,
won't
going
even
to
matter,
heal
'cause he-
up the
he-
Tyranitar.
how speed?
Still has not Mega Evolved. That is just still a base form Tyranitar. A little bit of extra damage from the extreme speed.
So the
coming
channel
out
growing,
from
we'd love to see
the
that, man.
Arcanine,
I've been
and the
wrong.
knockoff not quite
Right,
enough
right,
to pick
thank
up the
you.
KO on
Hey, it's
Garchomp.
don't thanks to everyone
Brings it
here,
down
just
so
supporting.
low, however. Here comes the Earthquake. Will
Ooh,
pick
that
up the
should
KO
kill.
onto the Arcanine, onto the
Yeah.
Tyranitar, and deal a little bit to the Sinisha. Just a double KO, not a triple, but came pretty close.
And it was his own Pokemon, it was one of the two, right? So that was the one I was thinking he would want to
Dude, that's really bad,
Big
'cause he
knockout to
kinda
get the
needed
Tyranitar.
that
We
for
see how
Frostlass.
critical to this to Wolf's offense. Though it is interesting he didn't Mega Evolve, right? There could be two reasons why he made that choice. It could be that he wanted to hold it in order to get weather control against the Frostlass, or it could be that Steelix wasn't an illusion after all. We'll find out really soon, but
Oh,
this
chat, we were
battle
just
looking a
talking
little
about that
bit spooky
Steelix.
If it's not the Steelix in the back, and even if it is,
You
not going
might
to be
bring
able
it
to
out.
use that Sand Force ability, unless the opposing Tyranitar helps out again.
Okay, Corviknight coming out
Okay.
now from Michael. We did not see Corviknight previously. This is a great Pokemon into Wolf's team, as it does pretty much completely wall that Steelix should it still be in the back. Now the Sneasler on the side for Wolf, being able to threaten more fake-out pressure.
Yeah, this is an excellent adjustment. The Corviknight, we could be running
Yeah,
into
the
a
Fake Out
situation
can
like we
finish
saw
off
in the first
Garchomp,
game on
but he
stream,
could
right, where
also
the rest of
swap
his
out the
stuff even matter.
Frostlass.
Unless Talonflame
And then
or
he
Rotom
could
is in the back, it's gonna be
stop
very
the
difficult to knock
Corviknight
this
from
Pokemon
doing
out.
whatever,
And
but then
unlike the other
Garchomp just
Corviknight we've seen,
kills.
It doesn't need to build up, right? Its high end is a lot lower because it doesn't have something like bulk up, but it's adamant. It can do some serious damage. Sinister likely already in KO range from it, and this Sneasler going to knock out this
Okay.
Garchomp to avoid being knocked out itself.
Yep, there is a KO onto Garchomp. Wolf has now picked off both the Arcanine and the Garchomp from Michael's
Is he
team.
going for Matcha
Corviknight, though,
Gotcha?
as you mentioned,
Maybe?
still
Or
very
even
threatening
Life
against
Steal?
both of the Pokemon that Wolf has showing right now. Brave Bird there connects onto Sneasler, so
Yeah, it's
we'll
not
pick
gonna
up the
take too
KO
much
there.
damage.
And now we will be able to find out which Pokemon is the final Pokemon that both trainers have brought.
It is the trick room
Okay,
from
I think I know.
so-
I think I know.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's not
Oh.
Talonflame.
Probably not the Talonflame here.
I
So it's just setting
think
the trick
we
room here,
might
and now
know which
both players
Pokemon he's
picking
gonna
their
bring
final
out.
Pokemon to come out.
Chat, we might be
So
seeing the
this is
Steelix
extremely
right
interesting.
here.
You gotta assume it's probably the
There it
Mega Evolve.
is.
It is the Steelix
Yeah.
of Wolf. The crowd
There
favorite
is the
making
man.
this one. It's the
Everyone's been
Tyranitar,
talking
not
about the
Frostlass.
Steelix.
So,
And he did bring
very
Frostlass.
interesting
Oh,
there.
this is
Either
actually
way, there would have been a
pretty
type
good for
advantage
Wolf.
the Steelix, but now two physical Pokemon facing down one of the premier physical walls of yesteryear with Steelix, yearning for the days of gold and silver, perhaps bringing them back in this tournament. We'll see a Mega Evolution pretty quickly, and without Frostlass, we will, at least for one more turn, get access to that Sand Force ability.
Yeah, and that's going to be really, really important. I think we are headed to a Steelix versus Corviknight showdown pretty quickly, I think. It may come
Look at
down
that
to
golden
if this
snake boy.
Sinistcha is going to be able to get a Matcha Gotcha burn onto that Corviknight. Otherwise, Steelix and
Yeah,
this
that would be
Tyranitar
good
are
for
probably
him
gonna go
if he
fight
can
each
get
other,
it.
and then
But he
the
always has
Corviknight's
to
just gonna
land.
pick up whatever's left.
The trainer's like, I'd prefer not to be fought actually, and gets the Protect up, hoping to get a free attack from the Steelix in, or from this Corviknight in rather. Steelix is going to attack into the Protect, so this could be a free
Okay.
attack for the Corviknight. We'll have to find out if
Burn?
it's free or not if this burns.
Matcha Gotcha connects on to Corviknight, does have a high chance to burn on attack. The Corviknight
It
gets
does get the burn.
Matcha Gotcha too hot from the Sinistcha.
I think that spells
And now
game.
There is a clock on the Corviknight, and what was looking like a one-on-one
Think that spells
showdown
game.
that would stall out completely is now looking more like Wolf getting to time this out to make it to the
It's that
finals.
citrus
Yeah,
up.
so the berry activating on the Sinistcha as well, so going to heal up enough that it can probably survive for a couple more turns here. And Magic Gotcha going to be pretty serious on this Tyranitar. That sand expiring, while it reduces the damage of this Steelix's damage output, will both do a lot more damage to Tyranitar and also thus heal a lot more back. So the Sinistcha might actually hang around for a little while here.
Yeah, unfortunately for Michael, I just don't see a big out for him, except for potentially dodging a high horsepower and a Matcha Gotcha coming out from this Sinistcha. Does not dodge
Matcha
the high
Gotcha should finish him
horsepower,
off.
Just takes the big damage there, and the Matcha Gotcha
And then he's going to get the healing. Yep, T-Tar's down.
KO. Tyranitar goes down. Corviknight takes a little bit of
Great.
damage. Yeah, that was a critical hit, but okay. But more critically, that burn previously means that this Corviknight has no way of recovering its health, which means that all Wolf has to do is wait until the timer ticks down.
Yeah, this is a very impressive game by
Yeah,
Wolf.
he's
They're
also
critical on
KOing
the Sinistcha.
himself
I think
as
this
well.
game would have been much closer, though. I imagine Steelix probably wins it anyway. It's really not two Pokemon I'm used to watching fight each other in the Pokemon Video Game Championship.
Good
The
game.
Wolf is
Two
moving
good
on to the
friends
first finals
duking
of
it
the
out.
Pokemon Champions era.
Wow.
I love how the second that we were all talking, it's like, dude, we haven't seen Steelix not like once, dude. It just hasn't been doing anything. Everyone was hyping up the Steelix and just sitting on the bench.
Sneak in that aggressive Dragon Dance and then take over the game. And then game 2, hiding the Steelix in the back. And this is what I love about
And
this
just comes
team,
out and
is
just
that you
wins
can
the whole
bring
game.
both of your Megas really safely, and they still do things whichever one Megas and which one doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, hard to complain about Tyranitar's performance anyway, right? There isn't anybody using the non-Mega Dragon Dance
Chat,
Tyranitar, but I didn't
we
wish
have our
Tyranitar
boy
kinda went hard
moving
there.
on
Almost knocked out
into
the
the
Garchomp in a
finals.
single hit. Did some sprint
I
damage. Just a
will
huge
take a
distraction, if
quick
nothing
break,
else, and,
because I've been
I
sitting
think
here
that's fun
for
too.
4.5 hours. I
It's
was
really
supposed to be
interesting
taking a
watch the way
break
he
a
plays
little
this
bit
team. There's
before.
nothing else quite
Wasn't
like
able
it.
to
absolutely,
because we had
man.
this match,
The
and I really
Corviknight
wanted
was
to see
an
this match.
interesting
So,
adaptation, but
before we get to the
unfortunately getting
last
caught by the burn
semifinals
on
match,
that
I'm gonna
Matcha
take a
Gotcha.
small
The way
break.
Wolf had set that up,
I'm
he
gonna
had
go,
allowed
like,
himself to
walk
get
around, go to the
multiple attempts
restroom,
at
put
getting
some
the
stuff
burn,
away,
and as soon
and then
as he
we'll
got
be right
one
back.
burn
I will
on that
keep the stream
Corviknight,
going,
it was over
right?
here.
You guys
really
can still
liked
just
seeing
see
the
the
judgment report,
broadcast and
right?
all
I think
that.
that was the
So
correct play
also,
for
you guys
Michael.
want to
Why
get some
doesn't that work in
snacks
there? Because it
while we're
walks right
waiting?
into
Go
the
do
trick
that.
room
This
and
is
then
your
gets
time to go
burned
do that,
immediately.
and
But,
I will be
I think
right
it really is
back.
strong into that
All right,
matchup. I
chat.
think if it had been used in the previous game, as soon as Rotom went down, it would have been a very impactful Pokemon. Unfortunately, Wolf one step ahead there, and maybe we maybe Caster Curse the burn, but also the Steelix, right? Where we willed it into existence. I think everyone wanted to watch Steelix again, so no apologies there.
Yeah, Steelix now has made it to the finals of the first Pokemon Champions regional tournament here in Indianapolis.
Just like we all expected. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Day 1 of Champions, I looked at it and I was like, "Yep, Mega Steelix is gonna be in the finals."
Yeah, I'm
of the
assuming
first
no
event.
one on the
Totally.
planet does that. Even if there's, I'm sure there's someone out there, their whole room is just filled with Steelix merchandise. Even they're like, I hope somebody plays Steelix.
Yeah, I hope. I don't think it'll happen, but like part of me really hopes and really wants it to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just like a great example of why team building in this game is so important, right? One of the most creative teams that we saw in the format, and I think a lot of people maybe will be kicking themselves a little bit, right? Where team building, this is hard. I think a lot of people felt like, hey, there's a smaller pool of available Pokemon. It's really difficult to make an excellent team. But again, proving with something really original and really out there that you can do well, getting all the way to the finals, and who knows what'll happen once he's there.
All right, well, that is it for our first semifinals. We are going to get ready for our second one, but first, let's go ahead and toss it down to the studio where Len is going to walk us through that incredible first semifinals. Len, take it away.
Well, that was a lot of fun to watch. Wolf keeps showing us a new way to win with that team every match, it feels like.
It's really unique, too. There's so many looks at this team that I think only Wolf is able to come up with, even just us backstage. Like, going into a game, it's really hard to figure out what's going to happen, and we got to see some really cool play from Wolf in that top 4.
So looking at the teams, we got 2 different game plans out of Wolf in the 2 games. The first was Tyranitar focus with like the full support crew. The Rotom, Sneasler, and Sinistcha. We saw this in some other match earlier. Just protect the president. Tyranitar will never go down.
Yeah.
Wolf plays that mode pretty aggressive. Takes some risks with it, but manages to get them through. And Tyranitar has so much staying power, and the Rotom has so much staying power at times that it makes it really difficult for the opponent to break through. And then crucially, in the second game, we got the Steelix, and that mode lets you present first the same game plan
Yeah.
of the Tyranitar start boosting with Dragon Dance, but your goals are very different.
Yes.
If you're trying to protect the president, Mega the Tyranitar has to do everything. You have to reduce your risks. You can't do things like just knock off a Garchomp and go down to Earthquake.
Right.
But when you have Steelix in the back, you can just go for value, which is what we saw Wolf do in Game 2. You just get a lot of damage into some really important Pokemon, and then suddenly, how do you beat Steelix in the back?
It's especially powerful in a Game 2 where you saw that exactly is how it started to play out in Game 1, but then all of a sudden your game plans for, all right, I can take down Tyranitar and then I probably win, just go completely out the window as soon as you see the Steelix come in too.
Right. And you don't reveal that till a little bit in. Like, is he not Mega Evolving? Like even on the broadcast,
happening?
I think Scott mentioned, is he not Mega Evolving because he's trying to preserve it to stop Frostlass? Or is he not Mega Evolving because Steelix is still back there? There's no way to be certain. I want to mention on one match earlier, we mentioned Wolf had a hard time bringing Steelix because there was a Corviknight on the other side, and you just get into an unwinnable end game against Corviknight. But that was a Corviknight with Roost, Bulk Up, and Body Press. That is a Steelix defeating machine. It takes no damage, boosts itself up, and does super effective body presses. This is not that Corviknight.
No.
It has no recovery, no way to boost, no super effective moves into Steelix. So while Steelix can't do much damage to it, it can't do much damage to Steelix. I think even without that burn, the Steelix is likely to win that in-game in Game 2, because Corviknight, even if it doesn't get burned, is going to have to spend turns doing other things with Brave Bird that cost a bunch of recoil and mean you don't win that damage race.
No recovery at all on that Corviknight, definitely unique, and I'm sure came in very useful for Michael a lot of the time, just against this team, not the best situation.
Yeah, it provides a lot of offense. We saw it do a bunch of damage, but not a lot of offense into Steelix. Yeah, so looking at the Game 1, this is the mode where Wolf is really just trying to protect this Tyranitar, so he brings it out onto the field for the first time, and it looks like it might be like a disaster. Like, switches into Head Smash here, takes an enormous amount of damage, but I think really shows the resilience of this team and the way Wolf is using Sinistcha, that he's able to recover from this position. With this, you'll see the health of this Tyranitar in a second and not believe that it's going to be back above 50% just a couple turns later.
Right, we saw that Head Smash come through, and I was like, oh, that might have been the whole game right there. You have such a commanding position here, the Frostlass potentially threatening a knockout here, but that Sinistcha plus the huge amount of bulk you gain from Mega Evolution, we see this Weather Ball just, I don't even know if it would have KO'd without the Sinistcha there.
Right, doesn't do that much damage. The light screen also helping from earlier on, and a lot of extreme speed catches on Rotom as well. Wolf is taking risks. Like, I want to highlight on this turn, that could have just been Head Smash into Tyranitar, and this game is over. We go into Game 2. But Wolf takes that risk. Sneasler could have close combated Arcanine and prevented the Head Smash that way. So Arcanine is trying to prevent the close combat by extreme speeding the Sneasler. Instead, just gets caught with a Sinistcha switch that gives Wolf so much more room to operate in.
In this kind of Protect the President mode, if you are playing very safe, getting the Sinistcha recovery with Hospitality, and all of a sudden you make one really aggressive turn, you can catch your opponent really hard off guard, and that's kind of exactly what happened there with Wolf.
And so the Tyranitar just continues to stay around. Arcanine doesn't have the impact it needs to because it keeps using extreme speed. On that turn, would have been outsped and didn't actually have the opportunity to Head Smash anyway, but continues to just not land KOs.
It's really impressive there. Losing all that HP early on and then immediately just turning it around.
And then, this is funny, not often you see two Tyranitars on the field. I thought maybe Frostlass was going to come in and actually have its weather, but Michael, with his own Tyranitar in the back, brings them both in at the same time. Sandstream wins, and we stay in the sand.
Yeah. Michael's Tyranitar, I think, makes a lot of sense here. It is low kick, so you do threaten Wolves pretty well, but without that Mega Evolution, you're just not as bulky as you need to be.
Right, Wolf has so much damage threat in this position and the speed advantage we learned from Protects on this turn that's about to happen, that at +2, the Tyranitar actually faster than the Frostlass, and so able to move first and KO. So then the next game, we get a different game plan. This is just normal Tyranitar, and that can definitely throw off your opponent because it has already boosted at this point, and Michael's just really reaching to KO it, saying if I can KO this Tyranitar, maybe I win, because that's the game plan that Wolf had shown in the previous game. So he puts the extreme speed into Tyranitar, is willing to take this massive knockoff into Garchomp just to make sure, and then is willing to earthquake his own.
Went downstairs,
and get
checked
rid of
on
it just to
Coda.
make sure
She's doing good.
Tyranitar is
She's
down,
laying down.
The president is down.
She's
I've
getting some
accomplished
sleep,
the game
which
plan, except
also
very
just means
suspicious
she's gonna
that
be
Tyranitar never mega
fucking
evolves.
speed demon later
Michael
on.
kind of overextending there to get rid of that Tyranitar, which makes a lot of sense if you assume there's no Steelix, but as soon as Steelix comes in, it gets so much harder
Wanna
for
get some
Michael to
ice
win.
cream?
You've
Okay, now
lost
I'm
a lot of
jealous.
your resources. You don't have that
I don't have
for the
access to
Flare
ice
Blitz.
cream.
You don't have the Earthquake on Garchomp anymore. And again, like
We
you said,
have
this
no ice
Corviknight,
cream.
usually good into Steelix, but in this unique case, kind of dead weight.
Yeah, kind of dead weight. Like, would get into a very long back and forth here, but has to spend 2 turns Brave Birding. So even if you don't get burnt, you spend a ton of health on recoil with Brave Bird that I think probably means Steelix wins in the long run. But yeah, really interesting win condition. Very interesting couple of games from Wolf. I'm very excited that we get to keep seeing this team in the finals. But for now, we've got one more semifinal to find out who is going to be up against Wolf and that Mega Steelix in the final. Let's go to the casters and check it out.
Okay, we get the next
That's
match
right,
already.
Len. We do have our first finalist waiting in the wings to potentially become the first champion here in Indianapolis.
How is Coda doing?
Indiana.
Coda's doing
My name is
well.
Evan Latin. I've got Scott Claus.
She's
next
doing
to me
well.
as we are going to take you through our
She
second
mainly
top
just
four
hangs
match
out.
of the tournament here. That is going to be Nick
But
Navarre
we'll,
versus Marcel
you know,
Puri.
occasionally
This is
just
going
take
to
her
be
out. She can just
really
run
fun
around.
Matchup. Our final
So,
remaining Charizard
she's
in the
doing really,
tournament
really
on
good.
Marcel's side. But
I
not
think
using
there
the
was one.
standard
Oh, actually,
Charizard format that we've been seeing.
yeah,
with,
she's
like,
actually
the
doing
Whimsicott
extremely
or the
well
Aerodactyl
because she
instead,
actually
the more
took down the
traditional
snake.
Sun with the
There was
Venusaur
actually a snake
up
in the
against
backyard.
Nick Navarre, who has
Coda
2
found it
regional championships,
and
has
took
a
down the
top
snake.
8 at the
She's
UNAIC
also taken down a
in
mole that we
2017
had in the
Marcel
backyard that was
actually got the
running
top
the yard.
32 at.
So Coda
Both
has
of
just
these
been
players
protecting the house.
enjoying being back here in Indianapolis.
Completely
for this
forgot
event.
about that
I'm really
until we
excited to
started
see how
talking
these
about it.
Pokemon are going to match up against each
But
other,
yeah,
because I think
she's
this should be a
just
pretty
been
dynamic
on
matchup.
one.
Yeah, I
She's
think there's some
just
ways
been
that each side
protecting the
probably
whole
have a better
house.
advantage here. The last 2 Floette in the field facing off, and last Charizard as well.
If you're an intruder
it's
trying to
probably
get
going
in through the
have some
back door,
difficulties in
let me
this
just tell
matchup.
you,
It's gonna be
Coda's
fun.
not
I think
gonna,
also some,
you know, allow that to happen.
positive matchups as well. Should be a lot of fun to see how this one plays out. The Venusaur
She's
in
doing her
particular,
job
looked
well.
very good the last time we saw Arsenal, but I think maybe not so excited to see the Talonflame across the field. So lots of like interesting interactions between these teams. Of course, Palafin probably excited to see 2 Fire-type Pokemon, less excited to see 2 Grass-type Pokemon. Getting to see all of the first
let's
partner
do a
Pokemon
poll.
triangle in action here.
The one benefit for Palafin here is that the Venusaur on Arsenal's
Who
side does
will
not actually
win?
have a grass type attack. Instead,
We
it is
have
running double. It's running Sludge Bomb and Earth
Nick.
Power and Sleep Powder. But that means that this Palafin over here is not going to be super threatened
And then we
with
also
a 1-hit KO
have
by that Venusaur, but
Arsenal.
won't be able to deal a lot of damage back. However, Palafin,
Hopefully I
once
spot
it gets
that right.
rolling, Jet
That'd be
Punch and Wave
really, really bad
Crash
if I did it.
are just as strong, if not stronger, than Aqua Jet and Wave Crash from Basque Legion.
Yeah, absolutely.
there we go.
And
We got a
we kinda
poll
seen
going.
it, throughout the course of the weekend. Of course, unlike the first time we saw Palafin,
I'm gonna root for Nick here.
On this Sneasler, so Palafin's gonna have to buff itself.
I think
It could be an
Nick's
opportunist
team would
match,
be very
certainly.
interesting to see like how
gonna
like
be
at the stat
challenging
like
for it
stacks
to
up
find the opportunities to do this in
against
this game, but, you know, perhaps if the right
Wolfies.
Pokemon are selected, the other
But
side
it's
will be
also
able to
like
get snowball a little
we've
bit, too.
seen him
Yeah, it's going to be
in
a very
3 matches so
exciting game,
far.
And I also want to point
Or-
out that this
yeah,
is the
3
Sword
matches,
Stance
so.
variant of the King Gambit. So another opportunity, 3 setup mons on Nick's side. So Floette, King Gambit, and Palafin. If any one of those 3 Pokemon gets a free turn,
Yeah,
you're
it
in
wasn't a
danger.
poisonous
Yeah, I think
snake.
this really
It was
is the
more like a
matchup that
garden
typically
snake.
you use that
So
sort
it's
of
good
King
at
Gambit
like
for,
it's
as well
actually
with the,
sometimes
Sword Stance boosted Sucker Punch
helpful to
after
get
the
rid of like
held item there, going to hit KO at Charizard
like
pretty much no
pests
matter how it's
and
trained.
whatnot.
So,
But
maybe we'll see if
Coda
they
wasn't
will,
having it.
but
She
a
was like,
fun
no.
thing to be threatening here,
If anyone's
with
taking
that
down the
reset.
pest, it's gonna be
Also,
me.
Seeing the
Alright?
Choice Scarf Garchomp
So she
makes you
got
feel
rid of the
pretty
problem,
happy
and then
about that, knowing that there is at
family
least a
just came
Choice
out
Scarf Pokemon that
literally
I'm
with a
guaranteed to
shovel
be able to
and just
Sucker Punch
smacked it on the
into
head to
if I
boink.
want to.
So
And should be a really interesting
she
matchup here. Again,
she
like
was
you
all
mentioned,
good.
this is
We made
more
sure
of
that
the
she
sort of
wasn't like gonna be like
grass-type, chlorophyll
poisoned or
type plus
anything.
a
She's perfectly
drought
fine.
version of
So
Sun here, as opposed to
we're
just sort of
also just
easy balance
making
the
sure
stuff
to
of
you know
the Charizard
monitor the
Fly teams.
backyard
It actually feels
just in
like kind
case
of a
if
delightfully
there
awkward
is
matchup
actually
for
something
both
dangerous
players
out
where,
there.
like, I don't know if it, like, I guess
But,
Nick's team in
yeah,
general,
she's
like,
good.
Not really a variant of a standard archetype. It's kind of a new thing that we're discovering this weekend, but I think it's a little bit awkward for the more traditional Sun team to handle. And then I think in some ways that this matchup is also a little bit more awkward for Nick's team than the version of Sun that we were expecting to see this weekend. So another one where it should be fun to see what the players came together and figured out here, where again, maybe not something they had super clear lines into coming in the weekend, but likely during the other semifinal match, spent some time preparing for this matchup once they knew what it was going to be.
Yeah, you have to expect that that is what our players were doing in their downtime. Another mirror here, the Floette is also Calm Mind on Arsenal's side, so 2 Calm Mind Floettes here, so it could end up being a damage and a buff race between those 2 Pokemon, depending on what Pokemon are actually going to be brought for that Mega slot for this particular matchup.
I got 3 gardening snakes in my yard, but my dad kills them with a shovel.
For Nick and the Trick Room option,
Dude, let's go Dad.
Field, even though, as we mentioned the last time he was up,
Dude, literally taking all 3 snakes out back and just digging them up the grave.
Well, there's the classic Sun lead here. It's Venusaur and Charizard up against the Sneasler and Floette. So Nick, of course, only has the Floette as a Mega Evolution.
Now, if Nick
option,
is
so
able
has
to
opted
predict,
bring that
well, honestly, I
immediately
think it wouldn't even really
staring
matter.
down the Charizard
Right?
that resists all fairy
Because
type
it's like,
attacks, and
either
the
one,
Venusaur that also
the Charizard's
resists
going to
those
get
fairy
a
type
bunch of
attacks and
damage,
threatens big damage
and you don't
with
really
Sludge Bomb.
want that. Or 2, you have Venusaur that could possibly KO and get rid of the Floette, or could just put it to sleep, which is probably the worst of the 2 options. So, if I'm Nick, I'm assuming that he's going to fake out into Venusaur, because he doesn't want to deal with that. Like, I think he would rather deal with the damage and try to like bounce back from that as opposed to getting put to sleep.
Less so.
I think also, you've seen the Mega Evolution of Meteor, so Drought
Right? Plus, it also has the speed advantage, and you don't really want to deal with that.
But there are 2 fire-type Pokemon on Nick's team, so we'll have to see what happens as this match plays out.
There's the Sun set by the Mega Charizard Y that is going to boost the speed of the Venusaur, activating that Chlorophyll ability. While Floette is going to Mega Evolve itself, get a big boost to its stats, and also activate the Fairy Aura to further boost the power of its Fairy-type attacks. Nick does go for the Fake Out onto Venusaur, breaks the Focus Sash, prevents the Venusaur from going for Sludge Bomb, Earth Power.
That's also another
Sleep
reason.
Powder,
He did also have Focus Sash.
There's the Calm Mind coming out
it's
from
also a good way to get rid of that. You don't have to worry about it later.
Raise its special defense and protect against
Oh,
the
he
Heat Wave,
missed
while
Sneasler.
also just protects against the Heat Wave by dodging.
Yeah, hey, you like that, where I was about to say, oh, this looks like a lot like we saw in the final quarterfinal match where, the Floette got the Calm Mind immediately every turn and immediately got Weather Balled. Instead, we see the Heat Wave there, which could have been more total damage, but wasn't. And these fully healthy Sneasler now, a bit of a
Venusaur's still outspeeds,
the doctor position for the Floette,
but it's going to be able to take a lot more.
Would be pretty gnarly, but
he could go for just outright damage.
The option of protecting. So we're in a situation this second turn where both players,
because like Talonflame resists both of what Charizard and Venusaur can do. You also just don't want to lose that.
It does get to have the agency of going.
Yeah, you don't want to lose that Gale Wings ability.
So that Pokemon will not be able to deal any damage here. It does use its first turn of the mandatory turn of Sleep, while Floette gets a second Calm Mind here. It is going to start becoming very difficult to break through this Floette if it can keep getting those Calm Minds. It's down at about a little bit below half health, potentially still in range of a double up from the Venusaur and the Charizard, but then you're letting that Sneasler have opportunities to wake up.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of an interesting part of his call. Do you use Heat Wave again and risk knocking out Sneasler into a Floette Protect, which might actually be good for Nick in order to provide the free switch, or do you, just kind of go for the double up into Floette with Heat Wave probably and Sludge Bomb and hope you pick up a knockout because Floette tries to catch you sleeping as it did on the previous turn. Another interesting position, and unlike what we just saw in the last round, it's not like we have something like Sinister to switch in and heal up this Floette, right? Like it needs to be able to attack to heal up, and I can also do that where if Sludge Bomb alone isn't enough, Draining Kiss would certainly put it out of KO range from anything Charizard does, even though both these Pokemon are going to resist it.
Absolutely, the Floette sitting in between the Venusaur and the
Getting
Charizard,
withdrawn,
threatening the ability to heal.
Incineroar the Sleepy. It'd be funny if he actually just went for Sleep Powder again right there. It was like, yeah.
Venusaur Sleep Powder targeting into the Sneasler, catches the Incineroar on the switch in. Speaking of catching, I'm sleeping. Incineroar is now down for the count here as the Draining Kiss.
I literally just said it.
Resisted damage, so it doesn't actually deal a whole lot, but the big news is all of that health that Floette just gained back.
Oh my
Another
god.
Heat Wave comes out from the Charizard, bringing Floette right
hilarious.
back down.
who was
exactly
not
where I started.
expecting
Yeah, pretty much.
him to
right?
just
And,
immediately be like,
Charles
yeah,
picked
I'm gonna
it
use
very
Sleep Powder
well,
again.
despite there being 2 calm minds there. So
Yeah.
again, interesting to imagine whether or not this could pick up a knockout if there was to be a double target of a slot, though. Float would have to not heal for some
Right.
reason for it to be realistic to be a knockout. But excellent catch on that Sleep Powder, where neither of these Pokemon have taken any turns of the sleep as well. So going to be pretty difficult to actually get in a position where they can act again. And Floet's friends kind of abandoning it here, where get those calm minds, that part of the win condition's done, but actually being
Yeah,
able to
this
use
is
them is proving to
really,
be a
really
good job.
bad.
Yeah, someone please
for
help me, Floette says. And here comes
Nick.
Sneasler, hoping to potentially maybe get caught by that heat wave to give a free position for Nick. Still asleep, doesn't want to have to roll the dice. It was able to take the first mandatory turn, but has still a very low chance to wake up on each individual turn. There's the heat wave into Floette's Protect, and
Okay.
there it is. Connection
Yeah,
on
he's gonna let Sneasler go
It is
down.
now not just asleep,
Gonna bring
it is
out
now fainted.
something else,
That does
either
mean that
Instant
Nick
or
is able to bring in
could even
whatever
bring out
Pokemon he wants.
Talonflame to help out.
Probably not that Incineroar, so we're going to
Yeah, I
learn
was
it's
gonna say,
Yeah.
Talonflame it is. So Talonflame now checking the Venusaur with the Gale Wings ability.
Yeah.
Floette able to now not really pin the Charizard slot.
Yeah,
but it
'cause
looks like
he
it's pretty
can now get
comfortably a
rid
3-hit
of
knockout, so it
the
could fire off a draining kiss
Venusaur
into that slot if it would like
and
to,
even do a
heal
bunch of
itself
damage
up,
on
and then,
something else.
Continue pressuring
Now,
the Charizard.
if
So it's still not a great position for
Orso
Nick, but
has
zero turns
Garchomp
of
in the
Sleep
back,
Technique,
he
so
probably
was
just
one
swamps out the
Sneasler
Garchomp.
because it dodged the heat wave, but still a very advantageous position for Arsenal, but no longer quite as dominant as it looked before.
But I don't
where now
know if
finally
he,
there's real
I don't
pressure
know if
coming the other
Nick
direction.
is thinking like
The
that.
timer is also not Arcel's friend right now, as this was the final turn of Sun. So Charizard has to retreat if Arcel wants to have the Sun up for later on in the game. Venusaur takes the first dual wing beat, takes the
Ooh,
second, hangs on
not
with
enough.
just a
Dazzling
little bit
Gleam?
of health, but crucially hangs on. Venusaur is going to launch another Sleep Powder. 3 for
He's
3 on
landed
Sleep
all
Powder next,
3.
and now that Floette that
Holy
has done a
crap.
lot to boost its special defense.
I know
is
it,
staring down a
only has
physical
like a low
attacking
chance, it's like
Incineroar.
25% chance, but it's still a decent amount.
A sleep powder. That's big. 3 different
Vivilliosaur.
Pokemon have been put to sleep again, none of whom have taken 8 turns of sleep. And Talonflame not exactly known for its ability to stay on the field for long periods of time. I think a really great job understanding exactly how much damage that dual wing beat was going to do. Surviving pretty comfortably there, though he would not have without the help of the Intimidate from this Incineroar. And now you could go for a fake out to protect the Venusaur if you wanted to, though.
Yeah, see,
it's
I
kind of
thought
done
he
its
was
job,
gonna
so, like, maybe you're fine
swap the
either way.
Garchomp to then
Really
break
great
the
start
Gale
for the
Wings
game
so he
so
doesn't
far.
have to
Yeah,
deal with it.
absolutely
But,
dominant
I mean, that
positioning
worked
here
out
from Arcel now.
even better
Still has
for
the
him.
Charizard in the back to potentially boost Flare Blitzes from that Incineroar should Arcel need to do so. But yeah, this Floette getting hit by that Sleep Powder, there was a lot invested into that Pokemon, +2 special attack, +2 special defense, and now it is special defenseless in front of this Incineroar. Dual Wing Beat connects onto Charizard,
Okay,
deals
no
good
fake
damage
out.
there, but would have loved to have gotten the
Flare
KO
Blitz?
onto the Venusaur last turn. Floette now finally taking a turn of sleep here, and then the Flare Blitz connecting onto Floette, and it goes down.
Yeah, easy knockout there, but I'm not sure what you're supposed to do, right? I think
Yep.
switching out of the battle and losing the Calm Minds is probably kind of just forfeiting anyway. And
That-
with
that's
it actually
GG's.
being knocked out, Nick does lock
But
in the forfeit. So very
Nick is
decisive
able to
first
learn
game.
a decent
Venusaur
bit.
really dominating that game with the help of its friend Charizard, speeding it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Like
now-
you mentioned,
now he just
Venusaur
needs to
doing
try
his
to
best
build a
Pavilion
counter.
impression, just getting the chlorophyll active, being the fastest thing on the field, and just saying, okay, I'm going to either threaten damage, like chip damage on your Pokemon, or I'm just going to take them out of the game for a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one to think about running back too, where now that it's 1-0, how do you approach this for your Nick, right? I think kind of if you're looking at the matchup, like, well, even if he leads Charizard Venusaur, what are the odds he hits 3 Sleep Powder in a
Right.
row? Not very high. However, it's already happened
It did
once.
happen.
So, if you just play this out twice more, the odds of it happening again, probably higher than you're comfortable with, right? So, is there some way you can disrupt this? Do you bring out Talonflame sooner? We've learned that there is that option of just switching in the Incineroar.
Yeah,
to survive
if
the
you're
dual
bringing
wing
out
beat, maybe,
Talonflame a lot
trying to
sooner,
burn the Talonflame
he's
down,
able
but,
to
I
just,
think it came out a little bit too late in that one. where,
boost the
unless Nick
speed,
just thinks
get that
he's going
speed
to win
advantage.
via like kind of
He
having better
could
probability
start
in the
to
next one.
threaten
Yeah, either
Arceus,
better probability or
Arceus
maybe
team,
just
but
trying to get a little bit different positioning
the
on there.
speed from that
But
Venusaur
yeah, like you mentioned,
and the focus
it was
set
really difficult.
is
The Talonflame
really, really
coming out
big.
so late meant that Venusaur was just never really threatened during that set.
Yeah, and it feels like a tough matchup for Nick, right? Where it's tough to bring Palafin against Charizard, where you're going to be doing reduced damage the entire game. It's tough to bring King Gambit, where nearly every Pokemon on the other side is effective against it. It doesn't have any ability to hit a non-resisted attack onto the Floette. It's weak against Charizard, it's weak against Garchomp, it's weak against Incineroar. It's actually weak against Venusaur also, where both Sleep Powder is pretty annoying, but it has the option of a super effective Earth Power, although it's a little risky because you could activate Defiant.
Well, it's going to have to be a big decision for Nick because he needs to win this game or else he will be eliminated from the tournament as a semi-finalist. Arcel, on the other hand, is only one win away from making it to the finals here in Indianapolis, and that would be such a huge accomplishment for this player who has had some decent success in the past, but you know, a finals appearance, that's different.
Yeah, every new game, it seems like there's a player who just breaks out that first tournament, does really well, and then it kind of it's the start of something great. So maybe he'll be that player.
Well, there is the Incineroar now catching the Talonflame and Sneasler from
so
the
he can
jump.
set up.
Nick did make the adjustment that Talonflame probably needs to be out here ASAP, but Arcel, of course, recognizing the obvious adjustment here and saying, okay, you can bring Talonflame, I'm just going to bring Incineroar.
Yeah, it continues to be a step ahead on this turn 0 play, and that makes turn 1 to his advantage again. Not awful or anything, but you probably need to get this Talonflame by the field, right? We saw how powerful Venusaur was last time. There's still such a high chance that it's in the back. Like, do you really want to risk giving up your Talonflame this early? An awkward start, but on the other hand, Sneasler is in a decent spot. It could try to go after the Incineroar if it wants to. I could try to go for a Protect, perhaps. We saw Heat Wave is nearly a one-hit KO in the last game, and you know, you really don't want to get Sneasler burned down either, I think. Again, you know, with the potential of Sleep in the back, losing Pokemon early
he's gonna bring
Sleep
him
that
back.
much more powerful when you kind of run out of options.
Yeah, there's the safest possible switch that Nick had available to him, his own Incineroar. We'll be able to get Intimidate down onto Arcel's Incineroar and resist any Fire-type damage coming out from this Charizard. However, that is a
he
big
really
momentum
wants to
sink, having to retreat the
preserve that
Talonflame turn 1. Now,
and I mean, it
Charizard
makes
has Mega
sense.
Evolved. It does have the Drought set up now, so it has boosted the power of all of the fire types on the field. There's another Heat Wave that Arcel has opted for, dealing no damage to the Sneasler because of the Protect, and dealing good damage to the Incineroar on the switch-in.
That's okay, because that's a lot for that makes more sense. Okay, critical hit, so you know, great start on that regard, and then also get the party shot.
And now he gets
to make the
Venusaur
switch after seeing the Protect and after seeing the switch in. So excellent position again. Once again, just kind of staying a step ahead.
When it's Garchomp.
Oh, never mind. He's gonna bring out
alongside
Garchomp.
The Charizard, another extreme.
Well, yeah, I guess that makes a little bit more sense. I thought he could like potentially Protect and then use Sleep Powder on the instant.
Heat Wave, Earthquake,
Because like Heat Wave almost guarantees a KO on
Version
Sneasler.
of this strategy last game where you kind of see the slower play. Okay, I'll support you while Charizard knocks things out. Garchomp, let's just speed this up, right?
Yeah.
Where gets in for free, doesn't have to worry about Intimidate anymore. Doesn't have to worry about a fake out potentially, but you can only fake out one, and both of them are threatening a ton of damage to this Steve. Sneasler is also like right at that point too, where if it was able to take rough skin damage, Heat Wave would be pretty close to picking it up based on what we saw in the previous game. So attacking Garchomp would be a little scary. It's gonna get out of dodge instead, but I don't know if Talonflame's gonna be super excited about Heat Wave either. So probably gonna see a fake out into the Charizard slot.
Yeah, Nick is trying to do whatever he can to get the Incineroar dodges the Rock Slide. The Talonflame does not. Arcel is rewarded by making the call, not going for the obvious Earthquake, recognizes that Talonflame is in the back. And you know what? Why not just go for Rock Slide here? It's going to deal good damage to the Incineroar.
It missed the one
Pokemon
that he didn't want to get hit.
Sneasler.
Arcel just feels so oppressive when he really gets to play the Sun move. We saw the same thing the last time he was up here, where he just like perfect switches every time. That's exactly what his opponent wants to do. He's making great reads.
I think this actually might not be the worst thing for Nick. Because what he can do, he can use Dazzling Gleam,
yeah, he's making reads like that, and he is really positioning
pretty
these Pokemon
much
and giving himself the
well, no, because I think that Garchomp might have Roselie Berry.
The read wrong, he was still
so
in a fine
he doesn't
position.
die
There's
here,
so much
but he can at least
so much
get
space
rid
for him
of
to
the
come back from
Roselie
getting,
Berry.
you know, a Rock Slide wrong. Rock sliding into the Sneasler instead of the
But if he
Talonflame.
switches to Venusaur at all,
boy, is he in a big advantage
or even
right
to
now.
Instant, he can get a decent amount of damage, and then potentially even kill.
For a Floette to absorb some health from. I do think Garchomp potentially still important here because Sneasler is a difficult Pokemon to remove, especially if he's able to, or Nick's able to stall up the sun.
There's the Rock Slide.
Oh, his choice has
Incineroar
speed.
and Floette only deals a little bit of damage to that Floette here.
What is the
Does
speed of Mega
activate the
Floette?
Incineroar's Citrus Berry, so we'll heal up all the damage it just took. Floette does not flinch
I
from
feel
the
like it
rock
might
slide,
be Troy.
instead gets to start setting up those Calm Minds. So there's the first Calm Mind. Arsenal presumably just saying, okay, I think I have an opportunity to
Weatherborn.
potentially fish for a flinch here and still be pretty safe. And looks like he was right there as the Floette went for the Calm Mind, did not go on the offensive. But now Nick is able to start positioning and pivoting here. Getting that parting shot down onto the Charizard is actually huge because it basically gives Floette one extra Calm Mind to the special defense.
Yeah, potentially at least, where I guess they had the damage trade. Yeah, I mean, I think what actually happens in this turn is really interesting, though, where Caesar now threatening a fake out likely into that Charizard slot, and now the Garchomp can't protect. I think because of that, you kind of can't leave the Garchomp in. If you do and you get a Rock Slide flinch, you almost definitely win the game right there. However, if you don't, Floette knocks you out in one shot and takes all of your HP, and then you start fighting with a huge snowball the other direction, where Nick probably wins the game almost on the spot. So likely going to need to cycle this Garchomp. Unfortunately, I think whatever is in the back also going to be donating a lot of HP to the Floette fund. So pretty critical turn. We'll have to see what's in the back.
If it's not Venusaur, that Floette is still going to be recovering quite a bit of health.
And even if it is, I mean, giving a free switch to a Venusaur who's now threatening a super effective damage on both these Pokemon, just like it was at the beginning of last game, which could instead enable some sleep
This is
powder.
a
So
really,
I think
really
that kind
big
of regardless
turn.
of what's the back
Okay,
here,
he's gonna withdraw
if it's
Garchomp.
Venusaur, Arsenal's pretty happy, and there it is.
Yeah,
Venusaur.
it's very, very safe here to bring in the Venusaur. Actually, a
Double
double
switch,
switch
so
here.
Incin.
The Charizard also going to switch out for the Incineroar, putting down the Intimidate on to the Sneasler and allowing Arsenal to bring that Charizard
Fake
back
out.
in to reset the Sun. There's the Draining Kiss
Draining
coming out from
Kiss.
Floette, connects onto Venusaur, does a decent amount of damage. Looks like it might be it's a 3-hit KO, maybe a 4-hit KO, and not recovering quite as much health on that Floette, which is a big deal as Arsenal is really trying
Probably gonna
to
double
break through
protect.
the defenses there.
Yeah, I love the pace that he's playing at, though. Now, again, another great switch, right? Okay, well, I know Charizard's going to get flinched anyway, so, like, why leave it in, especially after the parting shot? I should just get my own Incineroar in here. Is now going to instead reduce the damage of my opponent and, again, make it difficult for this Floette, right? Threatening a fake out into either of these slots. You know, if you go after the Floette and you hit a Protect, you're probably giving up Incineroar for free, which may not even be the end of the world because you get a free switch, but you don't need to do that probably, right? You can just go into the Sneasler slot potentially instead if you want. Some pretty good options here.
That's sort of the running theme of this set so far for Arsenal.
Okay,
Is
thanks,
plenty
Floette.
of good options available. There's the Protect coming out from Floette. Venusaur does opt to target down the Sneasler with that
He
sleep
does
powder.
land it.
So Sneasler
Dude,
now
that is 4
going
for
to fall
4.
asleep. Will take its mandatory turn of sleep here, and now Incineroar gets to fire off a Flare Blitz. The last turn of Sun here would have dealt big damage to Floette, but Floette just had to protect itself. But at the same time, it just protected itself, and now it is, again, extremely vulnerable to a Sleep Powder.
Yeah, and Charizard could come in here and just reset that Sun, right? Not a lot of pressure going the other way with Sneasler having fallen asleep on the previous turn. And the pace that Arsenal's playing at is just wonderful. You know, when he's playing this quickly, this well, and hitting all the sleep powers are real tough to beat.
Yeah, this is
He's
one of
playing
those,
really
the way he's
aggressive,
playing
but
is just you
it's
can tell that
working
he's in
so
that flow
well.
state. Like, he knows exactly what he wants to do. He is feeling himself here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, look at the difference in the your time, right? Where Nick's about halfway done, and it seems like Arsenal's barely spent a minute.
Well, there's the Draining Kiss into Incineroar, deals good damage. No switches here. Arsenal does not need to bring in the Charizard just yet. Citrus Berry will recover some of the health from Incineroar as well, but there is the double up. There is the Sludge Bomb into Floette, deals good damage to that Pokemon.
And no poison.
Now, here comes the Flare Blitz from Incineroar. There is no Sun, but it is not enough damage. Floette hanging on with 5 hit points.
If he did not Draining Kiss, he
takes a little
definitely
bit
would
of
have
recoil
died.
damage, and now it is potentially a little spooky, but you always have the ability to bring in the Charizard and activate the Chlorophyll again.
Yeah, and I think at that point, it's looking really bleak. Sneasler probably not going to pick a one-hit KO unless we see another crazy Dire Claw, perhaps. Venusaur really checking this team well. They're also like really close to the point where I think even with the Draining Kiss, it might not heal enough to get out of Sludge Bomb range.
I think Arsenal has
something damage in the last time. So looking at Incineroar's HP, I'm not sure that math checks out.
Yeah, that's definitely Floette is in danger right now from all sides on Arsenal's team. And this has just been so well played. I love this Venusaur. The Sleep Powder, Sludge Bomb, and Earth Power is really putting so much pressure onto Nick.
Yeah, especially, the missing grass move hasn't really mattered, right? Like,
Like, you need to get, like, some type of status.
Anyway, I don't care.
Or something
on
that
Venusaur.
Venusaur.
What am I hitting with a grass type move? Sneasler? Nah. There's the Charizard now out on the
Okay, he's
field.
gonna
Floette
protect.
Forced to protect, trying to buy time
Wake
for
up,
this Sneasler
Sneasler.
to wake up. Sneasler does have the ability to wake up this turn. Does wake up, is going to be able to
Dire
fire
Claw?
off an attack. There's the Dire
Yeah.
Claw into Venusaur. Needs something big here. Not a KO, no critical hit, and no procs on the
Nothing.
Dire Claw.
Ooh, that's tough. So now the Floette is still totally pinned, either going to be knocked out here or have to switch out with 5 HP. Certainly no chance of setting up again after that. And things are looking tough here. If it is knocked out or whatever other Pokemon that slot is, because you could just go try to fish for that Incineroar maybe within Earth Power now with how weakened this Floette is. A single target Heat Wave would definitely knock that Sneasler out based on what we've seen before.
Yeah, the Sneasler does have the Focus Sash, so as long as it's still at full health, it can still make something happen here.
Yeah, I guess you're close.
Not much. Yeah, I think it's over. I think that's what he
I just don't know how you
needed.
get positioned to do that, and also turn things around for the Floette to do enough damage.
Yeah, that's
Unless
the big
maybe he gets
problem
a
there.
double
The Floette
protect.
sitting at 5 hit points, needs to be able to get a draining kiss off, but there are
Yeah,
very few
he tried to go
opportunities.
for it.
Goes for the double protect, just trying to buy a little bit more time. Venusaur targets down the Floette with that Earth Power, just hoping to catch, potentially catching the Incineroar should it switch
Yeah,
in here.
that's
But
GG's.
now Floette is down. Sneasler with the Dire Claw connects onto Venusaur, is able to pick up the KO with that second Dire Claw. Should Floette have hit that double protect, it may have been a little bit different here. But
No, that's
like you
full
mentioned,
damage of
single
Heat
target
Wave.
Sneasler down to Focus Sash. It's Sneasler and Incineroar, and Arcelpuri is so close to becoming the finalist. That'll do it.
One-hit
The
KO.
Adding
Lord will
insult
knock
to
out the
injury,
Sneasler, and
dude.
now it is just Incineroar. No options remaining for Nick Navarre.
Aw,
Arcelpuri is
dude.
going to make it to
First
your finals
landing
here
all
in
4
Indianapolis.
sleep
What
powders
an incredible set by
and
him. I mean, there's not much
then
that Nick could do for a sleep powder hit.
getting
Every
burnt
read was
after
perfect.
your
So
Focus Sash
deserved.
bombs?
Especially in that second game, just every turn, rapid fire. It seemed like he was kind of turn ahead out of
Dude,
team
that
preview, and it felt like
sucks.
by the end of the game he was 3
That
turns
sucks,
ahead.
but-
where
and that's
every
Pokemon,
read
man.
was so clever. It just seems like he's played so many games with his team. It looks like where looks very well practiced, knows his lines perfectly. Wow, I just don't. It just was so aggressive.
Yeah.
Where
So aggressive. It was so much fun to watch.
But Nick played well, dude.
This catching talent.
Like, shout out to Nick. I did kind of want him to win.
Going for that, right? Where like, even if you
But
Earthquake instead,
I think it's
still a
also
pretty good
very
turn.
fitting
Like, catches
that the
talent,
team that
it
like
just
everyone was
overrides
assuming
Venusaur,
was like,
Venusaur dominates the
you
game
know,
from there,
gonna
and,
come in and just
wow,
like
trainers have moved
win
away from this
because it was
Venusaur in
winning all
favor
the
of more
online
conventional
tournaments.
strategies where you kinda
Is
just
also
use
the team
Charizard
that's going to be
like a
going
normal
up
meta
against
instead of
Wolfie.
really making it a Sun team, but we see the value of a real Sun path there, where Venusaur is just so
I
impressive.
think it's just fair.
Venusaur was just
I think it's
so
fair.
impressive. That's exactly
And it
the
makes a
right
lot of
word to
sense.
describe the amount of pressure that the Venusaur was putting off in that game. Hit all of its sleep powders. You love to see it. But in addition, just being able to threaten with that Sludge Bomb and continue to chip away at the Floette, the Chlorophyll really coming up huge to make sure that that Venusaur was always able to have agency. Arcel was always able to at least say, okay, I have the fastest Pokemon on the field. I at least have an opportunity here. I get to choose what you're afraid of right now. And the Venusaur really proved, well, it doesn't matter because you just got to be afraid of too many things at once.
Yeah, I mean, it just seemed like the Venusaur was doing the right thing every time. I don't know what Nick was supposed to do once he lost Team Preview, where Arcel just playing so quickly, making such great switches, just like really excellent knowledge of that matchup. Again, I think like the matchup too, like Nick felt really pinned, right, where the other two Pokemon just weren't that available, and Arcel just knew exactly how to handle what Nick was bringing. Just a really impressive set. And it's
Alright.
for a really fun final match here too, where we get like one of our few real weather wars, where it's a sand team
I don't
want to
miss the
actually want
finals.
the sand versus a Sun team that really does.
Really
want
wants
to
the
on the
So,
side.
I don't know.
It'd be a lot of fun to actually get to see that.
We
versus just,
might play
teams
one
that
game.
happen to incidentally
We
have
might
weather
play one more
effects.
game of Unite.
Absolutely. Well, before we end up in the sand and the sun, let's just go ahead and have some fun in the sun in this match. Toss it over to Lynn. Lynn,
Yeah, he's gonna go over that. So we can go ahead and do one match. We'll probably do a quick match if anything, just because again, I don't want to miss out on the match. I want to have full attention on that. So we'll probably do a quick battle. Should we play volleyball? These aren't even available. So it's either Aroma Park or volleyball. I feel like we should do volleyball. Alright, who wants to play some volleyball? We're playing a little bit of volleyball before the finals. And if it goes really quickly, then we'll play another one. Okay, we'll just start it. You don't get bots in quick matches, right? I feel like that'd be weird. Maybe you do. I don't know. I don't play enough quick matches. Wolfie, Wolfie, Wolfie. Yeah, they're going over the last match right now, so I'm just gonna do a quick match because again, I don't want to miss anything for the finals. And then after they're done talking, we'll jump right into the finals, and we will be watching the whole thing. And hopefully Wolfie can bring it home. He's going up against the Sun team, which can definitely be bad against the monster he's using. But if he does it again, or if he plays it right, then he'll be fine. Welcome back, Teapot. Okay. Who do I want to use? I'll use this. I use more of a quick mon that can stun. That's what I'm gonna do. So I'm probably gonna die a lot, but that's fine. I want to see champion finals. Don't worry. That's why we're doing a quick match, and we're gonna show it off. It has not happened yet, and I am listening. The second they start talking about Wolfie, I'm probably gonna just swap it over. So don't worry. We're not gonna miss a single thing. I use Blastoise. I don't use Blastoise that much. So that's why I didn't. Hey, look, we got twins. Someone else was thinking like me, or maybe it's bot. I don't know. Ace, how surprised do you think the people will, people who normally hop in at 5 for Unite will be when it says the stream ended 30 minutes ago? Or whatever time they come in? They'll probably be pretty surprised. But to be fair, right? I did do a post, and I also did say multiple times that this was going to be the case, that we were going to do this. So I don't really know what people want. I asked and people said yes, it would be cool. And so I'm just giving the people what they want. There we go.
The final stretch.
There we go. Easy peasy. I didn't even really do that much. I was just trying to add in a bit more damage. Okay.
finals
Okay,
of
we're here.
Pokemon Champions.
Oh, it's so exciting. The very
Here
first
it is,
regional
chat.
championship we're playing on Pokemon Champions. It's been
It's
such an
Arsenal
exciting
versus
weekend. We've had so
Wolfie.
many good matches, so many cool teams, and it all culminates here.
Over 1,000 competitors flew here to Indianapolis or drove to see if they could take home that coveted title of the first regional champion in Pokemon Champions. And after an incredible top 16, we have narrowed it down to just 2 remaining trainers, Arcel Puri and Wolf Glick.
And what a story, too. Wolf Glick, one of the best players of all time, the most regional championships of all time, a world championship win, going up against Arcel, who's had the tournament of his life, playing so well, looking for his first regional win and a spot at the World Championships. It's going to be a David versus Goliath finals.
This is Arcel's best result in his career. Taking a look at even being able to get a couple, a top 16 here or there, another top 16, of course, at Indianapolis, but he's improved on that even more so to be able to make it into the finals. And I think with a couple of Pokemon that a lot of people were already
it's the
looking
first.
at and
I feel like
thinking,
there's
Charizard,
probably at
Floette,
least someone
big
out there
winners
that's
in
won
this
with
regional.
Steelix.
It's
an
Charizard,
original,
Floette, kind of the main
but
Mega Evolutions
if it is,
people
that
were
would be not
expecting
only
coming
insane
into
that
Indianapolis.
Steelix
Facing
not
off
only wins
against
the
two
first
other
tournament
Mega
of
Evolutions that
Pokemon
maybe one
Champions,
of them was
but
expected,
also
one of
wins
them
its first
certainly
regional
not on anyone's radar
as
coming
well.
into this tournament. We get
And
a
of
clash
course,
two
it would
very
be
different
Wolfie
styles
that
of
like
teams here
that
as well.
does it.
Really exciting stuff.
This would be a historic 11th regional championship win for Wolf Glick if he is able to claim this title. And that is also history in itself to say that you have already achieved double-digit wins.
Yeah.
And you're going to make it an uneven 11.
Well, 11, it's symmetrical, right? You get the one
Yeah,
for one.
true. Yeah, it's like looking in a mirror. No, but I mean, it is truly a great time to be here for Pokemon VGC. We've got 2 incredible trainers that are about to take the stage for the grand finals of our first Pokemon Champions Regional. And again, looking at 2 pretty unique takes on the meta. On one hand, you've got Arcel, who has taken a team of a lot of the threats that you would have expected for the tournament. Mega Charizard, Mega Floette, both of them really taking over the ladder or even some of the Master Ball tournaments that we have had in Pokemon Champions for the Asian Nationals. Definitely one of those archetypes that you have to look at and go, well, gotta respect the good Pokemon in the format.
And what Wolf did is look at all those teams that people were loving, respecting, using, succeeding with, and respect them to the point where he built his team to beat them. One of the nice things about both Tyranitar and Steelix, they match up very, very well into the 2 Megas that Arcel has in the Floette and the Charizard. So seeing the interaction between those is going to be really fun.
So then which one do you pick? If you have 2 Mega
It will
Evolutions
be
on
its
your
first
team,
one? Wow.
one of which is supposed to target...
Like, I know, like,
Charizard,
Mega
so the
Steelix
same
isn't, like,
interaction between those
crazy,
is gonna be
crazy
really
good.
fun.
But,
So
like,
then which one
the
do you
fact
pick?
that
If you have 2 Mega Evolutions
this would be
on your
its
team,
first is still, like,
one of which is
really,
supposed
really
to target the
insane.
other. What does the mind game then look like? Are you really thinking about it from a rock, paper, scissors angle? Or do you have to start thinking about it more about the, I don't know, getting one step ahead? Is it this like a checkers or chess angle?
I think the boon that Wolf has here is that you can opt into playing rock, paper, scissors with your Mega Evolutions, but Wolf can bring the Tyranitar and not Mega Evolve it. You can have your rock and your paper to play against Arcel's scissors, and that can give you a big leg up.
That's a good point, because when you look at Charizard and you look at Floette, needing to hold the Mega Stones is a huge power boost, but it's also a drawback to bringing either of those Pokemon just into a game.
Right.
With Charizard, it can be frail sometimes, so you might want to have had it with a Focus Sash or even a Life Orb in some of these previous regulations to give a nice boost to its damage. But if you want to Mega Evolve it, it has to hold the Mega Stone.
Yeah, that kind of locks out your options. Of course, the Charizard and the Floette, without Mega Evolving, not at all the monsters that they are in that Mega form. So really difficult to bring both of them to the same battle.
But it's been really fun to see overall for the tournament what kind of Mega Evolutions people have really been preferring. While, of course, in the finals, we've got Charizard, we have the Mega Floette, we do have the Steelix Steelix and the Tyranitar. There have been a
Dude, I love that, like, it's so a joke. They're like,
Mega
dude, we
Evolutions that have proven
cannot
to be
believe that
successful.
someone
Even
brought
in the lead up
Steelix
to our grand
and it's
finals,
gone
we
into the
have seen a
finals.
ton of Mega Frostlass.
Yeah, Frostlass a big winner this weekend. It definitely punched
a
it over
lot
its
of
weight,
Mega
I think, when
Frostlass.
it comes to the metagame.
I was hoping that
Frostlass was
Doflox would
always
get
kind of
to
on people's
top
radar,
cut,
but
and
to have
maybe
as
it
much
did. It
success
just
as it
didn't
did,
hit. But
was
like,
really cool to see, and I wouldn't be surprised to
I
see
know a
more
lot
of
of
it
people
pop up
were
come
also
in
using
NXT.
Doflox.
And what about Mega
a bit.
Scovillain? We also
Yeah.
had a Mega Garchomp and a Mega Gyarados in our top cut.
Right.
So very unique choices all around that I think will hopefully break the mold of expectations as we wrap up Indianapolis and look towards the Turin special event over in Europe and then the North America International Championships to close out the 2026 season.
And what a cool next couple of weeks we have. We're just starting with the Pokemon Champions era here in North America. Europe gets it next weekend. Then we have a big international tournament for the first time. We're still here in Indianapolis, though. We're trying to figure out who is the first regional champion in Pokemon Champions. We're talking about Arcel trying to win his first regional, Wolf trying to win his 11th. But this is the only time you can try to be the first Champions champion. Nothing you can ever take back.
Champion Squared?
Champion Squared, exactly.
Well, we're coming up with all sorts of names out here. I don't even want to start with the acronyms for some of like the more popular Pokemon.
And the silent letters.
Yeah, so many silent letters if you really want to make a good word. But it really has been kind of surprising to see where the meta has actually shaped up, where our trainers have landed, and we actually have quite a nice crowd here as well for who is going to be watching the grand finals.
Chat, what do we
Hello?
think the
How can we not
scoreline's
be
going to be? Is it
excited?
going
I
to
wonder
be
if they can see me
2-0? Is it
waiting.
going to be 2-1?
Probably. I mean,
Yeah.
Do we see a
we can see
game
us waving,
3?
"Hey, everyone."
What
It
are we
has truly
thinking,
drawn
chat?
out a big crowd. Whether or not you have been competing, or you
I
have
know
been
who most of
watching,
us are
thank you
rooting
so
for.
much
Maybe
for
someone wants to root
participating
for
in
the
Pokemon
underdog.
VGC tournaments that we have
but
had.
we're-
Brings
we're
a small
rooting for
tear to my
Wolf.
eye to know that
Okay,
we're
let's
almost
just be
here
for real.
finishing our 2026 season before we wrap things up and move towards San Francisco. Speaking of which, that is the final stop in the entire 2026 circuit, is thinking about the World Championships.
Yeah.
Not only do you have a historic 11th regional championship win for
It would be a
Wolf on
good
the
idea
line,
for the
a
Pokemon
first
company
for
to put
Arcel.
bounties
That
on
would also
Pokemon
be a direct
that have never
invite
gotten
to the World
competitive results with a
Championships
cash prize.
for
If you
either
use the
competitor if they win here.
if you use
Think
them
bigger
and
deal
get
for
top 8
Arcel
or
coming
something,
into this
that
event.
could be
Doesn't have as
cool.
many championship points. Probably
Gives
needs
more of
this
a
win
reasoning for people to
guarantee
try
that
to
he
use,
does
like,
make it.
you know,
Otherwise,
something
doesn't
slightly
have
different.
enough championship points to cross that
But to
top
be
80
fair,
threshold.
like,
Wolf, I think, with
I
this
think even
finish,
Wolfie
will
has
most
said it,
likely
like,
be locked up
the
for
cash
Worlds
prize that
without
you
having to
get
be
from
in
these
that,
tournaments
we'll have to
is
worry.
not
He's probably
is
gonna have
not
enough
much. Like,
championship
it's
points
almost
to be in the
like
top 80,
you're not
but
gonna scoff
why
at
would
it.
you
Like,
wanna leave it
I
up
think
to
the
chance,
winner
right?
of this gets
Of course,
10K.
winning the regionals
It's
is
like,
one
dude,
thing, and qualifying for
I think
Worlds is
anyone
another.
in the right
Doing about
mind
the
will
same
take
time, you may as
10K
well.
if they could.
That would be nice.
But,
a 2-for-1. Sounds great. That sounds like
That
a
could add to be
Pogo?
interesting. that could be
If
cool.
only it worked that way and
I
it was
know.
that simple. But leading up to San Francisco, I think that's really been what's exciting is like we get to enter into this new game with Pokemon Champions. We have a couple of events for our competitors to test the waters. And then it all culminates in who will be crowned the first world champion in Pokemon Champions.
Oh.
And we've had a couple of other events happening over in Asia. So I
Yeah.
think we've had a really nice appetizer for what we will see as Pokemon Champions continues to develop.
Okay,
With North
we hear the
America
crowd,
here in
so I think
Indianapolis,
they're probably getting
making
set
it
up at-
splash and
at
giving us
their
our first
respective
look at
stations.
what North American players are going to end
There
up doing.
he is.
We do
There's
get a
our
chance
boy.
to finish it out here with both of our grand finalists taking the stage.
We're about ready to start this final match in Indianapolis between Arcel Puri and Wolf Glick. Again, we have the Charizard and Floette against the Tyranitar and the Steelix. Sun or sand, which will come out on top?
While those are going to be the mega evolutions at play, there are a lot of supporting actors that we've got to talk about on this team. For Arcel, you have, of course, the Charizard that gets to set the sun with its Drought ability once it Mega Evolves. And there's a Venusaur with the Chlorophyll ability that's going to be able to make great use of that from its natural synergy.
Huge for Arcel in that top 4 match against Nick Navarre. Those sleep powders were devastating for Nick's game plans. Really difficult to execute your plans if your Pokemon fall asleep. And looking at Wolf's team, it's only going to be that Sinistra that can be immune to the sleep powders.
That's going to be a tough one, but you know that there are ways that you can kind of flip the speed orders on their head, since Chlorophyll does give Venusaur that boost to speed. You could also look at something like the Trick Room from Wolf Sinistra that would help to
Wolfie,
make
what
that
the
Steelix
hell,
a little
dude?
bit faster, make anything a
You gotta
little
flex
bit
them in
faster than
with
that
the book
Venusaur
as
over
well?
there. So maybe you can take it out before it gets to you. As a reminder, in our grand finals, this is going to be a best of 3 match. A trainer needs to win 2 games in order to claim the title of Indianapolis Regional Champion. And it would be a huge feat
here
for
are the
Arcel
teams,
Curry to
chat.
get his first
Charizard Y, Mega Floette,
for Wolf.
Garchomp, Incineroar, Sinistcha, and Venusaur going up against Wolf and his team, T-Tar, Steelix, Rotom Wash, Talonflame, Sneasler, and Sinistcha as well.
To the finals in the exact same way Wolf did. They are on equal footing here in this very last match.
But who has the edge? When we think about the ways that teams match up into each other in Pokemon, you got to think about the type matchups, the types that the Pokemon have. What kind of damage can you actually do? And so when I take a look at there are a couple of things at play. One, speed interactions. Is it going to be the solar-powered Venusaur with that Chlorophyll ability to give Arcel a bit more
Oh yeah, he's
of
not.
the natural
Well, to be
speed
fair,
with
he
these
can't really
Pokemon?
set
Or
up
are
the
we
sun.
going to see Trick
but
Room set by
it is
Wolf's
also
end, so you can play at the slower end
a little
of the
weird to
speed
see that he's
spectrum
not even
with something like that Steelix.
thinking
Arcel
about running
also
solar
has the
power. I
option
guess
for
like
Trick Room
he's
on
just
that
like, dude,
Sinistcha.
I'm gonna Mega
If
Evolve
Wolf
it,
goes
and
for
that's
that
about
Dragon
it.
Dance Tyranitar mode
I'm
we've seen
not
him use
using
so
solar
many
power.
times, Sinistcha could be a way to flip
Because
that
like
speed
even
on
on
its
mine
head.
that I
Use
use,
the
I
speed that Wolf
sometimes
builds up
would
with that Tyranitar
think
against
about
him
having
and
another
have a chance
Mega
to fight
just
back.
because I could
And then
use
that
solar
brings
power
up
instead
another
of using
interesting question.
Charizard Y.
If it isn't about the speed, it's also has to be about the weather.
Yeah.
So that's another side of the equation that needs to get solved. On the one hand, you do have this Sun team from Arcel, but for Wolf, Charizard's #1 enemy.
And he's also
are
running
these
that Queso Berry,
Tyranitars
which is
that
for
can
Ghost types,
set
right?
the sand, take away that weather. They Mega
Either
Evolve and
Ghost
they
or-
get a second
or,
opportunity to
ice?
reset the weather.
Tyranitar does have a bit of an edge in this weather matchup here.
He does
Not
have the right
only
herb.
does it have the
I do
Sandstream
remember that.
ability before it Mega Evolves, but on top of that, it's just one of the best answers to Charizard in general. Those Rock Slides can be devastating, if not scoring big one-hit KOs, coming very, very close after perhaps an Intimidate. But on top of that, the Steelix is there to threaten the Floette if Arcel opts away from that Sun mode. Let's say Tyranitar scares off the Charizard and you bring Floette instead. What do you have to break through the Steelix?
It's a tough call because Steelix does have those very high physical defenses. You maybe look at that Garchomp
Case of his
as
dart?
something that you would otherwise like to have
Oh,
into maybe
is it?
some of these other supportive pieces,
What-
like the
what band am I
Sneasler.
thinking of?
Talonflame, of course, doesn't want to be at the other end of a Rock Slide, and the Earthquake is going to be mighty good into the Tyranitar.
Oh, I think
But that's
I think
something
I
that
was
Steelix
mixing
really
up
can wall with that
the
physical
Yaki Berry
defense
for some
side.
reason.
But can you push past that with a lot of special attackers on Arcel's team? That's something that Wolf can also try to throw a spanner in the works for. They have that light screen on the Rotom. So what is going to prevail here? The sun from Ulcer Puri, or is it going to be the sand from Wolf Glake? One way to find out.
Oh, he's just
Jumping in
immediately
game
starting out
one.
with it.
Wolf is going to be leading with the Steelix and Tyranitar. We're going to see the Garchomp and Venusaur for Arcel.
Right
There was
off
a
the bat,
bunny in my
both of those
backyard. Please
possible
tell me
Mega
the bunny is
Evolution
okay.
Pokemon showing their faces.
Don't kill the bunny.
Tyranitar
Unless
setting
it's a
up
lot,
that sand
then that's a little bit
immediately
different.
means that this Venusaur is going to lose its Focus Sash unless it swaps out on this turn. The Steelix and the Tyranitar can both Mega Evolve, but you can only select one per battle. The fact that Steelix has come indicates that Wolf is probably going for that Mega Steelix mode in this first game.
Steelix would be a great call here. Something that would be not taking too much damage from something on the Venusaur side. Has a good matchup into something like the Sludge Bomb.
The only problem is you do have that Garchomp there
Earth Power.
that does threaten to do a
we'll
lot
see
of
the
damage.
Tyranitar make
Yeah, I was
a
about to say,
switch
it's
out
gonna
for
threaten
now
a
as the
lot of
Talonflame
damage.
comes in to take its place. Something else that doesn't necessarily want to end up taking any chip damage here from the sand at the end of this turn, unless it breaks its Gale Wings, but that's not
Oh, he
going to matter when
predicted
the
it.
Garchomp's going to do that for it. Sleep Powder from the Venusaur comes out into the Steelix, but that Protect keeping it safe for now.
And a huge turn from Arcel right off the bat. There's a lot of damage into Talonflame, and this Choice Scarf Garchomp will be able to outspeed and KO it because this Talonflame's Gale Wings is no longer active.
Knowing
Venusaur does lose
Wolfie,
its
he's
Focus
probably
Sash to
made
that
it
sand,
faster.
but you are threatening a Sleep Powder
I would
into the
be
Steelix.
so
And
surprised
Steelix
if
wants
it
to
wasn't
swap out
faster.
into something that can absorb that Sleep Powder like the Sinistcha. I don't think that Hospitality would even be enough to save the Talonflame.
Talonflame gets out of dodge. Sinistcha comes in to take its place, and there's not really anything to help to be hospitable to. Steelix is at full HP, but it's here to Mega Evolve. And staring down at the competition, Garchomp and Venusaur, they're looking onward as the Garchomp lets out another Dragon Claw, taking that Sinistcha down to about 2/3
Where's the
of
sleep
HP.
powder,
And
dude?
sleep
That
powder
is
hits.
5 for
The Venusaur is
5 or
accurate,
so.
and
What do you
Steelix
have
has
on your
gotta take a
Venusaur?
nap on the job.
I need to know.
Still really keeping up that
I
offensive
can't
pressure is
land this
Arsal.
many
Another
triple
Dragon Claw
axles
into
in a
that
row,
Sinistcha
even
does
if I
almost half when
fucking
you count that
prayed
sand
for it.
damage.
And
The
you've done
combination of
5
Dragon
for
Claw and
5.
Sludge Bomb may be able to finish it off. Steelix also put to sleep by this Venusaur. Garchomp not threatening at all with that Dragon Claw, but Venusaur is also packing Earth Power, a super effective special attack.
Yeah, now
That
he's
would
gonna
be one
go.
way to get
Ooh,
through
he's gonna
this
go for an
giant
instant.
defense stat on the Steelix. Another way that you can help to keep it in check is going to be with this Incineroar
This
switching
power.
in. If the Steelix does wake
Did a
up,
decent amount.
it
Is that
going to be
crit?
doing less damage since it took that Intimidate drop.
No, that
but it looks like
did
only
a lot of
second
damage.
Earth Power will be
Oh, he
enough
woke up.
to knock it out. Steelix wakes up though, and it's going to come in with a heavy slam under the Venusaur, just barely missing out on the KO. Can the sand damage
Trick
pick
Room.
up and finish up
Trick
the job?
Room.
Sinistcha just sets up the Trick Room.
Twisted Dimensions mean that Steelix will be attacking first. The Sinistcha, the Incineroar takes sand damage.
No.
Venusaur barely hangs on, but only one more turn will finish it off. And
He might-
especially since Trick
what
Room
I'm
just went up
thinking,
as well,
probably
a
protect
Machagacha or
Steelix,
an attack from the Steelix could
swap
take it
out
out.
Sinistcha
Wolf gets
to
that crucial
Talonflame,
first turn wake
let
with
it go
the Steelix
down,
to get a huge heavy slam off
and
into
then
the
bring back
Venusaur.
Sinistcha to
Incineroar
heal up
coming in means
Steelix.
that Venusaur didn't get knocked out thanks to that Intimidate, but I wonder if you would rather get knocked out here so you don't have the sitting duck Venusaur on the field.
Charizard's actually going to come in and take the Venusaur's place, but you cannot take away the
Oh, wow.
sand
He
just
didn't
yet. You're gonna have to
protect
wait for this
Arth to do
Charizard to
that.
Mega
Okay.
Evolve on the next turn, as the Incineroar is able to fake out the Steelix to prevent it from attacking on this first one. So now, with the Machagacha, great, you get a little bit of damage down, but the biggest thing here is that this Charizard's going to want to Mega Evolve and take away that Sand Force from the Steelix.
If it Mega Evolves, it will set up the stun and threaten some very powerful Fire-type attacks. But Arsal has to be very careful about when he chooses to Mega Evolve, because if he does, Tyranitar can immediately switch back in, set up the sand once again, and the combination of that sand going up and the Wide Guard from the Steelix means that there is no available Fire-type damage if the sand is up.
Yeah, you would look at something like the Weather Ball, but of course if the sand is active, that becomes a rock type attack. That's not going to be doing too much damage to either Pokemon standing in front of that Charizard.
That's tough too. The Charizard now not really threatened heavily by any type of attacks. The Sinistcha with Machagacha, we saw it do barely anything. And the Steelix's Heavy Slam, still a decent threat, but at -1. And with that resistance on the Fire type, Charizard can possibly stick around this turn without going for that Mega Evolution and try to fire
Really?
off a
He's
Heat
gonna
Wave.
bring in T-turn now.
We see the Tyranitar switch in for the Sinistcha, and there's only one turn of sand left. Is that going to get
Okay,
overwritten as we do end up seeing the Charizard stay on the field as another switch comes through? Charizard's actually not even going to Mega Evolve here. Great patience from Arsal to just let a Heat Wave through. Tyranitar takes that much better than the Sinistcha that would have been on the other side, as the sand is now expired.
Really smart option to not Mega Evolve the Charizard there. I think by not going for that Mega Evolution, you're keeping one of your resources in your pocket. You can now threaten the sun to go
I
up
think
here, and
eventually
Arsal
he
or
is going to
Wolf would have
swap in
swap out
Talonflame
the
just
Tyranitar,
to let it
bring
die.
it back in, but
Just
in
'cause
doing
I
so,
don't
you
really think
probably
it
lose your
can do
Talonflame
anything.
or your Sinistcha to an attack from this Charizard. Are you willing to make that trade immediately? Sand ending as well means that there's no more chip damage, there's no more special defense boost on this Tyranitar, and of course there is no more Weather Ball changing into a Rock type. I think if Charizard's going to attack on this turn, it probably turns into the Sun.
I think so. That would be a really tough one for this Steelix to take, knowing that it already took over half from that Earth Power from the Venusaur earlier. Still 2 turns of Trick Room remaining, though, for Wolf to take advantage of, as the Incineroar swaps in for the Charizard. Wants to get a nice Intimidate drop onto both of these Pokemon, and Steelix lets out the Heavy Slam. Not going to be too much for this Garchomp to handle, though, as the Tyranitar is hoping to follow that up with a Rock Slide, connecting into both Pokemon.
Able to
The
flinch?
Garchomp has yet to move. The Incineroar takes a lot as it switches in.
Without the sand, that Heavy Slam doesn't get the boost from Sand Force. Incineroar, after eating it
Oh!
6
It does get the flinch.
will be relatively healthy, but Garchomp flinches from the Rock Slide, probably trying to get off a huge stomping tantrum on this turn to potentially knock out that Steelix, take the Pokemon advantage, but Rock Slide prevents that from happening, and now Wolf is facing down this Garchomp and Incineroar with all of his Pokemon remaining.
One more turn of Trick Room left, and then we will see if it can get set up again. Incineroar hitting the field means that there's a fresh fake out available for either the Steelix or the Tyranitar, and maybe another chance for this Garchomp to finish the job.
Stomping Tantrum would be great into either Steelix or Tyranitar, but quite bad into either the Talonflame or the Sinistra. So Arsal had a window on that last turn.
I feel like he's probably gonna. Ooh, I was thinking he was gonna fake up the
Steelix
T-turn.
gets faked out though, knows that this is going to be a tough Pokemon to get through, especially with that physical defense as Tyranitar goes for the knockoff. Barely
Not
misses
able
the
to
KO
kill
here,
because of
but
that
you are actually getting rid
attack
of a
drop.
pretty critical piece.
And you just get rid of the Choice Scarf.
Removed from the Garchomp, letting it pick something else. It had locked into Dragon Claw on the turn before, and now you've gotten rid of that extra speed advantage the Garchomp will have outside of Trick Room.
The knockoff means that Garchomp no longer has that Choice Scarf, no longer will outspeed that Talonflame. You don't have to worry about your Gale Wings being broken by taking some damage. You will be able to outspeed Garchomp, either finish it off with that dual Brave Bird, maybe go for something like that Swords Dance too. But crucially, again, the Garchomp is no longer going to attack before Talonflame. You also got some really good damage off with that knockoff.
This is
Garchomp
not looking
can be a little
too
bit
good
difficult
for Wolf, I'm not
Tyranitar
gonna
and Steelix
lie.
to deal with, but now in range for attack from any of Wolf's Pokemon.
It's going to be the Sinistra to come back in, because if there's anything that the Steelix can stand tall to, it's likely the Garchomp and the Incineroar. But can they actually withstand the full test? As wow, an interesting order of
Ooh.
events here. It's actually going to be the Hospitality to heal up the Steelix before it switches out, and the Talonflame comes in to take its place. Sinistra takes another Dragon Claw, letting itself eat its Citrus Berry after the damage that it's taken.
Parting
and the
shot.
And the Talonflame will drop its attack.
Smart order of swaps by Wolf. I think you really wanted that Hospitality healing on the Steelix there to make sure it is healthy for later on in this battle. What Arsal's doing very well is using these Dragon Claws, guaranteeing that you're getting good damage out. If you're going for Stomping Tantrum on this turn, for example, you're either hitting a Grass type or a Flying type. But now the Sinistra can't really take too many more attacks. These Dragon Claws are adding up from this Garchomp. Wolf does have the speed advantage with the Talonflame, but what are you going to do with it?
All of his
You have
Mons,
the option to
except
go
for the
Brave Bird
Steelix
or
now,
Flare Blitz. Those
is
are
all
your
in the
two
yellow.
attacks. You've got Sharpig on the Talonflame, so you'll get an
So
extra boost if you
Garchomp
do
pretty much-
decide to go
yeah,
for
he
a
threatened
Brave
to kill
Bird.
on
But if you hit into
just
the
about
Garchomp,
everyone.
that's rough skin recoil that will be happening on top of the recoil you will take from using either of those moves. It's going to be Incineroar to come back in. It was a -1 attack stat onto that Talonflame. Make that -2 as the Intimidate will help that out too. The Sinistra protects itself, knowing that this Charizard is going to be threatening something here. Talonflame does unleash a Brave Bird, and that's going to go right into the Incineroar. But that's not going to hurt as much as you wish it might have because of that -2.
Does he miss?
Arsal also refusing to Mega Evolve this Charizard, continues to be very
Does not
smart
miss.
about conserving that resource. The Heat Wave coming through because of all those Dragon Claws into the Sinistra would have been knocked out even without the Sun and the stats from Mega Evolving. Now Tyranitar comes in, Sand will get set up, and then Arsal can go for that Mega Evolution. If Steelix comes in, you have to swap in that Tyranitar if you want to prevent any kind of Sand. But if you swap in Tyranitar on this non-Mega Charizard and then it Mega Evolves, the Sun goes up. Refusing to Mega Evolve this Charizard is really, really smart from Arsal here.
Proving to us that it doesn't need to hold a Focus Sash or a Life Orb. Charizard in its base form is doing plenty. But you're right, the timing of this has been very critical to let Mega Evolution go on this Charizard. You get a nice boost to your special attack output
he's gonna
as
bring
well.
out T-turn.
But with this Tyranitar hitting the field, I think this might be the door that Arsal needed to be opened.
The Tyranitar is also so weak, a Solar Beam should be able to knock it out. Maybe even a combination of Heat Wave and Flare Blitz from this Incineroar. If the Tyranitar is faster than Incineroar, though, you would have the chance to go for that knockoff. We've seen it Dragon Dance. It's probably a very speedy Tyranitar. So you can try to go for that Rock Slide.
Yeah,
Immediately
I
take
think-
out that
I think Wolf
Incineroar, but if you
loses
do,
this first
you leave
one.
yourself vulnerable to this Charizard. Arsal now has the option to pull
Unless
the
he
trigger on a Mega
misses,
Evolution, set up the Sun with
I
Drought,
think
activate
he
either
loses.
Solar Beam or
The only
Weather
thing that
Ball.
he
There's also an
could
option
hope
here
for
for a Rage Powder
is
from
to
the Sinistra. Is
set
that
up
something
with,
that might be able to protect this Tyranitar? If you are thinking
set up
that
with
something
Trick Room.
like a Solar Beam might go that way, Sinistra doesn't want to find out. It's gonna switch
After this
out
one
with
of these tournament,
Steelix now,
after
come
this,
in and
I'm
take
probably
its
gonna have
place.
to call
So
it,
then
dude.
is this risky?
I've been going
Charizard
for
is
5.5
Mega Evolving.
hours.
It's going to set the Sun. It's got Heat
and
Wave at its
it's
disposal.
still going
If
up.
Heat Wave comes through and
We
knocks
might
out
even
the
be here
Steelix,
for
the Sun
6
will be
hours.
up for the remainder of the game.
That's a long
Let's
stream.
find out what happens with this Charizard. It's got a
3
couple
usual
different
streams
options
in
here, but
one.
we know one thing's for sure. Tyranitar is not going down on this turn. Charizard unleashes the
He-
Weather Ball,
he
which is going
does
to catch
get the Weather
Steelix
Ball.
on the switch in and knock it out.
I think Arsal just wins this game. Sinistra cannot redirect attacks from Venusaur, and Charizard has a very clean Weather Ball into the Sinistra for the remainder of this battle. A Earth Power from this Venusaur without that Sand special defense boost might be enough to just knock out this Tyranitar and get game 1 for Arsal.
I think you're right. The patience has been key here, as this Charizard is going to keep the weather sunny all day for the rest of this game number 1.
He predicted that he would go into the T-Tar.
The question is, does Earth Power KO Tyranitar?
It just didn't work out for him.
Defense boost from the Sand, without the Mega
Because if he rock slides right there,
buff,
he's right back in this game.
There also might just be, I was going to say, I don't know if it's a cleaner way through the
that
game.
was just
You just try to rip Sleep
a wrong
Power
prediction
into
there.
Tyranitar if you
Unfortunately.
expect that you're not going to be able to protect here, or Rage Powder it away. Sinistra is going to protect itself in front of this, but yeah, you're right. Earth Power just comes out, and it's a knockout onto the Tyranitar, leaving the Sinistra by itself to have to battle a 1v4.
I don't know if Sinistra can do that, Rosemary. It's really powerful at helping its teammates out, but when it comes down to winning games on its own, not what you want to see. Arsal takes a commanding game 1 over Wolf Glick, refusing to Mega Evolve that Charizard until the timing was perfect, just put Wolf in a really tough spot. The use of that Dragon Claw on Garchomp was huge to ensure that you're consistently pumping out damage and not letting these defensive switch catch you off guard.
Wow, and Sinistra almost gets taken down by that final Sludge Bomb, but is nice enough to let his partner Charizard
You should not be
finish
that bulky, dude.
Game 1 in the Masters Finals goes to Arsal Puri.
Are we doing Unite or calling it for the day? After this, I will probably have to call it. Because, again, it's almost been 6 hours.
Even with that flinch on the Garchomp from the rock
we'll be doing
you maybe lost a little
Unite
bit of
next
ground there, but again, you got that damage off with Dragon Claw when you
we're
needed
gonna
to.
call it.
And even though you had to take a few attacks,
And I would say that I could maybe try to do a stream tomorrow, but I just know I'm going to be busy with classes.
So.
That was after we saw an early wake up
just
from the Steelix after getting put to sleep
shot.
in the beginning of game number 1. Heavy Slam onto the Venusaur did soften it quite a bit, but the Sand Chip didn't take it out at the end of that turn.
No, luckily for Arsal, it was able to stick around and be the determining factor in that end game. The
to be fair, like, in this matchup,
the Mega Evolution, still enough to take the KO.
Arsal has the advantage,
and that
right? Especially the speed advantage.
That choice of Garchomp is such a great tool.
If Wolf was able to, you know,
in Trick Room, Wolf's Pokemon just don't have a great way to eliminate it quickly.
Was able to get up like a D-dance, then it'd be different. Because then at that point, he could probably kill him. But with that instant constantly lowering the attack, the only thing that really could have brought him out is if one, he made that prediction, or two, and he was able to,
Tyranitar and the Steelix, as we see the Garchomp
if he was able
and
to
the
get a
Venusaur
crit
for Arsal.
at some point.
I like it. You stick to your guns. Arsal did very well with this lead in the first game. Wolf knows that he could potentially play this
I just have no idea
turn
what
it around in game number 2. But right off the bat, once again, Venusaur threatening a big Earth Power into Steelix, threatening Sleep Powders into either of these Pokemon.
Steelix, not T-Tar, that's why he lost.
Space for Arsal to not take much damage in the next coming turns.
We see Tyranitar protect itself as Steelix will do the same. Doesn't want to fall to a Sleep Powder, but you also get to scout for what this Garchomp is going to go for with its Choice Scarf, locking itself into Dragon Claw in the first turn.
I like that from Wolf, just making sure you know what this Garchomp is trying to do. If by chance Arsal switches it up and tries to go for a ground type attack here, you know your Talonflame and your Sinistra are much safer.
I'm pissed he lost.
I
mean, we all are.
It's
but
unlikely
like,
that
Arsal's been playing really, really well.
Double up for a knockout into either of these two Pokemon, so it's a lot safer for Wolf here. No Mega on Steelix though.
No Mega on the Tyranitar either. So it's going to be a Sleep Powder to put the Steelix to sleep and a Dragon Claw to bring this Tyranitar down to about half. Steelix
here comes the D-Dance.
Mandatory turn of sleep, but Tyranitar has gone for a Dragon Dance to give it a bit of a speed boost for the next turn.
Wolf taking a page out of Arsal's book and not Mega Evolving when the timing seemed right. Really smart here, because if the Steelix gets put
now
to
he
sleep
can actually swap out Steelix and fill up T-Tar
you've removed the option
and bring it close to full.
And if Steelix didn't get put to sleep, the Heavy Slam still does a good chunk to Venusaur, maybe even to Garchomp. You're probably not taking a one-hit KO on either way. So the drop in damage
more than likely what he'll do is he'll probably go for Rock Slide.
Evolution is very worth keeping it in your pocket.
Now you get your choice, as Incineroar is going to come in and you make that decision a little bit easier. Intimidate drop onto both the Steelix and the Tyranitar, but you've got to figure out when the Steelix is going to wake up. It won't be this turn, as we do see that Steelix get back into its Pokeball to let some room for the Sinistcha to give a Hospitality Matcha boost
Yep,
to this
there he goes.
Tyranitar. As Rock Slide comes out, it is faster than the Venusaur. Might be able to get a flinch here, but more importantly, ends up getting some major damage down onto this Incineroar to bring it down into Citrus Berry range.
There he
Venusaur
goes.
does flinch. Tyranitar understood the
Is this
assignment.
replay?
That's a huge
Well,
bit
they
of damage
pretty
into
much had the
Incineroar
same
there. Thanks
teams,
to that Dragon
and they
Dance, that
are
was still
playing
a
similar,
full-powered Rock
but
Slide after the
Wolf
Intimidate.
has made
Now
an
with a few
adjustment,
more
which is
turns
going
of
to change
sand
how
damage, a Rock Slide could
this
take it
goes.
out.
But no,
Of
it's not a
course, Venusaur
replay.
does not want to take one more Rock
Th-
Slide.
this is
that
round
flinch
2.
is huge for Wolf here. You've prevented your Tyranitar from potentially going to sleep or taking something like an Earth Power, which could put it in range for that Garchomp to come in later and knock it out. Sinistcha also is here to protect that Tyranitar a little bit. Can't redirect the Venusaur, but did give it a crucial Hospitality boost.
Gotta protect yourself
gotta
this
protect.
turn though, because with that Incineroar switching in, you don't want to get faked out, and you also don't want to get Earth Powered on the same turn. Sinistcha going to protect itself too. This is scout out that this Venusaur really is going after it. Has its number there with the Sludge Bomb, as the Flare Blitz would have been a double up into that slot. Maybe you want to just think about switching out the Sinistcha on this turn.
Yeah, this Sinistcha isn't really doing a whole lot on the field right now. If it does stay on the field and potentially take a Sludge Bomb and Flare Blitz, you might lose it and lose access to Hospitality. If you swap it out and bring it back in, you get another bit of health recovery on this Tyranitar.
One turn
Gonna
of
swamp.
Sandstorm left. So will we see this Tyranitar actually give up this Dragon Dance boost?
I
It won't.
missed.
Incineroar is going to miss that Rock Slide as the Garchomp comes in to take that Venusaur's place. And that is a Pokemon you did not want to miss with that super effective Rock type attack. Leaves this Incineroar to go for the parting shot and drop this Tyranitar's attack stat.
Rock Slide gives
Yeah,
and takes
that's
away. Missing
unfortunate.
that Incineroar means, I don't know if it would have knocked it out if it did connect, but you do lose a lot of damage on that Incineroar, and you potentially lose your shot at that flinch on the Incineroar as well. Machagacha coming through,
Burn?
and Garchomp has a chance to burn it, which could make it even more difficult for Arsal here, but it looks like it did not. A little bit of recovery there, and of course no damage on Charizard. This is where the Choice Scarf on the Garchomp is crucial. With that Choice Scarf, we'll still be able to outspeed Wolf's Tyranitar at +1, but because it is Choice Scarf and doesn't have something like a boosting item, no soft sand to power up those ground type attacks.
Wolf is definitely in a better position, but it really does depend on who's going to win this weather battle right here.
That's a tough question to answer because you still have a a speed boost on this
Yeah,
Tyranitar.
and it's still
only
quite
a -1 as
effective.
well,
So
thanks to the
if he
Dragon
gets rid of the
Dance and the
Charizard,
extra work put in by
he
the
can
Incineroar
definitely
to drop
win.
it below neutral. But now you got to
But
think about the timing of the Mega
it's a question
Evolution.
of
Yeah.
Which weather would win?
does he want to
Pokemon
go
Mega
for
Evolve on this
it, or
turn, it would
if
actually be the
Arsal is
Sun
willing
that
to
remains
risk
up.
that.
Tyranitar is faster than the Charizard thanks to that Dragon Dance, but there's no Mega Evolution, there's a swap out. We're dropping that speed boost to give yourself a chance to attack with this Talonflame.
And Charizard's going to protect itself, so we will see this Garchomp actually go for Earthquake, something the Sinistcha is going to handle very well, and the Talonflame will be immune to thanks to that flying typing. Sinistcha, look at that. I mean, it's going to get another chance to go for like a Machagacha here and actually try to get a burn onto this Garchomp.
As long as it
Burn
doesn't
maybe
mess.
More importantly, some more damage to put it in guaranteed KO range for Brave Bird. That Garchomp takes a lot from that Machagacha, and now this Talonflame swapping in on a ground type attack with no sand active. has
Now it's
that
actually,
KO
it should
range.
be
You have the
in range for
priority,
Talonflame
Brave
to
Bird can knock
KO.
out this Garchomp, even if that Incineroar comes in for an Intimidate. This is what you need to threaten this Garchomp with your speed advantage on the Talonflame, because that Tyranitar, again, would still have been slower.
Garchomp's going to switch out, knows that it's going to need to change up its move selection.
I see you
In
later,
the next
Holly.
turn is also a bit under threat. And to Intimidate to help drop the attack stat of that Talonflame. Maybe that's going to make this KO just a little bit more survivable.
Oh, there's a
goes
Swords
for the
Dance.
Swords Dance here. That's going to be a +1 Talonflame, and you're going to have to be a little scared of that one.
If Heat Wave connects, you at least get to break the Gale Wings on this Talonflame, and thankfully for Arsal, it does. But Talonflame is going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field still, and unless Arsal is able to swap that Garchomp in, Talonflame has to worry, or not, Arsal's Pokemon have to worry about taking this +1 Sharpbeak boosted Brave Bird.
Or if you set the Sun, then I would be a little worried about those Flare Blitzes
that too.
too.
Thankfully, this Incineroar coming in, you do get the Intimidate, so Talonflame now is only at -1, or +1 rather, and you have the option to potentially swap out that Charizard for Garchomp while you fake out the Talonflame. That still opens up an avenue for you to outspeed this no Gale Wings Talonflame, but the Charizard instead will Mega Evolve.
Going
Still
for
another evolution
Sun.
on the table for Wolf on the next turn, but the Sun will be active at least for this one.
You
to
going for
start
Fake
things
Out?
off. Incineroar goes for the Fake Out, going to stop this Talonflame in its tracks. And so it's not going to be able to get a turn off for this one, but Charizard goes for Solar Beam. Is that a Tyranitar on the other side?
I think
As
it is.
Charizard lets the Solar Beam rip, that poor Tyranitar is on the receiving end and gets one hit knocked out on the switch in.
No more sand at all for this game. Wolf
Oh,
loses
boy,
Tyranitar to
that-
a huge call. That is a major
That-
solar
that could be
beam
the
there.
thing that he
Makes
needs.
a lot of sense that Sinistcha did not want to take a fire type attack, but now crucially there is no sand. There is
He
no
pretty much
sand
has to-
force for the Steelix.
to
Steelix
hold the
is also
Talonflame
still
can-
asleep.
can
The
bring him out.
Talonflame does get a little bit of recovery from
'Cause
that hospitality. Does
that
not get it back
was
up to
an
full, so Billy
amazing
still
call.
remains inactive. But what a huge turn for Arsal there. You've guaranteed that you have won the weather war.
That
I'm
poor
actually
Steelix,
surprised
and
that Wolf
this
empty
Charizard has
swamp.
to go if this Steelix wants to stand a chance in this match. You also want to make sure that you can get yourself through these next 4 turns, because there's the other way that you can win the weather is just try to outlast it.
Yeah.
But do you have enough HP resource to do that?
This +1 Talonflame still is very threatening for the Charizard. A Brave Bird could come through and have the potential to knock it out based on how they're trained. Let's see.
Okay.
Brave Bird with the Sharp Beak at +1 does actually get so close.
It
One
doesn't
HP
KO.
and a dream for this Charizard as the Heat Wave connects onto both. A KO on the
Oh,
Sinistcha,
dude.
barely
Yeah,
missing
that's
out on the KO
GG's.
for this Talonflame, but this Incineroar could follow up that Heat Wave with a Flare Blitz or
Yeah,
Throat
he-
Chop
he got
and knock it
really,
out.
really
Flare
aggressive.
Blitz is going to be the move of choice as Talonflame goes down, and Sleepy Steelix has to come in and try to win out this 1v4.
Charizard, the well-trained, taking that Brave Bird in style. 1 HP is the most exciting way you can survive there, and crucially connecting that Heat Wave on both targets, putting Talonflame into range for that Flare Blitz.
Wolf was on the precipice of winning an 11th regional championship, but Arcel Purry had a different agenda. One Pokemon away from being able to capture the regional championship title that he has been dreaming of and chasing for many, many years.
Yeah.
A Mega
To be
Steelix
fair to him,
asleep.
he
This
went
feels
in
like
with
it's
a
gotta
team
be a
that
job is
literally
almost
no
locked
one
up.
in their
Charizard
right
goes for
mind
the weather
thought
ball, brings
he
it
was
down
going
to
to
1
use.
HP thanks to the Stardy ability activating on the Steelix.
Like,
But
no one
this
ever thought that
Incineroar is
Steelix
going to finish it off.
was going to be in the finals, and he brought it to the finals against the Charizard team that everyone was thinking was going to win. I think he still played really, really well.
One of the best trainers of all time in Wolf Glick.
And again, like, this was a matchup that, like, was really, really bad for Wolf. So, the fact that he was able to play as well as he did, I think is, again, a testament to just how good he is, but also just how good Arcel is. Arcel played amazing. He played really, really well. When it came to the Weather War, he was able to win that really, really well.
Regional championship win, but Arcel also earning a direct
Go and
invitation
stream.
to the
Wait, I
World
got to.
Championships in San
Food's
Francisco.
literally done.
What an
I
amazing
gotta go
performance,
eat.
an amazing regional championship, and hopefully something that he'll be able to celebrate with those friends later.
Oh, I'm positive he will. They'll be celebrating for a while. That's such a huge accomplishment. Beating Wolf Glick in your first regional final in such a high-pressure situation, that is so impressive. This Venusaur really
See
took
that
over
right
this
there?
game from
Screw
the
white
beginning.
Charizard.
Getting the Sleep Powder crucially off into this Steelix, not allowing it to attack for the entire game.
And
To be
after
fair,
we saw a
Arcel
great
got
adjustment
really
from Wolf in
fortunate
that
with those
second
sleep
game to be
powders.
more patient with the Mega
Like, I don't even
Evolution.
think it was the
You had
Charizard,
the
dude. That
Tyranitar
fucking
and the Steelix
Venusaur
both on
landed
the field,
so
you
many
could
sleep
make
powders.
a
It was
game-time
absolutely
decision.
insane.
But after that sleep powder winning the Steelix, it felt like your options were a little more limited, or maybe you could have Mega Evolved later on. But after that Tyranitar gets taken out from the Solar Beam, you really had no options left. Mega Evolution off the table for the Tyranitar to get the Sandstream back up, to take away the drought from this Charizard, and then Steelix asleep at the wheel on the final hurdle.
What a couple turns there. Huge Solar Beam, huge Brave Bird survival, huge Heat Wave double connect. Oh, what an exciting way for Arsal to claim his first regional champion title. And what a cool team to do it with, too. So disciplined in the way that he used this Charizard. It was on the field for
really well fought out.
But only
really good match. Again, GG's just to everyone, dude. Everyone played really well. A lot of great matches here. And hopefully you guys did enjoy. I'm gonna mute out the broadcast. I'm sorry, we're gonna mute it out. Right? It was a lot of fun to do this. I know this was a little bit different. I know you guys were just, you know, expecting the normal Unite stream. So for people who just wanted the normal Unite stream, I'm sorry, but I did ask people, and this was the first Champions tournament, and I was like, you know what? I think it would be cool to see like who wins and like how it goes. And a lot of people were interested. Plus, we also had a lot of fun. I felt like we streamed for basically 6 hours, hung out, played Unite and Champions, so we were still able to do that, and we watched a lot of great matches. So this is definitely something that we could do in the future if more people like it. If not, well, then we'll just be doing it for Worlds, because I'm definitely going to be doing it for Worlds, no matter what. But yeah, we will be streaming next Friday as per usual. I will see what happens for Saturday, and then obviously on Sunday we'll go right back to our normal schedule with Unite, and we'll be doing that. Also, here is the breakdown. Look at the top 12 Pokemon. Kingambit 60%. Look at this goober over here. Holy shit. Absolutely insane. Same thing with that fucking fish. I kind of hate that fish. But I'm not letting his loss go. Hey, dude, don't worry. He's gonna have plenty more chances to win. Okay? So don't you worry about it. I actually would not be surprised if he went to the international championship and he won that one. But there's definitely a chance for him to win. So really good match. Again, shout out to Arsal who won. And yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure you guys hit that like button, hit that sub button, and that notification bell. I can barely speak right now. It's been so long since we've been streaming. And I will see you guys next time.